Now to the uncertainty surrounding the future of Manchester United. The share price crashed by more than 18% yesterday, following reports the Glazers were going to take the club off the market. More than £500 million was wiped off the club's value in just one day. Well, let's now speak live to financial expert Kieran Maguire, who can help us unpick this. Kieran, good afternoon to you. Good to speak to you. I mean, it really was an incredible crash on the stock market yesterday. Were you surprised it dropped by so much?
Not necessarily. If we take a look at where the Manchester United share price was, it was being propped up to a degree by speculators who thought that there would be a full sale and therefore they'd be able to sell Manchester United shares for probably somewhere in the region of $27 to $30. So that was the reason why it was so high. The story which came out over the course of the weekend indicated that the Glazers were having second thoughts, and therefore people started trying to sell their shares because they don't want to hold them on a long-term basis if there's no prospect of a deal.
We know the Glazers only invested around 240 million, I say only 240 million of their own money to buy United. Do you understand how on earth they can be turning down 5 billion?
Well, I think there's a couple of issues. They've seen Barcelona and how Barcelona have been selling off slices of the club and the amount of money that's been generated for that, and perhaps they've redone their calculations. I think they're confident that future broadcasting rights are going to rise, and with the advent of artificial intelligence and VR, there's prospects for new ways of delivering content to Manchester United's global fan base. They seem convinced that the technology is going to be there, but I'm not sure that everybody else shares those views.
Do you think it is a realistic prospect, these kind of figures that are being put around? I mean, that leaked report says United could be worth something like £7 to £10 billion by 2025. Do you think that is a realistic prospect?
It's unrealistic at present. If we take a look at the history of Manchester United under the Glazer ownership, the club's actually lost money in the first 18 years, so it would need a significant turnaround. But Newcastle United was sold less than 2 years ago for £300 million. So to say that Manchester United is worth more than 30 times the value of Newcastle United does seem unrealistic. But American owners in particular do seem very confident that the rest of the market is substantially undervaluing football clubs, and compared to American sports franchises, that they're still relatively cheap.
And do you think there is a bit of game playing here? I mean, could these reports be designed to get more money off the prospective buyers, Sheikh Jassim and Jim Ratcliffe, or is that a bit of a dangerous game to be playing if they are indeed doing that?
I think that would be very dangerous. If you take a look at the New York Stock Exchange rules, that could be deemed to be inappropriate behaviour, and there could be consequences if senior people at the club were connected with these reports. And there's no evidence, by the way, to support that. So I don't think so. I think the prospective owners in the shape of Jim Ratcliffe and Sheikh Jassim, they feel that they've put in fair offers. They've not heard anything from Manchester United or the Rain Group. I think there's a sense of frustration. They've spent an awful lot of money on accountants and lawyers and professional fees, and they're not getting an answer.
Kieran, if you can, just talk us through how much the Glazer ownership has actually cost Manchester United.
Well, I think if we look at a variety of ways that the Glazer family have taken money out of the club, first of all, there was the listing in 2011-2012, where I think they took out substantial amounts. We've also had dividends which have been paid by the club since 2016. Those have totaled around about £160 million, of which a significant proportion has gone to the Glazer family. Some of the Glazer children have sold shares, and that's brought in, again, a 9-figure sum. So overall, we're probably talking somewhere in the region of 400 to 500 million.
Knowledge, are there any other clubs that are run using a similar model?
Well, there are a few clubs, the likes of Juventus and Borussia Dortmund, who are listed on stock exchanges, and therefore you can buy and sell shares. You can, in theory, put in a bid for the club. But none of those clubs have a history of paying out dividends to the owners and for money to be distributed in such a manner. So Manchester United's model is unique. All of the other clubs in the Premier League are held privately, and none of them pay dividends to owners.
And we know that Erik ten Hag's spending has been cut due to financial fair play restrictions. It seems like other clubs managed to find a way around FFP. Why is it that United don't seem to be able to?
Well, I think Manchester United have spent an awful lot of money in a competitive amount compared to what they would consider to be their peer group. I think the downside, as far as Manchester United are concerned, is their inability to convert players into substantial amounts of money from sales. If we take a look at the period since Sir Alex Ferguson retired, Manchester United have generated £450 million in player sales, and that's over 11, 12 years, whereas Chelsea have generated almost as 3 times as much, £800 million more. Now that £800 million goes into Chelsea's transfer budget, and also because of the way that the accounting is dealt with, if you sell a player, you get an immediate gain going into the accounts, whereas if you buy a player, the pain of buying the player is spread over the life of the contract. So Chelsea have utilised that, whereas Manchester United, because they're not selling players, in particular they're not generating money from youth team and academy players, but they're fallen significantly behind.
Kieran, really interesting stuff. We appreciate your insight. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Many days ago because he wanted to go to Qatar despite Besiktas and Real Betis calling on deadline day to have. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Fabrizio Romano here as always to keep you posted on the transfer market. Today guys, we touch on 2 deals from Europe to Qatar, but also important updates on the situation of Antony and Manchester United, Kepa future, and also what happened for Ryan Cherki in the summer. Let's jump into it together. Guys, let me start with Antony because there is a statement from Manchester United after the accusations and the investigation on the Brazilian winger after what happened in the last 2-3 days. Manchester United with a statement, they didn't confirm any exclusion for Antony. We had some rumors yesterday from Brazil mentioning the exclusion of the squad for Antony at Manchester United, exactly what Brazil did with their federation in the national team, but in reality in the statement of Manchester United they don't mention that, and what we can say today is that at the moment player side, the player himself or his camp have not received any information from Man United about the club putting him out of the squad. This is the situation at the moment. Man United are waiting for the investigation, are waiting to get more information on the story, and then they will update on this Antony case. But at the moment they are not mentioning that the player is out of the squad. So that's the status of the story, and it's also important to mention again that Antony has not received any information from Man United board or important people into the club that Antony is going to be out of the squad. So let's wait and see on this story, but at the moment Man United keeping an eye obviously on the situation, but not informing the player of anything else. At the moment nothing is imminent on that on Manchester United side. What is imminent is 2 deals from Europe to Qatar, because Philippe Coutinho will go to Al Duhail. I told you multiple times about this deal, but now the agreement is really imminent. It's a loan deal from Aston Villa to Al Duhail. They will cover the full salary. The player already said yes to Al Duhail many days ago because he wanted to go to Qatar despite Besiktas and Real Betis calling on deadline day to have Coutinho. He wants to go to Qatar, so the deal is imminent, waiting on the final details, and then here we go for Coutinho to Al Duhail from Aston Villa, but also a here we go is expected soon for Marco Verratti to another Qatari side. Verratti will play, if everything goes right, for Al Arabi, Qatari club, which had an agreement with Paris Saint-Germain since last week. I told you about that. It's around 45-50 million euros package to Paris Saint-Germain, waiting for the final green light on player side, some details of the contract, and then Verratti will join the Qatari league exactly as Philippe Coutinho. So Verratti and Coutinho on their way to Qatar. Kepa on his way to Real Madrid. In an interview to the Spanish media, Kepa confirmed that he wanted to go to Real Madrid despite the interest of Bayern and despite the calls of Thomas Tuchel, who knows him very well, but Kepa decided for Real Madrid because he said that was the best opportunity for him, something impossible to reject for Kepa. He also mentioned that his dream is to continue at Real Madrid, and this is the reality. From what I'm told, Kepa priority is to find another opportunity in 2024. Priority Real Madrid or another club, but he feels that with Chelsea something is now broken. So this is why between Chelsea and Kepa the expectation in any case for next summer is to part ways and to find a solution. Also because Chelsea invested on Petrovic and and on the first goalkeeper at the moment, Robert Sanchez, on permanent transfer. So their idea is to find a solution for Kepa next summer, hoping for Real Madrid, but we will see what happens during the season, because obviously at Real Madrid, Courtois will be back very soon in the final part of the season. So I mentioned in April, I mean very soon before the end of the season, but the decision will be made in June for the future of Kepa. So let's keep an eye also on that story. And then guys, I spent the whole summer with many Chelsea fans asking me about Ryan Cherki. Honestly, from what I'm told, Chelsea had only one conversation with Olympique Lyon, discussing about Barcola, Cherki, asking for the conditions of potential deal, so just to be informed on potential deal, but they never met Lyon to make a bid, to start a negotiation, or to have something concrete for Ryan Cherki. So from what I'm told, this summer Chelsea were not working on a Cherki deal, and they never considered him as a target or a top player on the list. He's always been monitored, but we know that Chelsea follow the best talents in the world, including Cherki, but as many others, but they never made anything concrete to sign Cherki. So it was never something close or concrete. Also on player side, his desire was not to move this summer, but probably in 2024 it could be a possibility. And so guys, between Chelsea and Cherki, nothing concrete, nothing advanced. It's just a player that they are tracking, but was never a concrete target in the summer, because Chelsea had different ideas. So a lot of rumors, we will see what happens in the future, but at the moment between Chelsea and Cherki there is not something imminent, concrete, and it was never something close during the summer. And so guys, let me know your thoughts on all these stories, player going to Qatar, Coutinho and Marco Verratti, but also Ryan Cherki, Anthony, Kepa. I wait for your comments. Here as always, remember to like this video, turn on the notification bell, subscribe to the channel. See you soon with Fabrizio. Ciao!
He didn't need that money. Instead, he went over to cash in on MLS, where it has been absolute Messi mania. I think we're now only counting games that he doesn't score in. We'll get you guys' opinion on that in a second, but it seems like he's brought out all of the stars, every star, whether it's a Hollywood star or even teammates or former teammates. You know, everybody wants a piece of Leo Messi, including Giorgio Chiellini, but that actually didn't rub our very own Sebi Salazar the right way. Have a listen.
What was surprising to me was Giorgio Chiellini, and I only bring this up because it's come up quite a bit with MLS players being fanboys. I thought if anybody wouldn't go down the Messi fanboy route, it would be a grizzled veteran like Giorgio Chiellini. Instead, before even the Inter Miami players could get to Lionel Messi, Chiellini was not only out there, he was out there with, I don't know if his kids or somebody else's kids, getting a picture with Messi. Surely, Herc, with your ways of yelling at clouds like an old man out on your front porch, surely you have a problem with Chiellini, who didn't have a great game, fanboying like that over Messi.
I didn't see him fanboying. And by the way, when you called out we called out the fanboys as a channel, it was after being eliminated in a tournament. It was after losing a final.
LAFC got hammered at home. Chiellini got subbed off because they were so bad.
If you'd like to take a shot at Chiellini, go ahead. Is that what you're going to do? Are you going to take a shot at Giorgio Chiellini?
I was surprised, yes. I was surprised that for all that we have talked about on this show and other shows about the fanboying in MLS, that within minutes of a frankly humiliating loss at home, that Chiellini of all people was doing that.
Well, listen, I didn't see Chiellini fanboying. I saw the exchange of jerseys. I didn't see him break out a Sharpie or anything like that. It wasn't a semifinal loss and you're eliminated, and it wasn't a final loss. And you're posting proud pictures. So, I don't know.
Craig, I'm just going to let you comment on this one. Not much gets our Sebi Salazar riled up quite like
I'm going to have to stop you there because I'm going to have to. I'm serious now. I'm going to have to stop you there because this is just the way I like Hercules Gomez and Seb Salazar. I had absolutely no audio there whatsoever. So, I could, and I'm not a very good lip reader, and so that's where that's perfect for me. I have no idea what they said. No idea. You're
over there in the States, so you get to see firsthand or experience or get a little taste of this Messi mania. And Sebi was basically saying how it wasn't a good look seeing Giorgio Chiellini, who's, you know, a big name in football, kind of fanboying over Messi, asking for selfies, you know, like with his kids as well. But Herc was saying, like, it's not that bad. It's not like it was, yes, LAFC got smashed by Inter Miami, but it's not like it was a semifinal. It wasn't a cup final. It was just another game. Do you have a problem with that?
Well, I don't know if I have a problem with it. I don't enjoy the fawning, particularly in full view of the public over a player. It reminds me a little bit of when we played at France, when we played in the World Cup, Scotland, that is, France 98. We played in the opening game against the world champions Brazil. It was the opening ceremony, blah, blah, blah. It was a close game, believe it or not. We lost 2-1. And after the game, a few of our players who remain nameless were away chasing down to the Brazil dressing room, knocking on the door, trying to get to swap shirts and stuff. And I just wasn't comfortable with that, because I'm like, we'll just play the game. We've lost. This is the World Cup. I just don't like the fawning. And so in some sense, this is the same. Behind the scenes, you get an autograph or a picture, whatever. But I at the end of the day, you're trying to beat the guy. So I'm not one for the shirt swapping during games, shirt swapping at halftime, and running off, knocking in the dressing room. And by the way, these players knocking on the Brazil dressing room were saying, pretty please, may I have your Brazil shirt? Brazilians didn't even pick their heads up. It was embarrassing. And I just don't like to see that. I think there's professionals, and that's the way you should keep it.
Did you not get a shirt?
No, I didn't get a shirt. I never got a shirt. I wasn't interested. Funny enough, Augie, none of the Brazilians were interested in mine. Don't worry about that.
He's got Ronaldo's shirt behind him. He's just there, Ronaldo 9. I can see it just there.
No,
it's there, Lars. Augie, let me quickly get before we go your thoughts on this whole Messi mania. I mean, I know we are an ocean away, but from what you've seen, I mean, he's doing what we expect Messi to do, which is just absolutely lights up any stage or any pitch that he graces. But does it also kind of make MLS, or the standard or the quality of MLS, look a bit worse than we thought?
Well, that's a harsh question. It really is. You really have to go with there. Look, I don't think it's Lionel Messi. I mean, he's arguably the best player the world's ever seen, or one of the top three. So, and he's still got it in him. He won a World Cup on his own pretty much last year. So he is going to go to MLS and play well. But the flip side is he didn't do so well in the Champions League with PSG, because I think up against top players, he's probably not the player he was. So it doesn't reflect well in terms of the standard of MLS. But him being there reflects really well on MLS that he's there. That Messi's stealing headlines all the time. I think if you had to make a decision on who made the best call, whether it was Messi or Ronaldo, I think Messi all day long. But I think Ronaldo doesn't seem to be having that much of a great time in Saudi Arabia. Well, they both went for the money. Let's not say that Messi didn't go to Saudi Arabia because he was doing it as a free hit to Miami. He's going to get well paid in Miami, so it was a money decision as well. But I think Messi took a lifestyle decision. I think he wanted to play in a different league. And I think, I don't really have a problem with the whole fanboy thing, as he said. It's a strange phrase, but I don't have a problem with that, because this is Pele, Maradona level. And I think you talk to players who played in those eras, they are the icons of the game. And I think Messi's just a different level. I think it's not like you're talking about a player that's achieved nothing. He is one of the absolute greats. So for me, Mr. Miserable, as you say, Alexis, I'm quite happy with this. I don't really mind too much.
I think just briefly, what you got to understand, that people got to understand, is, and Dan Thomas said it to me on the show. He said, this is a bit of a surprise. He's doing so well, and I'm thinking, has he been on the moon for 10 years? I mean, the only thing that would stop Messi is Messi's desire and fitness and lifestyle. It's the only thing that would stop him, and then Mother Nature in terms of his age. It's nothing against Major League Soccer. Major League Soccer itself has built itself and prided itself on trying to bring in and enhance attacking players, right? It has always been slow, and if you look at the DPs and all the players that they've brought in from abroad, very rarely is it a defender. I know you mentioned Giorgio Chiellini there, but very rarely has it been top quality defenders. So there's a dearth of that in Major League Soccer. They focus on different areas. That's the way they see it. So when you have Lionel Messi come in, and you remember what a guy in Giovinco did at Toronto to some of these defenders. And that was quite a while ago, but this guy wasn't getting a game in Serie A. He came in and he made it look quite easy. So when you see Lionel Messi come in and you add it to all the points that I've just talked about, then this was always going to happen. And quite frankly, Major League Soccer, I'm sure, are excited by this. And it's the way their model has gone, is that they've focused on other areas, more in the attacking area, and That's left the defensive aspect of the game just slightly behind. And so Messi comes in, and guess what? This is a guy that's done it to some of the best defenders in the world for over a decade, and now he's doing it to guys that are not quite as good. It is hardly a shock.
Alexis as well, I was saying the Premier League's rubbish because Erling Haaland scores a lot of goals. I mean, certain players are at such an elite level that they're going to score goals and do well wherever they play. So I think you just have to accept that Messi is at that level, and he's always going to do well. And I think it's great to see.
There is also, Oggy, a lot of dross in the Premier League down that bottom end when you look at defenders. You've only got to look at that Everton back four. you and I could score against them.
All right, well, Augie, Craig, thank you guys so much for joining us. Thanks to all our viewers for tuning in on this live stream. We're back again on Friday. Like I said, we're on 3 times a week. And remember, ESPN FC, where Craig is on a regular. That's coming up later on tonight.
I'm on today again, double bubble.
Oh, double bubble, so you can get a double dose of Craig Burnley. Who wouldn't want that?
Even I wouldn't want that.
Thank you very much for watching ESPN FC on YouTube. For more highlights, analysis, and exclusive content, be sure to subscribe.
The first PGMOL Match Officials Mic'd Up show, fronted by Howard Webb. It aired last night as key decisions were reviewed and assessed. So this is them trying to tell us, okay, certain decisions that have been in the public domain and are up for debate, and we admit we maybe didn't get all right, and they're coming out clean, to be quite honest, Danny, and they're saying we do not have a 100% record in all of this, nor did we ever say we would. Correct. But they're coming clean about it all. Well, so Danny, is it a first positive step to restoring trust and confidence in refereeing standards?
I was talking to you out there, and Luke, and I did say, I think they're trying to be transparent. It's good intention. Howard's trying to change things. He's trying to deflect the noise, and rightly so, by being clear, by admitting mistakes, trying to talk through them. So that's all positive. I'm a bit wary of the big howlers being shown, aired, and I understand why he's doing it, to shut out the noise of everyone saying, why don't we hear the process of how we got to this really bad decision? But I think it's a bit like, well, I gave you the analogy before, maybe it's not perfect, but if your partner cheats on you and then explains herself, she still cheated, hasn't she? The mistake still happened. There's nothing in the explanation that's going to make it better.
All of a sudden, you're in very dangerous territory.
And the fact is that
a conscious decision, as opposed to an honest mistake, are two different things, aren't you? If you're going to use that analogy, someone makes a conscious decision to behave badly is not the same as someone making an unfortunate error in terms of...
It's not unfortunate. It's incompetent.
No, hold on.
It's bad. It's bad.
Hold on. Human error is part of every aspect
of
life.
But
the characteristic that guys like you seem to want is this ridiculous analysis that someone somewhere whispered in your ear that 100% of the time referees were going to get it right.
No, I don't believe that.
So then pack it in.
There are 3 big mistakes. We're talking about this one mistake. We're talking about the one they've released, the Wolves one. Yeah. Well, my point is that they've released it, and somehow that's going to give a better perception for the public, make the Wolves fans feel better, make the manager feel better. What does it achieve? Does it achieve good?
But the bottom line is,
what does it achieve? What's the point?
Backpedaling somewhat.
Whatever people haven't got, let's have it right. Whatever people haven't got is the reasons why something has happened. Right? We're making a case for the necessity to have transparency, which is broadcasting, hearing what's going to be said between Stockley Park and the referee. It's going to make no difference, right? Because all that's going to happen is you're going to get a jeering crowd booing it and heckling it as it's being done, right? In the same way that when the referee is sent over to the monitor, the crowd and the dugouts are interacting with the referee as much as they possibly can to influence his thinking. But do you know what it is? It's something we haven't got. So if we haven't got it, we must now have it, because that will give us an opportunity to restore trust. How about people start from the principle of doing as they're bloody well told and respecting the authority on the pitch and valuing it rather than making it an us and them mentality? Us being the players and the managers and the fans, and them being this awful toxic breed of incompetent buffoons, the referees.
We've talked about that before. I agree on that. Well, what I'm talking about
that's the whole point.
But this is the whole point.
That's the whole point.
The point we're talking about is a mistake that they highlighted and showed and released the audio.
Yeah.
And the audio is pointless. They're only showing.
But what do you want them to do, Danny? If they get right, we'll go to the Anana thing in a moment. The Manchester United.
I said I understand why they do it.
If they got that wrong, they got that wrong. Simon's right. If they got that wrong, now what would you rather they did? Hide under a bushel. Webb's on TV last night saying we got it wrong.
They apologised to Gary O'Neill after the game. Right thing to do.
But we're in a society of apologies.
Yeah. So accept it.
He did.
But why don't you?
Accept what?
Accept the apology.
I did.
In amongst a whole myriad of ones they get right, they got that one wrong.
I've accepted it. I'm
so
fine.
what's your problem with it?
I'm saying that there's no point to releasing the audio of how they got to the mistake. All you're listening to is incompetency.
But if they didn't,
I've just
you'd be
listened
moaning.
to it. I wouldn't. I've never said I want to hear it.
But
I've never said I want to.
There is okay, not you then specifically, right? Let's move away from targeting you, albeit you've been a naysayer since the get-go.
And we like targeting
but
you.
We're in a situation where there is a significant, vociferous group of people that are suggesting
want to hear it.
That want to hear it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
I think it's valueless, right?
Yeah, but there you go,
for some reason or another, there is a sense of entitlement in this country that you have to understand every single nuance and peculiarity about how something works, rather than just simply accepting that sometimes that people do things because they make the best endeavours and sometimes they get it wrong.
Yeah.
In this instance, what Howard is trying to do is, okay, right, for a variety of reasons...
Stop the noise.
No more noise, right? I'm going to be definite. I'm going to
that.
be absolutely unequivocal. I'm going to make sure my referees have the courage of their convictions. I'm going to make sure they double down on it. I'm going to stop this nonsense in the game that I don't want. There's going to be no more Andy Robertsons, no more Bruno Fernandes, no more Jurgen Klopp, no more nonsense on the touchline with officials letting them get away with it.
Which is
Hopefully,
great.
he'll get his officials to stop shaking the hands of bleeding players when they've come off and told the referee to F off. Yeah. Hopefully, he'll get that into the psyche of referees as well. And then we'll get into a situation where there's a bit more balance. And at the same time, he understands the dynamics of the entertainment business. He knows that he's got to communicate something to the baying mob that are unrealistic and unfair in their observations, and that's what he's doing.
But I said that. He's trying to quieten down the noise of people saying, "Let's hear everything." Then.
So
But you came in this morning and said, "What's the point of that show?"
I'm sticking with that. No, not the show. The releasing of the
But
bad
there's
mistake.
every point in releasing it.
Not
There's
to-
every point
not
because
to
you
me,
want
Jim.
because you
I
and
don't have
everybody
to
else
have-
want, and we want
Jim,
transparency.
the point of a debate, I don't have to have the same opinion as you.
No, that's true.
So
You have to educate yourself and then come round to our opinion.
I don't need educating on that mistake. It's a howler. I know it is, and whatever comes out of their mouth to get to that final decision is irrelevant to me.
Why?
Because it's been made.
Why?
But people
because
like
it's
you-
only going to show them up to be incompetent.
Because sunlight is the greatest disinfectant. If you
Pardon?
can see, sunlight is the greatest disinfectant. If you can see why people are making decisions, the first thing you'll do is actually understand
I've
decision
listened
making,
to it. It tells me exactly what I already knew.
which is incompetence.
Well, yeah, and when you break it down, if we listen to it,
Only
I'll
incompetence.
tell you exactly why they got
But
it
only
wrong.
incompetence in your mind. It has nothing to do with the context of the fact they've made a decision because their view is this. You are categoric in your mind that the only reason they made that decision is utter incompetence.
Most decisions, we could sit here and you think one thing, I think another. These ones we're talking about, and
Well,
they
definitely
are
about
there,
wearing those
there
shorts,
are there are only a few. We're talking across the board howlers that everybody agrees on.
Yeah.
Right? So
Yeah.
my point is only on those ones where you go, look, it's so bad we know it is. Explaining how bad how you got to the ridiculous decision
is
not
a moot concept.
yeah, it's not going to benefit anybody.
But you think this is incompetence?
Of course it's
You
incompetent.
immediately look at that and think they're incompetent. That was incompetence.
Absolutely.
That's your take
For
on
that
it.
decision.
How do you?
That's it.
Well, if it wasn't incompetence, why did
But
we
how
get
do you-
stood down the week after?
But how do you? But that's the right process,
Because
isn't it?
that appeases,
Absolutely.
that appeases
Surely that's the
principle.
right
Yeah,
process.
sit them aside, show them the error of the ways, and hope they improve and get better. Absolutely.
So you clearly you don't because you say they're incompetent. You feel right across the board that they don't have the necessary skills to do something successfully,
No, that's not what I said.
because that's what incompetent means.
Incompetence in a moment, incompetence or minority of the team that they have is incompetent. Hence the fact you only
Incompetent. Incompetent, showing the not having the necessary skills to
Correct.
do something successfully.
Correct.
So they don't.
Let's move away
Some
from
of them don't, no.
Let's move away from
Absolutely,
the
Jim.
semantics.
That's
Let's move away from the
exactly what it is.
semantics and move on to the area of how do we move the debate along? Because the debate still rages repeatedly and endlessly via leading pundits and football people endlessly about the level of performance from referees. We know, and you argue about statistics, we know that actually VAR being implemented has improved and reduced the level of mistakes that are being made. Manchester United would have won that game on Sunday probably if Garnacho's goal had been allowed. Some people would say it was onside, but most people think it was off. Right, so with that in mind, a legitimate decision. None of that gets played out. The only thing that gets played out, like most things in news, is the bad stuff. How do we change the narrative? How do we stop this endless pursuit of this ridiculous ideal that referees aren't going to make mistakes and turn it into a culture where their contribution to the game is in part respected, valued, and stop being vilified in the same way that other parts of the game aren't?
Well, I think we are on the way. I think we
By
are on the way.
things like this.
Yeah, no problem with some clarity and
what are you on about
communication. I'm on about the big howlers being thrown out there, so we listen to.
But that's because you're educated in the subject matter.
But anybody should be.
Danny, before this system existed, Garnacho's goal would have stood.
Yeah,
and that would have been wrong.
Jim, I have not sat here this season.
And that's a howler.
We talked many times last season, argued this point about me giving it a chance and trying to evolve. I know it's here. I'm trying.
And you never do.
I do. I've said many positive things already this season on the shows that I do, right, about some of the good decisions.
So why do we hear the word incompetent?
Because the howlers we're talking about are so bad.
Howlers.
3 howlers.
Did they get Garnacho right at the weekend?
Yes.
But to be fair to Danny, that wasn't a howl, that was a marginal decision. The argument about the Wolves goalkeeper clearing out their centre-back or centre-forward, whatever it was, is clearly more compelling.
Jim White and Simon Jordan. Monday to Friday mornings from 10 on AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
Phil's a Manchester City fan. Phil, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen.
You're more accepting of the mistakes, Phil.
Well, I have to say I'm with Danny in a lot of ways. Just give me a chance to offer my argument about it, because a couple of months ago, as a Manchester City fan, I watched Fernandes score a goal against Manchester City to win the game for them when Rashford was massively offside, went for the ball, missed the ball, and Fernandes scored. Clearly put the goalkeeper off and the defenders off. Shouldn't have been allowed.
Correct.
Are we learning when Manchester City score a goal? Last Saturday, I was at the game. Clearly, Akanji was offside, clearly interfering with play. Goal was allowed. What have they learned from that? They've learned nothing. They've made the same mistake on 2 occasions for the same type of goal. And let me be clear here. I'm not having a go at the referees, because I referee and I know how difficult it is. VAR is killing football. Yes, it gets a lot right. But every time we score a goal, we can't celebrate. We're looking at the monitors to see whether VAR are checking for an offside or for somebody running in a funny way down the wing, and perhaps we can disallow the goal. VAR...
I'm surprised you say that you referee in one breath and then you say VAR is killing the game.
VAR is killing the game. Referees aren't. We accept as referees and as football fans and as spectators that referees are human and are going to make mistakes. What we can't accept is when supposed clear and obvious error, which takes 5 minutes to achieve, by the way, it takes them 5 minutes to decide whether it was clear and obvious from 37 different angles. How is that clear and obvious? They're human beings on a football pitch. Let them make mistakes like they used to do. Yes, there'll be whinges, but it'll be forgotten. This is killing.
But it's a very subjective argument, you see, because I'm assuming that the Arsenal fans on Sunday afternoon wouldn't think that VAR was killing the game the moment that Garnacho's goal was reviewed by VAR and subsequently disallowed. It depends which side of the argument you're sitting on at the particular time.
Well, I'll interject there, because what you're talking about now is that, that result might have been different, but the linesman might have put his flag up if there wasn't VAR, then you could go back to, because the linesmen are encouraged to keep the flag down because of VAR.
Good point. But why have we got VAR?
Well, you're going to go down the line because of the endless managers,
refusal to accept,
and
from
you're
managers,
probably right,
from fans, from the media, the refusal to accept the facts that ultimately decisions, and we've got precisely what we deserve. There.
Yes, you read what you
said. But Phil, just to be sure, let me get this right. You, as a referee today, would wish VAR to be scrapped?
No, I don't.
That's what you just said.
We should. Well, no. What I'm saying, Jim, is that we should do VAR how it was meant to be used. Clear and obvious errors. That doesn't mean looking at something for 5 minutes to decide whether the guy was offside by his toenail.
I agree.
It doesn't mean that if somebody's going over in the box or going over outside, whatever it is, if it's clear and obvious, we should have a time limit on how long it can take them to have a look at it to see whether it's clear and obvious. And if it's clear and obvious, give it, because they've done it many times and it's been brilliant. What we don't do is we don't use VAR for clear and obvious. We use VAR
for everything.
To go to the finite detail of everything that's gone on to make sure that goal can stand. That's wrong.
Phil, thank you very much indeed. The previous caller, to me, Joe, virtually nailed it. And Harry's former assistant, Kevin Bond, is listening intently this morning. Morning, Kevin. He's saying, what a great point your caller Joe made a moment ago, though. Consistency is near on impossible with subjective decisions.
Of course it is. And interfering.
And you're right, Kevin.
Interfering with play is a subjective decision. It's not a binary decision.
Pretty simple.
Well, to some extent, you might think it is, but ultimately, if you're seeing it from one angle and a guy in a VAR room is seeing it from 4 or 5 different angles, it becomes subjective about what is interfering with play.
No, it becomes obvious.
What in the vision of the goalkeeper, in the line of the goalkeeper?
That's not the rule.
Okay.
It's not about being in the line of the goalkeeper.
What is it then?
It's about his effect on the goalkeeper, his effect on the play.
By being in the line of the goalkeeper?
No, so Akanji wasn't in the line of the goalkeeper. But the ball he was near enough to jump over it. He wasn't in the line of the goalkeeper, but he was in line of the ball.
Would you be prepared to say to the producers at Match of the Day, I won't be in this Saturday, I'm working in the VAR truck? Would you go in
Depends
there?
how much they paid me.
Would you go in there?
I'd love to give it a go, but do you know what? It's not going to happen. The problem you've got with that is that...
Why is it not going to happen?
Because you then add another voice to the equation.
What
you've got more
you
problems.
should do for people like Danny is run a simulcast, which is basically a complete simulation of an environment where Danny gets to run alongside a live game and give his verdict at the same time as being given by the other people, so that you'd see what he did and what he didn't do.
I'd watch that.
Yeah, do you know what? That would be a good experiment for a lot of us.
Let's not go crazy.
Jim White and Simon Jordan. Monday to Friday mornings from 10 on AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
I thought he was a Newcastle fan.
No,
you can't forget.
He's a
Can't forget
legend.
Absolute legend.
And he's a legend for saying they'll win the title, and I fully back him. No,
you don't.
But do you know what? To be fair to him, I think he is right that they have had the hardest start to this season.
Yes, I agree with that. I totally agree with that. And they'll finish top 4, Newcastle. I'm not throwing it out there. It's not a bold statement. They'll finish top 4. And I do think when you think of Aston Villa, the opening game of the season, you thought they were going to be a team that are competing for that 6th, 5th, 4th spot along with Newcastle, and they destroyed them. Absolutely destroyed them. And after that, everyone, and that might have been when Stuart Pearce actually said that. I think it might have been after that game. And you're still saying no chance, but there's an argument that you can predict something like that after a result against Aston Villa 5-1. Then to go, who was next? Man City. Look, it's a tough start, Man City, and that was out of all of them. I know Brighton they were poor, but out of all of them, that was the most disappointing. And you being a Newcastle fan will probably say they didn't offer nothing. And you see at the end, Eddie Howe was disappointed that you want to go toe to toe. You want to offer something with the abundance of talent going forward. Newcastle had, but they have one shot, I think, in the game, and it wasn't good enough. And Man City won that at a canter, to be honest, which was disappointing. Liverpool should have won.
That was the most disappointing for me.
Yeah,
100%, and not just because of the way they lost it. Just the fact it was Liverpool. And I think any Newcastle fan at the moment would say to you, like, especially as they were the only team to do the double over us last season. And they've built up this. I mean, it's always a good game, Newcastle-Liverpool, isn't it? It's always exciting. Always, it's got that Premier League history, but I really, really, really didn't want to lose to them. And the fact they were 1-0 up, Liverpool down to 10. And it's the first time under Eddie Howe I genuinely thought they've actually thrown that away.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think it was last season, wasn't it, that it was Carvalho scoring the last kick of the game 3 minutes over. I was actually covering that game for TalkSport Live, and it was they shouldn't have lost that game either, but actually picked a time where Darwin Núñez actually turned up, which was frustrating. And we've probably Newcastle probably turned his career at Liverpool around, and he'll have a sensational season, no doubt. And then you go to Brighton, who are flying as well under De Zerbi.
I think Brighton away is a very tough game.
Very tough. If you get anything out of that, you've done well.
Yeah, and I think traditionally we don't do that well at the Amex either. And listen, it's a weird one with Brighton because it tends to be that they thrash us at their place and we thrash them at our place. They're a very, very hard team to play against, and they're banging form as well, other than that loss, of course, to West Ham. But yeah, in terms of the start to the season for Newcastle United, it is 3 losses in a row. It's, I think, the first time I've seen a few questions about some of the things Eddie Howe is doing. He's making the same substitutions around the 70-minute mark. They're not really working. How have you thought about his performance so far? Do you think that he is under a bit of pressure?
No, I don't think he's under pressure. I think he's done enough last season to warrant the whole season. Unless they lose the next 10 on the bounce, then he'll be under pressure. But you see the atmosphere, even away at Brighton, losing 3-1, the support that the team and Eddie Howe had was sensational. I was seeing clips on social media of the fans, the away fans, staying and singing and cheering the team off. They've got the club back. You know this more than most. They've got the city deserves this. The support deserves this. And it's been a tough start to the season, but got to a cup final last season. They're in the Champions League. They're going to Milan soon, which first time in the Champions League for what? I was there, I think, when they were in the last 17 years, 16, 17 years ago. It was absolutely incredible. They're doing the right things. They're signing the right players. Tonali's a great signing, and it'll be great. But you've got Burnley, who was fantastic last season, not really started. Nick Pope, who was great last season, not really started. Guimaraes, again, great last season, not really started this season. They've still got to come together, and they're not going to win the league. Let's be honest, they're not going to win the league. I think last season, 5 defeats, and Man City, they won the league. Season before that, 4 defeats, Man City won the league. They've already had 3 defeats, unless they go unbeaten for a long, long time, which they won't. But top 4
Newcastle actually only had about 5 defeats last season.
Exactly, and they drew too many last season. So 1 win, 3 defeats, no draws. It'll turn around. Of course it will. They're too good. They're too good of a team. They've got to deal with the Champions League being involved in this as well. So it's going to be difficult, but I still feel they're not outsiders for a top 4, top 5, which it may be. We don't know that yet, but I think there'll be Champions League football again next season.
That's a big call from you, Darren. But it's funny because I actually don't think you should judge Newcastle on those 4 first games, and I include the Aston Villa game in that. I actually think we'll learn a lot about this team for the next fixtures that are coming up. They've got Brentford, then they've got at home, they've got Milan away. I think they then play Burnley after that. After that, do you know what? For the life of me, I can't remember. But it's another fixture that, on paper they should win.
Yeah, it's Brentford, Sheffield United, Burnley.
Sheffield United, there we go. Yeah. So I think when you look at those fixtures and the fact that there is a Champions League game or 2 sandwiched in between that, that's where you think, right, there's the test for Newcastle.
Yes,
United.
and
because they're the games they need to win.
They have to win these games, and this is where Eddie Howe, this is why managers earn the big bucks, and this is why the players of the Premier League earn the big bucks, because they have to react to what is a poor start. The difference between this season and last season, and it's going to be difficult, is yes, they've got Brentford next league game, then they've got Milan before Sheffield United. Now, you can't play a second string against Milan. No. You're in the so-called group of death, which I disagree with. I think it's a fantastic group for the Newcastle team.
How do you think they'll do?
I think they'll go through. I think they'll get through.
So they've got AC Milan, Borussia Dortmund and PSG.
Yes.
You think they'll go through?
Yeah, I think they'll win all their home games and maybe get one.
PSG?
Yes, I think they will. I think, look, you know more than most not more than me, but more than most, what St James's Park is like on a European night under the lights. It's sensational, and I think that'll be enough to pull them over the line. And I think look, it's a prediction. It's not a fact. It's a prediction. I think they'll win every home game in the Champions League, and I think the Newcastle supporters love this group. Everyone's calling it the group of death. Unless you're thinking we're going to win it, which the players will, by the way. Eddie Howe will still believe that, but the supporters probably think we're not going to win. So let's get the best ties we can. And this group is fantastic. I think they'll go through.
Dan, I said to every single person who asked me about the draw before, who do you want? You were in pot 4. And I said to him, I want the biggest teams. We might not make it through a group with some of the teams that I'm not too bothered about, let alone playing some of the biggest teams across Europe. So the fact we've got that group is really, really exciting. And yeah, I mean, that's the thing. When you think about Newcastle's European campaigns in the past, everyone talks about that night when they beat Barcelona at St James's Park, that night when they beat Juventus. They're going to have the chance to have some of those nights again, whatever happens. So
and they
it's
will.
very, very exciting.
They will have those nights again. I was involved with Newcastle. We got to the semi-final UEFA Cup. Okay, that wasn't the Champions League, but still a huge tournament, and that's probably up there with Newcastle's biggest regrets. We should have won that tournament. Yeah. We should have won it. We lost to Marseille, where we were the better side, missed some big chances at the Velodrome, and a young Didier Drogba came on and destroyed our hopes, and that still eats at me now, being that I could have been one of those that won a trophy at Newcastle, and they still haven't. But these huge European nights are back at St James's Park, and everyone's going to love it.
a former Premier League referee. Good morning. Mark Housey.
Morning, Mark. How are
you?
Morning, guys. First thing before we start, I want to know why there was a review for that Rangers disallowed goal. I mean, unbelievable.
Man, don't you start winding me up, man. Honestly.
I'm not, Ali.
I'm telling you, Mark, if that's a free kick with as well
There was contact. What are you talking about?
I don't move on, man. Don't
Get them all Gregory Peck's a wipe. There was contact.
Mark, swiftly changing the subject.
Yeah.
I'm going to say to you, I made the point there. I really enjoyed listening to it. Right, I think it's great. I think it's a step forward that we're now getting to listen to this, letting us know how the guys are thinking, why they're giving decisions. However, I don't think that particular piece did them any favour, because I think to everybody, if not everybody, certainly the vast majority, that's a penalty.
Absolutely. I think we've got to applaud Howard with the transparency and letting people listen to that. What we've got to remember is Peter Walton brought that into the MLS, and then obviously Peter brought Howard in to replace him in the MLS for looking after the referees there. So, Peter Walton brought that into the MLS, and then obviously Howard's brought it over to the Premier League. And I think you should perhaps pick up the phone and speak to Peter, because I think that listening to that last night, I watched the game live and I said straight away a penalty. And I think the reason why they didn't give a penalty, and I recommend a review, because there's too much chit-chat going on. They're talking themselves out of making that correct decision. That's the problem I think we had there, listening to that. They're going on and going on and going on. Was that a clear and obvious error? Yes. I strongly recommend a review. Over, Simon would go to the monitor, look at the monitor, and then he would come back. He would have given a penalty straight away. The same as you look at John Brooks with Van Dijk.
Yeah,
I watched that live. Clear sending off for me, clear foul in real time, and there's so much chit chat going on. It should be say correct decision, John. Just checking on the offside, possible offside, no offside, bang, correct decision, off he goes. And I'm not condoning Virgil van Dijk there, but that it went on so long. Van Dijk's thinking, they've got the wrong decision here, so he's going at the referee. VAR was brought in for the hand of God. The Henri France against Republic of Ireland. That's what VAR was brought in for. I mean, and we look at the offside of Man City and Fulham at the weekend.
Wow.
What have we learned? What have we learned from that incident? They've learned nothing, because if you go back to last season, Man United, Man City, Rashford and Fernandes, that was clearly offside. I think it was the equaliser, wasn't it? You remember the game? Clearly offside, clearly interfering with an opponent, clearly involved in active play. So we don't seem to have learned from past
Mark,
mistakes.
Here's my question to you, mate. This is my question. Are we now going into a place where officials cannot make their mind up as to what is clear and obvious?
Listen, we sat there I sat and watched that game live with Man City and Fulham on Saturday. I watched it live, okay? Straight away, as soon as that header's gone in, the ball's gone in, I've gone offside. Look at the law. Yeah. They'd have been correcting law. There's too much chat going on.
Well, I was going to say, Mark, is there too many people in the
back? Law 11 offside. Was Akanji become involved in active play? Did he interfere with an opponent? Yes, he did.
Of course he did.
Of course he did. There's no need for him to go to the monitor. It's clear. It's clear.
So that's a mistake then, effectively, of not applying a simple law.
Absolutely. And again, with the McAllister, I'd like to have seen the conversation when McAllister was sent off at Liverpool.
Yeah.
Because clearly they were wrong in law. So why has VAR not got involved in the McAllister send-off? Because it didn't meet the criteria in law for serious foul play. So why wasn't a VAR recommended that? Because Liverpool and McAllister won their appeal. So obviously they were wrong in law.
So Mark, you mentioned the chatter, too much chatter. Are we talking about there's too many people in that VAR room then?
Well, yeah, because obviously the AVAR, he's there to see what's going on, why the referee or the VAR is looking at the incident. So, listen, you're not mates for 90 plus. You're in that bunker to come to the right decision. Cut out all the chat. There's too much chat going on in that room. Was it correct? Was it a clear and obvious error? No, let's move on.
Yeah.
Was this a clear and obvious error with Simon Hooper, Man United Wolves and the penalty to Wolves? Yes, it was. Yeah, you only got to look at it. Yes, that is a free kick anywhere in the pitch, on the pitch. And in the penalty area, that's a clear penalty.
Yeah.
Cut out the chat. Was it a clear and obvious error? Yes, it was. Fulham can feel hard done by this season because they've had some decisions go against them this season. If you look at the Arsenal Man United on Sunday, the penalty, Havertz, great use of VAR.
Agreed.
Great use of VAR.
Agreed.
Right? Okay, but where was VAR? We've got to get this consistency. Where was VAR for Fulham v Brentford when Tim Ream was sent off? That has never ever been a penalty or a yellow card, a second yellow card. So that was a clear and obvious error because it wasn't a penalty. Darren Bond, it just wasn't a penalty. So why did VAR get involved in that?
So, Mark, is this television programme good or bad for referees? Will it help us clear things up?
Listen, VAR is good for the game, but it's got to be implemented correctly. And at the moment, we're seeing far too many inconsistencies, and it's not implemented correctly at the moment. Cut out the chat. We're not mates for 90 plus minutes. It's about applying law and coming to the correct decision. As I said, it was there for the likes of the Henry handball, the hand of God. That's what it's there for, the absolute howler. And we just look. You can look at things as long as you want. You can look at that incident at Old Trafford, Man United, Wolves. Bang, look at it, a penalty. So they're looking at it. You can find whatever you want if you look at it so many times.
TalkSport Breakfast with Alan Brazil. Thursday and Friday morning, 6 till 10. On AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
We're talking football at this precise stage in the proceedings. It's the international break. And here's one for you, Danny. Should England internationals who are continually snubbed by Southgate take drastic action in the form of retirement? Now, the reason I ask you this, Rio Ferdinand on his podcast Vibe with Five feels Sterling and James Ward-Prowse should consider retiring from international football. Why? Because they were left out of Southgate's latest squad. A squad, of course, in which Henderson was included, in which Phillips was included. This is Rio.
I would be, if I was Sterling, very disappointed. But bearing in mind what he's done for this England team when he's been in and around it, if you're going by the yardstick that Gareth's using with the likes of Maguire and Phillips. Why is it all right for them guys to get in and not him? If I'm people like Ward-Prowse and that, I just retire. Say, listen, don't pick me no more. No point. It's disrespectful what you're doing. It is to people like him. People, especially Ward-Prowse, who's been putting up numbers and his team on a regular basis. What more has a man got to do to get a sniff? Do you know what I mean? Like you say, Sterling's probably been the main bright spark at Chelsea. It's just nuts.
Now, I would suggest that Ward-Prowse considering retiring is a bit extreme, to say the least.
Yeah, I think it's a very individual thing, depending on where you're at in your career and how strongly you feel. I mean, I remember Carragher giving it up in the end, but he'd been involved in England squads for years and never got first choice because of all the brilliant centre-halves. But he'd give it a hell of a crack, so it was understandable. I think you'd be silly to cut yourself off from the squad because both players, unlikely for Ward-Prowse, and I do understand what Rio's saying. I'd be fuming if I was Ward-Prowse. And you're looking at some of the players who's picked ahead of him. It's a joke. It's a really poor decision, I think. But why would you cut yourself off from the squad or the relationship with Gareth, knowing that a couple of injuries could leave you an opportunity to be playing in the European Championships in the summer?
Yeah.
Things in football change. I remember the World Cup I came home from when I'd done my metatarsal. I only went as a replacement for Stevie. I then got injured. Trevor Sinclair replaced me and ended up starting most of the games, starting against Brazil. So what was Trev going to do when he didn't get in the squad? Call it a day? Because, he's got him, he's a young lad, he's ahead of me.
Yeah.
Next thing, he's got a phone call, he's over.
You'd only retire if it hit your ego. You'd be like, no, I can't possibly have that.
I think there's other reasons, but yeah, mainly. But I think the other reason would be trying to maintain your level of physical fitness and quality of your game to stay in your club side. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
If you're playing at a really good level. But yeah, I wouldn't...
This is too extreme from Rio, isn't it?
It doesn't sound the utterings of a nailed-on winner, does it? Don't get what I want, jack it in. Is that what a winner is supposed to look like then, Rio? Because you've been the one that defined what
Well, he's
winning
talking about Ward-Prowse. I don't think he's saying Sterling should jack it in. But...
Well, whatever he's saying.
He mentioned Sterling.
He mentioned Sterling. Now, I can understand some of the nuances of what he's saying, because by one yardstick, there is no benchmark for Harry Maguire being in the squad based upon his current performances, and you're seeming to deploy different standards to the opportunity for Raheem Sterling. There's also been squads in the past where people have questioned the validity of Raheem Sterling being in that particular squad because of his current form. So, in the instance that Rio is suggesting, I mean, this constant ideal of what you think you're entitled to and what you think is disrespect is a bit childish and a bit silly. If you don't get picked because the manager doesn't pick you, it's got nothing to do with bleeding disrespect. It's got everything to do with someone's choice. It's not disrespectful to not choose somebody. It's disrespectful to say on air, I'm not choosing him because he's bleeding useless. That would be disrespectful. Not to pick someone is not disrespectful. There is context to the validity of his opinion, because but you look at it and say, in Maguire's position, they don't have this embarrassment of riches to select from.
No.
So that's the reason why Maguire keeps on getting lucky to some extent. But even if that were the case, I think he'd still pick him. But the Raheem Sterling example that Rio is making, I think, is a fair example. But it's not.
And Ward-Prowse.
And Ward-Prowse. But Ward-Prowse is not an established international footballer. He's been in and around it. He's a peripheral player. His performances at this moment in time. If he had been a mainstay of the England squad, which Raheem Sterling has been, and has earned his space, he's just Johnny come lately.
Yeah,
How many caps he got?
I would have thought
6?
Rio would have gone down there. I agree with you, Simon. Rio maybe should and would, I would have thought, gone down the road of someone like Ward-Prowse will look at this. And from exactly what you said, from that standpoint, Danny, I'll do my utmost to be in Germany next summer.
Well, I think
I'll make Southgate notice me.
Yeah, but I think what Rio's doing is he's transferring himself into Ward-Prowse's mindset and feeling this frustration and thinking, I would want to knock it on the head.
Yeah, but that's not a winning mentality.
It's
I mean,
not.
Might explain why Rio's not a coach or a manager.
I'm not
Because
suggesting it is. I'm
conveying that
suggesting
sort of
where
wisdom
he's
is relevant is silly. It's a silly example. A winning mentality is you overcome adversity. Not you only get what you get. You only win when you get precisely what you want. Ward-Prowse has no God-given right to be in that squad. If Gareth Southgate's got a blind spot for him right now, keep on playing at a certain level.
Yeah.
That blind spot will soon evaporate because Gareth will listen to the background noise from the media.
I don't think Ward-Prowse will be thinking about it too much.
I wouldn't have thought so. It's a strange set of observations, but Rio's obviously has his reason for wanting to make them. And of course, if they gain traction, there's the reason why he makes
Well,
them.
Southgate actually, just on I know we've got to go to a quick break, but Southgate was talking about this one pivot and two pivots in some bizarre football language, pivots instead of holding midfielder, attacking midfielder, whatever words you want to use. And I don't think he sees Ward-Prowse as a holding midfielder or can play that role.
But do you? Would you?
Well, he can.
Do you think so?
He can. Well,
he can. But does he? But one thing being able to do something, is another thing being able to do something really at a high level.
But when he played Phillips, who's the comparison? Why is Phillips in a Ward-Prowse when he's not played for a year? He played as more advanced in Gareth's team than a holding mid, because he was talking about replacement for Deck. Who would play for Declan? Henderson's in the squad. He can play instead of Declan. He played for Liverpool for years as a holding
He's busy
midfielder.
growing the game in Saudi Arabia. He's got other things.
But he's still in the squad side.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Jim White and Simon Jordan. Monday to Friday mornings from 10 on AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
Then back with England, does it feel like a little bit of respite, bearing in mind the glare of the Premier League and the early start of the season?
Yeah, of course. It's always good to come away with the England squad, and yeah, obviously it's nice change of scenery and good to see the boys. You know, of course, I wasn't there in the summer, so it's nice to be back.
You were there in March though for that 2-0 victory over Ukraine, and it was clean sheet. You played a full 90 minutes as well. What do you remember about that game, and what are you looking forward to, and what threats are Ukraine going to pose out in Poland?
I mean, of course, it was a good game in the end. We got the 2-0 win and a clean sheet, which is very important. We're very focused on making sure that defensively we're strong, because we know how good we are attacking. So defensively, it was nice to get the clean sheet in that game, and we know that they're a very, very strong team that are very passionate at the moment, and the players are playing with a lot of passion. And we know we're going to play against them in Poland, and it's going to be a tough game. They've got a lot of good players, so we're expecting a hard game. But of course, we go in there with hope to get a similar result to Wembley.
Yeah, and that pretty much will seal qualification. It kind of feels like we're there already with Euro 2024 in mind. You've had so many injury problems when it's come to major tournaments and things. How desperate are you to get to Germany?
Of course, like you said there, missed the Euros. Missed the World Cup. Was at the Euros, didn't play. So of course, Germany in the summers, something I'm really looking forward to. Hopefully I can have a great season with Chelsea and with England, and that can put me in good stead, and can hopefully then go out to Germany and hopefully do well.
Reece James is another player you know very well from club and country, who's also had his injury problems. Every single time we see you play together, which is few and far between, it's almost like you play tag team injury at the moment. How desperate are you to get that combination of both of you back together?
Yeah, I mean, everyone likes to talk about how strong we are as a team at Chelsea when me and Reece are playing together. So, of course, we'd love to play more matches together, and trust me, we're trying. So, we're trying, and hopefully Reece will be back in the next few weeks, and we can then push on. I'm feeling good physically, so hopefully when Reece is back, we can push on and touch wood, be fit for the remainder of the season.
And obviously, you've both got this new leadership role, and you've been captain the last 3 games with Reece out injured. How different is that for you? What are you able to impart? 'Cause it's such a young and new Chelsea squad that you're working with.
Yeah, of course, exactly that. Really, I think it's such a young new squad, inexperienced in a way, and a new manager's come in who's trying to implement his ideas, and it's down to the likes of me and Reece to take on the responsibility and be the leaders in the group to kind of guide the ship a little bit, especially through what could be seen the past few weeks as a bit of a tough time. So, it's about kind of just trying to guide the ship through that and, stay confident. And we know the talent that we have in our squad and a great manager. So, we're very, very aware, but we're very confident that, we can turn it around very quickly as well.
Yeah, how do you ride out that kind of storm? Because, I mean, you know what it's like when you've got the media glare on you and critics and fans disgruntled at Stamford Bridge. I was there the other night, and, the crowd were really quiet, or they get on your backs a little bit. How difficult is that to get over?
I mean, I look at, the game the other day and the West Ham game, the 2 games that we've lost this season, and probably on reflection haven't actually played that badly. It's just that little 2-3% extra that we need that's not quite there at the moment that gets us over the line. And I think in them sorts of games we have to be more clinical, and especially if we do concede first, it's about staying calm, and if we do then score first, trying to take advantage of that and go and get a few more goals, and that builds confidence then going into the up and coming games. So it's not a big thing that needs to change. It's just a few little tweaks, and we're aware of that, and I'm sure it will happen in the next few weeks.
And what would you say to the fans who aren't entirely convinced about Mauricio Pochettino being at Chelsea? What would you urge them to do?
I think patience. Of course, it's Chelsea. Completely understand that the fans expect and want us to win week in, week out. It's what they're used to, it's what they've always had, so it's completely understandable. But what the manager's come in and done is brilliant, and we've all completely bought into what he wants and what he's trying to build at the club. And with such a young, exciting squad, it's going to be a good future. And I think we just need to have a little bit of patience, and we'll come good.
Couple more quick questions for you on that. First of all, this role with Levi Colwill and you playing as more of a winger, how are you feeling in that position?
I mean, it's something new, but the manager's put his trust in me to play there, so just trying to repay that trust. Still learning as I'm going, something I've been used to playing at left wing back, and before that left back, so this again is a bit higher up the pitch, but when I'm playing that high up the pitch, I expect the pressure that's on me to contribute to goals, and of course that's something that I'm going to try and work on and improve in the next few games for Chelsea to have that goal threat and shoot instead of passing the ball. So it's something that is new to me. It's obviously new to Levi as well, but we're both taking it in our stride, and we're happy that we're playing.
Are you acting as a kind of mentor to him? Because obviously with Luke Shaw out injured, there's only 2 left backs, and Gareth Southgate has said there's a real lack of left backs actually for him to choose from for England. How are you helping him in his game?
Yeah, of course, Levi's come in. I know how brilliant he is as a player. You know, I've watched him last season at Brighton and, you know, trained with him the whole of this pre-season, and we played next to each other for all the games out in America. So, you know, I saw the talent firsthand and how, you know, eager he is to do well at Chelsea. So I guess we're kind of mentoring each other through it, really, because we're both playing in new positions. Of course, it's where he's playing is a position that I'm familiar with, so I feel like I can help him out a bit more there. And, you know, he's doing well, and hopefully we can continue to, you know, build that relationship that we have, and yeah, just try and build on that.
Jude Bellingham making the headlines as you would only expect Jude Bellingham to do. Started life in La Liga, absolutely on fire. You get to see him in training and you know, play with him for England. How incredible actually is he to play with?
Yeah, it's extremely exciting to have someone so talented, so young, you know, in our squad. But, you know, the thing that I think really, you know, gets everyone really excited about him is the fact that we see him day to day and we see how he conducts himself, how professional he is and how eager he is to keep on improving. So, you know, he's a brilliant talent, but the fact that, you know, he's nowhere near where he wants to be and nowhere near where he wants to help us as a national team get to is very exciting. And, you know, he's a great guy off the pitch as well. You know, he's a very popular character around here, and he looks a very popular character in Madrid, so it's no surprise. And, you know, we're all very happy to see it's going so well for him out there.
And I just don't like to see that. I think there's professionals, and that's the way you should keep it.
Did you not get a shirt?
No, I didn't get a shirt. I never got a shirt. I wasn't interested. Funny enough, Augie, none of the Brazilians were interested in mine. I hear. Don't worry about that.
He's got Ronaldo's shirt behind him. He's just there, Ronaldo 9. I can see it just there.
No,
it's there, Lars. Augie, let me quickly get before we go your thoughts on this whole Messi mania. I mean, I know we are an ocean away, but from what you've seen, I mean, he's doing what we expect Messi to do, which is just absolutely lights up any stage or any pitch that he graces. But does it also kind of make MLS or the standard or the quality of MLS look a bit worse than we thought?
Well, that's a harsh question. It really is. You really have to go with that. Look, I don't think it's Lionel Messi. I mean, he's arguably the best player the world's ever seen, or one of the top 3. So, and he's still got it in him. He won a World Cup on his own pretty much last year. So he is going to go to MLS and play well. But, you know, the flip side is he didn't do so well in the Champions League with PSG, because I think up against top players, he's probably not the player he was. So it doesn't reflect well in terms of the standard of MLS. But him being there reflects really well on MLS that he's there. You know, that Messi's stealing the headlines all the time. And I think if you had to make a decision on who made the best call, whether it was Messi or Ronaldo, I think Messi all day long. But I think Ronaldo doesn't seem to be having that much of a great time in Saudi Arabia. Look, they both went for the money. Let's not say that Messi didn't go to Saudi Arabia because he was doing it as a free hit to Miami. He's going to get well paid in Miami, so it was a money decision as well. But I think Messi took a lifestyle decision. I think he wanted to play in a different league. And I think, you know, I don't really have a problem with the whole fanboy thing, as he said. It's a strange phrase, but I don't have a problem with that, because this is Pele, Maradona level. And I think you talk to players who played in those eras, they are the icons of the game. And I think Messi's just a different level. I think, you know, it's not like you're talking about a player that's achieved nothing. He is one of the absolute greats. So for me, Mr. Miserable, as you say, like this, I'm quite happy with this. I don't really mind too much.
I think just briefly, what you got to understand, that people got to understand, is, and Dan Thomas said it to me on the show. He said, "Oh, this is a bit of a surprise. He's doing so well." And I'm thinking, has he been on the moon for 10 years? I mean, the only thing that would stop Messi is Messi's desire and fitness and lifestyle. It's the only thing that would stop him, and then Mother Nature in terms of his age. It's nothing against Major League Soccer. Major League Soccer itself has built itself and prided itself on trying to bring in and enhance attacking players, right? It has always been slow, and if you look at the DPs and all the players that they've brought in from abroad, very rarely is it a defender. I know you mentioned Giorgio Chiellini there, but very rarely has it been top quality defenders. So there's a dearth of that in Major League Soccer. They focus on different areas. That's the way they see it. So when you have Lionel Messi come in, and you remember what a guy in Giovinco did at Toronto to some of these defenders, and that was quite a while ago. But this guy wasn't getting a game in Serie A. He came in and he made it look quite easy. So when you see Lionel Messi come in and you add it to all the points that I've just talked about, then this was always going to happen. And quite frankly, Major League Soccer, I'm sure, are excited by this. And it's the way their model has gone, is that they've focused on other areas, more in the attacking area, and that's left the defensive aspect of the game just slightly behind. And so Messi comes in, and guess what? This is a guy that's done it to some of the best defenders in the world for over a decade, and now he's doing it to guys that are not quite as good. It is hardly a shock.
Alexis as well, I was saying the Premier League's rubbish because Erling Haaland scores a lot of goals. I mean, certain players are at such an elite level that they're going to score goals and do well wherever they play. So I think you just have to accept that Messi is at that level, and he's always going to do well. And I think it's great to see.
There is also, Oggy, a lot of dross in the Premier League down that bottom end when you look at defenders. You've only got to look at that Everton back four. you and I could score against them.
All right, well, Augie, Craig, thank you guys so much for joining us. Thanks to all our viewers for tuning in on this live stream. We're back again on Friday. Like I said, we're on 3 times a week. And remember, ESPN FC, where Craig is on a regular. That's coming up later on tonight.
I'm on today again, double bubble.
Oh, double bubble, so you get a double dose of Craig Burnley. Who wouldn't want that?
Even I wouldn't want that.
Thank you very much for watching ESPN FC on YouTube. For more highlights, analysis, and exclusive content, be sure to subscribe.
Let's move on now and talk about, well, speaking of cheerful thoughts, Arsenal definitely feeling like they're riding on a high after that result against Manchester United. Craig, a lot of the chatter after that match has to do with Declan Rice because of the goal that he scored. How impressed were you by him overall? Augie's laughing because he doesn't believe in all the hype. He said it was a deflection. But for you, Declan Rice overall, is he the player that Arsenal needed?
Oh, I think they needed him. I don't know. All the chatter for me was still surrounding Kai Havertz. I mean, Declan Rice got a goal, and we know he's a good player. We know he'll cover the fullbacks. We know he's a good, tidy passer, very energetic, rarely gives the ball away. The goal was a bonus, obviously, at the end. And, again, Eric Ten Hag, that's a foul, this is a foul, that's a foul. How's about somebody pick Declan Rice up? Did he not bother putting that on the chalkboard before the game? Declan Rice, pick him up at set pieces. So no surprise that, and I think Rice will get better, and I think Arsenal will get better. But the chatter for me is Arsenal have started the season with 10 players, because there is no difference apart from he's wearing a red shirt to a blue shirt and Kai Havertz's performance. And I think as City keep winning, and there's no suggesting that that will stop, and more pressure gets on Arsenal. It wasn't a great performance, let's not forget, against United. It was okay. This was an average United side with a bunch of injuries, right? So it was an okay Arsenal performance. It wasn't slick, it wasn't brilliant. They created a few chances. But this elephant in the room is not going to go away until Arteta does something about it. Now, he might say, well, as long as we're winning games, we're going to carry on. But I don't think you can carry on playing in the manner in which they have played at the start of the season with a guy that is short in confidence. He's not a goal scorer. He's giving the ball away. In some essence, you might say he's hiding a little bit in games. He doesn't want the ball, and he gave the ball away for that United goal. Everybody saw the whiff that he had in the first half. And I honestly believe that this is a huge problem for Arsenal if they're going to stay nip and tuck with Man City. That is difficult enough. Even if you sign the players that they signed, and no Timber's out, even if you make the signings they did in the summer, right? You cannot go the course of a season carrying a player in a key area of the team. City don't do it. When somebody's not performing at Man City, they'll sit on the bench. Don't matter if it's Grealish or Foden or even De Bruyne last year. So I think, yeah, I know what you mean. Declan Rice got a goal, but this Havertz around Mikel Arteta is not going to go away.
I was going to ask you about your thoughts on if Arsenal are playing with a self-belief that they've needed to challenge City. I was going to ask you on Declan Rice, but why don't we talk about Kai Havertz? Because as Craig was saying, he's looking more like a bit of a liability as opposed to an asset now for Arsenal in their title challenge, if there is one.
Yeah, he's definitely a luxury buy, and I think he reminded me of Mesut Ozil at times at the weekend, and that isn't a compliment. You know, that kind of that lazy, languid kind of, not quite sure what he gives you. But you know, Havertz is a good player, but he doesn't fit in that team, and I don't see what he brings to the Arsenal side. And you know, you talk about Arsenal's confidence. You know, but for that last-minute surge, you know, 2 goals in injury time, we would have been talking a different story here, because Arsenal could have lost that game when, you know, Garnaccio's goal was very tight, it was offside. But, you know, until 70 minutes, 80 minutes, we're watching that game thinking, neither of these side looks very good. You know, they haven't really kicked on since last season, but it's amazing what a win does. You know, a win changes the whole narrative, and, you know, Arsenal are great and Man United are in crisis because that's how the results have gone. But I think when you look at the performance of both sides, I don't think Man City are looking at that thinking, we're going to have a real challenge from these two this season. I think they're probably thinking, well, Arsenal have gone backwards and United are as bad as they've ever been. So Kai Havertz doesn't help Arsenal in the sense that he doesn't actually bring much to the table. I don't quite know why Arteta brought him in, because I just don't know what his best position is. And Chelsea never really found that out either. So, yeah, it's a strange one, Havertz. But because they paid so much money for him and because Arteta's, you know, a real advocate, it's going to be difficult to drop him. But he might have to and find a way to accommodate somebody else, because if he stays there, like Craig says, they're playing with 10 men.
I mean, the thing is Arsenal are a poorer team with Havertz in it. There's not a lot of doubt about that. And I hear some people say, "Oh, he needs time. I get that. You know, it's like, you know, it's great to give people time, but you know, Man City are not going to go, I tell you what, we'll take the foot off the gas a little bit, and you can have time to bed him in." I think had Arsenal crawled into the top 4 last year, this would have been a different scenario. He would have had time to bed Havertz in. A few rough results might have come along, and everybody been okay with it. But because they had such a good season up until the last sort of 10-15% of the season, when City came like a steam train, because they were in pole position for so long, and they have spent the money that they've spent this summer on key players, particularly Timber and Rice, and obviously the transfer fee for Havertz was a huge surprise. That was a left field signing. But because they were so good for so long last year, there is a pressure, a complete sea change on what's expected of Mikel Arteta and Arsenal this year, and that is to be the main challengers to Manchester City. And I honestly don't see any reason, apart from the one we're talking about, why they can't be. You know, and I think Arsenal are getting away with it a little bit at the moment, and that's sort of absorbing the Havertz lack of form as we speak now. But trust me, that's not going to last. It's not going to last, and he's going to have to figure it out. I feel sorry for the player. The player, you know, he's made another transfer. He wants to do well, but he's not the kid that's come in from Bayer Leverkusen, the kid who was one of the real deals in the Bundesliga, who could play across the front line for Leverkusen, who could score goals, and he was the main man there. This, unfortunately for him, is not the same player. What Arsenal have at the moment is the player who Chelsea had, a guy who doesn't really do a lot, doesn't really contribute in games, and is just lacking confidence. And you can't have that player if you want to A, do well in the Champions League, and B, beat Man City.
Thank you very much for watching ESPN FC on YouTube. For more highlights, analysis and exclusive content, be sure to subscribe.
And he's not performing, as Augie said, on the field, so he's not much use to anybody at the moment. And I think if I'm Jadon Sancho, I just got to look myself in the mirror and say, play better, work harder, and don't get in some sort of ongoing tiff with your manager, because there's only going to be one winner. Look, United are not missing Jadon Sancho on the pitch, really, for all the reasons that Augie said. Now, maybe there is a player in there that's going to come out at some point and perform, but it looks, there's certainly been nothing in the last year and a half to suggest that's going to be the case, and it's just another problem for the manager. But as Mark said, when you're not deleting your tweet either, or whatever way he posted it, then that's kind of rubbing salt in the wound. So there only ever is one winner here, and it will be Erik ten Hag. So Jadon Sancho just has to sort himself out. and we'll see how this pans out.
Craig, one thing that I've been told, speaking to people at United over the last couple of days, is that a lot of the players aren't happy with Sancho, that they've basically lost a little bit of patience with him. Now, a lot of fans haven't been able to grasp that. I think they think that that's just suggesting that he's unpopular because of who he is. But I think the idea is that in training, he's not doing what is expected of him. And as a former player, do you get that? Do you have players or teammates that you can see out putting it in training and are basically letting everyone down and frustrating the players because they're not pulling their weight, I guess?
Oh, absolutely, Mark. And I you know, several players, and particularly my time at Celtic, when things changed at boardroom level and different players came in, and you know, I'll give you an example. Ayo Berkovic actually was actually a player who actually trained and performed pretty well, but he was an absolute pain in the butt in the dressing room, got on with nobody, and it really sort of split the dressing room a little bit. The other guy would be, and I'm not suggesting he'll let anybody down, but I think when I look at somebody who kind of sense wasn't committed when he came to Celtic, it was Mark Viduka. Now, Mark Viduka came in, super talented player, but went missing for a month or two off the back of just signing, and Fergus McCann, the owner at the time, dispatched himself to Zagreb to try and find him. And you know, once I left the club, not long after that, apparently there was a bit of a scrap in the dressing room over lack of effort in a game which, you know, you'll remember when Celtic lost to Inverness Caledonian Thistle in the Cup, and at the time it was a huge giant killing. And you know, I'd only been left the club a couple of months, and apparently in that dressing room at half time, things got very feisty. So when you have players like this that on the face of it don't seem committed, it rubs other players up the wrong way. If I'm in that dressing room, right, and I'm not trying to say any of us were the perfect professional, not at all, but when you're in a dressing room and you're trying to achieve something, and there is somebody quite clearly not on the same page, in my experience, senior players, Augie, will pull that player to the side and say, you sort yourself out. You need to do this better. You need to do that better. You need to figure this out. Now, if that player doesn't take that on board and basically sticks two fingers up at the senior players, there's not a lot you can do about it. There's not a lot you can do about it. It's then over to the manager. But my experience of any player, whether they be a young player or a senior player, who for whatever reason decided to mail it in, was you have to, as a group, speak to that player. And I would imagine there's probably one or two at least at United have taken Sancho and others aside and say, listen, you need to be better.
Well, like I said, plenty of problems, it seems, for Manchester United, not just that result and performance against Arsenal. We mentioned how they do have quite a number of big-name defensive injuries. Then there's also the potential that they could lose Onana for about a month, pending his confirmation that he's not just coming out of international retirement for the one game if he does.
But is there any good news coming out of United at the moment?
There's no good news. That's what I was saying. It's like absolutely doom and gloom. Augie, you're up there in Manchester. From the whispers that you may be hearing, how do they right this ship so it doesn't look like the circus that we have seen at Old Trafford for many seasons already?
Can I just add that as well, the share price had a record drop on the New York Stock Exchange on Tuesday as well. So £500 million wiped off the value of the club. So that might be good news for the fans. It might make the Glazers want to sell. But anyway, I digress. Is there any good news?
How do they write it?
No, I thought Rasmus Højlund would look decent. I think Rasmus Højlund might actually be a way that they can write it, because I thought he brought some work rate to the forward line at Arsenal when he came on for 20 minutes. And that sounds like a kind of a basic, but Man United's forward line hasn't worked very hard for the last 2 or 3 years. And I think with Højlund in the team, they'll work harder, they'll put more pressure on opposition defences, they'll make it easier for United to play. So maybe he is the glimpse of light, but obviously he's a young kid and he can't say at 20 years old he's going to be the salvation. But I'm looking for thin pickings there. I know I actually think I'm quite downbeat at times, but I'm trying to be positive, you know what I mean? So I think Rasmus Højlund is the ray of light down the tunnel somewhere. But yeah, listen, things can get better, but they might not get better quickly. They might. Look, Lisandro Martinez went off injured at the weekend as well. I do worry about the back four, that they've got a goalkeeper behind him who's very good with his feet, but people that like Lindelof and Wan-Bissaka aren't very good with the feet, so it'll take time to find the way. But you know, United have got Brighton at home next, so there you go. That's a cheerful thought, isn't it?
Thank you very much for watching ESPN FC on YouTube. For more highlights, analysis and exclusive content, be sure to subscribe.
In today's episode,
Do the Gunners have liftoff? Sancho and Ten Hag are at it. And is Evan Ferguson the new Shearer? I'm Ian Ladyman.
I'm Chris Sutton.
And it's all kicking off.
So, Chris, Arsenal and Declan Rice have liftoff.
In terms of their performance, I think they have liftoff. I think we're getting a little bit carried away with Declan Rice. Yes, he scored, but it was a deflected effort, wasn't it?
Do they not count?
Well, they count, of course, but I mean, it's being made out it was a worldie from Declan Rice, and it was anything but, wasn't it?
Well, nobody said it was a worldie. They just said it was an important goal.
It was an important goal, but it was a deflection. I mean, we can say that as well. I mean, a big goal for Arsenal, but let's not get carried away with it.
This is like talking to myself in a mirror.
But it's true, isn't it? I mean, Arsenal beat a poor Manchester United team, a bang average Manchester United team, and we're all getting overexcited.
This is a way they were certainly getting overexcited at the Emirates yesterday. I was in the press box yesterday when when the third goal went in, because that's the kind of icing on the cake goal. When Gabriel Jesus scored the third goal, I have not heard a noise like that at the Emirates, well, probably since Coldplay were playing there or something. I mean, it was absolutely extraordinary. I thought they were going to bring the house down.
Yeah, and I suppose performance-wise this season, up until the Manchester United game, Arsenal have been below par, but because it's Manchester United, I bet the Arsenal fans are thinking, right, we're up and running and we're going to push Manchester City, but I'm not so sure.
Apart from those ones who went home early, which were picked out by the big talk match of the day cameras. Yeah, there was a group of about. Well, they're always some.
Why do people do that?
I've got no idea. I mean, it's like
especially price of tickets at the Emirates.
Correct. Now, Declan Rice, serious subject. Graham Souness, one of our Mail Sport columnists, has said several times that he thinks Declan Rice has got to score more goals to be considered a really, really top-class midfielder.
Depends which role he's being asked to play. At West Ham, I think he played a deeper role, but he really emerged into a good ball carrier, didn't he? I think at Arsenal he's playing a little bit higher up at times. So I take Graham Souness's point that he probably does need to add goals to his game, and maybe not deflected ones.
I love Graham Souness, but I think that's a bit of a nonsense. And I'm not sure I'd say that to Graham if he was sitting across from me. But I don't agree with it. Right, I'm going to ask you a question. I think probably my favourite kind of holding midfield player that I've ever seen play is probably Sergio Busquets at Barcelona. I think we all agree, absolutely world-class player. He played 481 times for Barcelona in La Liga over 15 years. How many goals do you think he scored?
10.
11. Good effort.
You look at but the point is about the role which Busquets is playing, and if Declan Rice is playing a role as a number 8 a bit higher up, then I think that Graham Souness has a fair point. Then we would expect him to score more goals. If he's playing as the holding midfielder, then you're right. You're both right.
That was absolutely ruined. That's my best start of the day. You've interrupted it, I hadn't even finished it, and then you just kind of put a torpedo right through the middle of it.
There's a reason for it.
There is. The reason that you played the game and I didn't. But Busquets, 143 caps for Spain. How many goals?
By the maths, 5.
2.
Oh!
Yeah, I thought for a minute you're kind of peeking at my laptop screen here. But the point is made, I think there's a role for Rice to play in that Arsenal team. Obviously, he played quite deep yesterday, I thought. I'm not sure that scoring goals has to be part of that. When you look at the talent in that team, Martinelli, by the way, what a footballer he is. A lot of people had Rice down as man of the match yesterday. I actually thought it was Martinelli. There's goals in that team that don't have to come from Declan Rice, surely.
No, but certainly, Declan Rice. In terms of how he's going to be viewed further down the line, it's about Arsenal winning trophies or Declan Rice. He's never going to turn into a Frank Lampard who was super prolific. goal scorer, but to be viewed as a real all-rounder, I think that Graham Souness has a point.
What a surprise! You sided with the kind of multi European Cup winning, First Division winning colossus of Scottish football, and not me.
Yeah, exactly.
It's weird, isn't it? Really weird. Anyway, let's move on, because I thought it was a terrific game, an absorbing game, as I like to say, when I can't think of a better way to describe it. Arsenal shaded it. Do you think? I think it. Well, look, United almost won it. Let's not forget that. We'll talk about United in a minute. They almost won it. If that Garnacho goal, which is correctly disallowed, but an offside of about 2 inches.
Offside.
If that stands, they probably win the game. So I think that shows how tight it was.
Every inch counts.
I think I'm going to straighten up in my chair as you say that. That is how close it was. Now, Arsenal, they looked. I thought they looked good yesterday without being fabulous. One of the problems they will have this season is the fact that everybody or nobody is as good as Manchester City. That would appear to be obvious yet again. The second problem they have closer to home is Kai Havertz. What do you make of the way that he's started for Arsenal and the pressure that he's beginning to come under?
I think a lot of Arsenal fans have already made their mind up on Kai Havertz, and I don't think it's helping him. He looks like a player who is playing with doubt and indecision and fear, and I've been through that myself, and had all the trademarks of myself at Chelsea. That effort in the first half where he fluffed his lines, really snatched at it. There's a player there who's not playing with a clear mind, but I do think that the Arsenal fans, what's the sort of consequence of them booing him and getting on his back? And I don't know whether he reads social media or the newspapers, but he's barely started at Arsenal. There's this negativity towards him, and you have to look at the bigger picture. Is that going to help Kai Havertz if there is this, this sort of attitude from a certain section of the Arsenal fans to think that he's, not any good?
In the 13th minute yesterday, somebody stood up behind the dugouts at the Emirates and shouted, "Get him off." 13 minutes. That plays to your point. Now, I must say, that chance that he missed, I sometimes have a little dream. It's a very strange dream about. I think
you have a lot of strange dreams. Is there something you want to tell?
I think it says a lot about my general kind of mental state. I have this dream that I'm in a running race, and I'm expected to do quite well, but when it starts, my legs won't really work properly. My legs feel really heavy, and I'm like, it's like I'm running in sand. You're going to say it's not a dream. It's like I'm running in sand, or kind of slow motion. That's what Kai Havertz looked like when he missed that chance. It was almost like time stood still. It was an open goal, and he barely made contact with the ball at all. That just had fear written all through it to me.
That has a player playing with a frazzled mind, and bearing in mind he's just started at Arsenal. It's really not a good sign. I suppose the question is how does he get out of this spiral? Because he was disappointing last season at Chelsea. The Chelsea-Arsenal thing doesn't help as far as I can see, but he just needs to work hard, get a goal or two under his belt, and feel wanted by his home support. And there's no doubt there's an issue. I saw Arteta come out in support of him, and he's quite right to do that. The players will be supporting him, but you can't get away from the elephant in the room. A lot of Arsenal fans just aren't having it.
I thought he was hiding a little bit towards the end of the first half because he'd missed that chance, and then he gave the ball away for United's goal. He looked a little bit like he was hiding. Tell me how that feels. What
are you suggesting?
I hid. Okay,
that's fine. I can answer that because it's true. I suppose it's like in any sport, you lose at the highest level. You lose a bit of confidence when there's a bit of doubt, hesitation sets in, and you're talking about that finish. It's a hesitant finish. A player with a clear mind who's confident just strokes that in, doesn't think about it. So maybe he's overthinking. Maybe there's that desire that he's straining and wants to do so well. But he's not a player who is who's playing with the confidence which I saw at Bayer Leverkusen. I mean, this is a guy who scored a winner in a Champions League.
Absolutely.
And he looks shot to pieces at this moment in time.
It's only fair to say before we move on that last week on this show we absolutely hammered Marcus Rashford for what we thought was a dive against in their game against Forest, and to equal it up, I think Havertz, let's say, made the most of that contact for the penalty.
Why do we have to even it up? Why can't we just say a dive's a dive? Are you going to backtrack in the week on Kai Havertz as well? See a different angle from in front of him?
Yeah, I did backtrack on Rashford, didn't I? I was hoping he'd forgotten that. I don't think everybody's just forgotten that. Right, move on. Manchester United, it gets worse for them. That's 2 defeats out of 4 in the league now.
I think this season, Erik ten Hag's team have been really poor. I don't think it was any great surprise yesterday that Manchester United lost. What would concern me is Erik ten Hag and his comments after the game. I thought he was quite deluded, saying that Manchester United deserved to win the game. It was a good performance. It wasn't. It was, Arsenal, who were the team in the ascendancy, I always felt, who looked the more likely team. Manchester United did look a bit of a threat on the counter-attack. But I think it's been a really disappointing start to the season. And now the scrutiny is on Ten Hag's recruitment, bit of player unrest now, and it's all, as is typical with Manchester United, unravelling.
Well, you describe it as a bit of player unrest, which I think is a rare understatement from yourself, because I think Erik ten Hag has got more than a bit of player unrest on his hands with Jadon Sancho. Sancho not in the travelling party for the game at the Emirates yesterday. Ten Hag was asked about that after the game and replied, to my mind, very, very honestly and openly by saying he wasn't selected because he hadn't trained well in the week. I think that is something and nothing comment. It's an honest answer to a straight question.
What was the point of him saying that?
Jadon Sancho clearly didn't think there was or clearly thinks there's an agenda to his manager saying that.
What was the point?
Just let me remind you what Sancho subsequently wrote on social media. This is an abridged version of what he said. Don't believe everything you read. I've conducted myself very well in training. There are other reasons for this matter. I have been a scapegoat for a long time, which isn't fair.
Right, so, I mean, my view on this is I don't understand why Erik ten Hag would out him publicly and chuck him under the bus.
Because he's been asked a question, he's given a straight answer.
Well, don't give a straight answer, because, the consequence of that is there's a good chance you're going to lose a talented player. But by the way, I don't agree with Sancho and the way he's responded. Whatever happened to going knocking on the manager's door? If the manager has outed you publicly, I think it's a really stupid thing for Ten Hag to do. I mean, it looks like Sancho's days are numbered at Manchester United now.
So, the options available to Ten Hag in that situation are, from what I can see, twofold. The first is to tell the truth, the second is to lie.
He's not lying.
Hang on. So he's asked that question and he doesn't want to say that he's had a bad week in training. So he can say, I'm not answering the question, which just obviously then sets up hairs running in all kinds of directions. He can say he's injured, which would be a fib.
Well, gets him out of a hole.
And one of the issues with Sancho is that a year ago, and at the start of Ten Hag's first season at United, Sancho disappeared from the squad. Obviously, people wanted to know why. Again, Ten Hag, with the agreement of Sancho's representatives, told the truth, said he'd had some physical problems and some mental problems, which everybody thought was a very mature way to deal with it. Was a difficult situation. Sancho was then allowed to recover from those issues privately to come back into the team. If Ten Hag is evasive or obtuse about this issue yesterday, people will then start to ask themselves, has Jadon Sancho maybe got another mental issue? That wouldn't be fair on Jadon Sancho. Ten Hag had to tell the truth.
He could have just said he's got a niggle.
That's a lie, Chris. If you start lying on camera...
But is that better than making an enemy of a player who look, Manchester United this season haven't hit the straps. And a fit, firing Jadon Sancho would be a real asset for them. It looks like he's finished at Manchester. If you're Jadon Sancho, how do you feel about that being outed publicly?
Okay.
You have to have the managers back.
So,
Kenny Dalglish, used to say things in the sanctuary of the dressing room and used to fillet players. He filleted me, wouldn't surprise you. Then he'd go out to you boys in the press and say something totally different back to the players. And when managers do that, they always have the dressing room with them. As soon as you start calling out a player publicly, I think it becomes a problem.
I absolutely hear and respect all that, and we should go back to the Dalglish filleting of Chris Sutton, or maybe on another occasion, because I want to know exactly what he said. I want to know what he said and what it was about. But this is a serious subject, so let's stick with it. I hear what you're saying. But we don't know what Sancho's training's been like. There could be players, hypothetical, who might be fed up with the way that Sancho's been training. They might be thinking, I'm glad the manager's called him out on it. Well, let's ask you a simple question. If that was you in your playing days, you're sitting home on the sofa, you haven't travelled for a big game, it's on the telly, and you sit there and you hear the manager say that, what goes through your mind?
What goes through my mind, I go and knock on the manager's door the next day and ask him why he made the comments.
If you had access to social media and instant expression back in those days, what do you think? How do you think you would have handled that? Would you have done what Jadon Sancho's just done?
You're good at hypotheticals. I do not understand footballers who resort to going on social media to, answer a criticism he's trying to make. Look, I mean, clearly there's a massive issue with Ten Hag and Jadon Sancho, but that's wrong for Jadon Sancho to go on social media. You telling me if Jadon Sancho was playing to his best level, that Erik Ten Hag would leave him out. There is clearly an issue. Sancho's a talented player. It looks like Ten Hag doesn't want him. Sancho should be an asset for Manchester United. So it looks like his days are numbered.
Although he hasn't really managed to show himself as an asset to any of the Manchester United players he's played for, managers he's played for so far. To be fair, now I put this out on Twitter last night just to ask people out there what they made of this little tete-a-tete, and I was quite surprised. There was quite a bit of negativity came back towards Ten Hag, actually. I thought they'd all be in his corner. There's a couple here. Jonathan McCready, for example, on Twitter said, Ten Hag started it. Players can only take so much disrespect. Lulu Bells M on Twitter says, when he's smiling at that brilliant Twitter handle, not sure, but I don't think either of them should have said what they said. Is there any coming back from a public spat like that? You clearly think there is not, Chris.
No. And an interesting comparison is Demarai Gray at Everton, who came out with a social media post about Sean Dyche. Obviously, Sean Dyche hasn't publicly criticised Demarai Gray, so I don't understand why Demarai Gray would actually do that. He's probably disappointed he's not in the team. Everton have been hopeless this season. They've got problems in the final. So Demarai Gray is a talented player. We know that. Are you telling me Sean Dyche has an agenda against Demarai Gray and wouldn't pick him if he was absolutely flying?
I think in these situations you need people around you, don't you, to maybe provide a bit of context and balance. And you just wonder sometimes whether all players do have the people to put a hand on the shoulder and just say, calm down, this isn't going to help. Put your phone down, as I often say, and often
especially
fail.
when you've had a drink.
And
don't tweet when you've had a drink.
And absolutely, why are you looking at me when you say that? Anyway, we'll move on in a minute. I would say I'd slightly disagree with you about United. I think, look, they're not a great football side. I think they will put teams away still, and I think
which teams?
They'll beat teams at home.
So what's their record like against the big boys?
Well, you've been reading my piece in this morning's verdict, haven't you? Their record away against big, what you might call top six teams, is very, very poor. Off the top of my head, at home last season, they beat Liverpool at home, they beat Arsenal at home, they beat Manchester City at home, they beat Chelsea at home. They will beat teams at home. My doubt about them is about whether they've improved sufficiently from last season. At the moment, it looks like they haven't.
But you're sort of pussyfooting around the situation. Manchester United performed well last season, eventually, under Ten Hag. This season, it was about getting closer to Manchester City and making progress. You've actually written that, you know, there's a question whether they have made progress, and you've changed your mind on the goalkeeper, haven't you?
I have seen.
Well, that's taken you a month.
I tell you what,
to hit the reverse.
I tell you what, I'm glad you mentioned Andre Onana, because I have to say,
I mean, you wrote him off after one game. 3 games later,
I did actually. Right, I absolutely did. Absolutely wrote him off. I think I wrote him off as soon as they signed him. To be honest, just because I didn't know that much about him. What I did notice yesterday, and this sounds like I'm being facetious, but I'm not. I actually think he's better with the ball at his feet than some of United's outfield players.
I'd agree with that.
I certainly think he's better with the ball at his feet than Victor Lindelof. And that is what. There was one time yesterday when Onana passed it about 5 yards to Lindelof. Lindelof looks at him as if saying, "What are you passing it to me? What are you passing it to me for?" Passed it straight back. But that is one of the problems with having a ball-playing goalkeeper, which is what Ten Hag wants. If you have a ball-playing goalkeeper, you've also got to have ball-playing centre-halves. You've got to have ball-playing full-backs. Aaron Wan-Bissaka is not a ball-playing full-back. He's a brilliant defensive full-back, not a ball-playing full-back. Let's move on. One team that are ahead of Arsenal and indeed Manchester United in the league are West Ham. 3 wins from 4. They won. They kind of ruined Luton's first game at home in the Premier League on Friday night by winning there. Now, the 2 things I want to say very quickly about West Ham. Kurt Zouma, who we know was in the headlines for all the wrong reasons last season for that social media video of him kicking his cat. Still can't believe that I'm actually saying that sentence. He's not only kind of back and playing a fundamental role in that West Ham team for David Moyes, but he's the captain.
Look, I mean, I think he's admitted to making a huge mistake, ridiculous thing for Kurt Zouma to do. There's a reason David Moyes has given him the captaincy, isn't there? And he must have shown David Moyes that he's got great leadership qualities, and for David Moyes to trust him, fair play to Kurt Zouma for getting himself in that situation where he's shown he is a good leader for West Ham, and he is a captain.
And I'd be interested to know what heights Zouma can get back to, because I remember when he came through. In fact, I was there at Stamford Bridge the day when he did that, when he suffered that awful knee injury, which I think was in a game against Manchester United, and that was a dreadful knee injury. And he's had to. You talk about going around the houses. He's had to go around the houses to get back to the level. I think Stoke City, I think Everton, I think as well, if I'm not wrong. And it's quite heartening to see someone who's made a heck of a mistake in the public eye and is back. And the other player in that team who I'm kind of fascinated by is Jarrod Bowen. Super footballer, super bloke. I've interviewed him once on Zoom back in the COVID days, but he's a really interesting backstory to tell. Honest player, talented player. Has he any chance of ever getting that England squad?
Well, he has, but he's probably got to do something extraordinary with the players he's competing with in that position. But he started the season really strongly. I didn't think he had his best season last season for West Ham. He got better the longer the season. Exactly, and he started this season well, which is great news for David Moyes. And he's just got to keep pushing, and if his numbers are good, then eventually he may forge his way in.
There's
tough competition.
A bit of a fuss about Raheem Sterling not being in Gareth Southgate's England squad for the.
Did you get that?
No, I don't. But what I was going to say was that you could argue that Bowen deserves to be in it just as much as Sterling.
Now, be just as much. If you had to pick one, who would it be?
I'd pick Bowen because I think there's certain players. Raheem Sterling knows deep down. In fact, there's clearly been a bit of an issue there with Gareth over maybe what happened at the World Cup or other issues. He knows deep down he'll eventually get back in that England squad if he plays at the level that he started this season. Jarrod Bowen probably doesn't know that, and I think there's a lot to be said in a quite a big squad to put someone in almost just to keep them engaged in the process, rather than Jarrod Bowen could be forgiven for thinking my experience with England was pretty miserable, and I'll go on to that in a minute, and I'm not getting any encouragement to suggest that whatever I do I'm going to get back in.
But I mean, from a player's perspective, I had it myself. I mean, there was a lot of competition back in my day, striking positions. Blimey, I mean, you think Shearer, Sheringham, Les Ferdinand, Ian Wright, Robbie Fowler, Michael Owen, like to Stan Collymore, David Hurst was a a good striker. Dion Dublin, probably left some out. And Jared Bowen at this moment in time is looking the place. He's in competition with Saka, you could say Grealish, you got Foden who can play off that side, Sterling, and thinking I've got to do a hell of a lot. But I mean, what's the alternative? Giving up?
Well. do we want to go? Do we want to go down that road?
We're not giving up in that. There are different types of giving up.
Giving somebody plenty of opportunity to give up on you, I think, was probably the best way to describe it. Anyway,
shooting oneself in the foot.
All of those who were there will never forget your 11 minutes against Cameroon.
12.
BBC says 11.
Inaccurate journalism.
I checked.
The BBC. I work for the BBC.
Now. David Moyes has done brilliantly so far this season. Only 4 games in, I think.
14%
I think
possession.
Gravity will eventually take its toll on West Ham.
But why can't you let them have David Moyes have his moment? I mean, if you went back to when Declan Rice was sold, right, and the pre-season, and we should not forget this, the pre-season that West Ham have had. West Ham fans were going balmy about the lack of recruitment. And now, what a difference a few weeks make.
So you're saying to me, why can't I give West Ham their little moment? I've just given them 4.5 minutes on this show. That is it. That is their moment. That is their moment. What more?
West Ham supporters, you won't hear us mention your team again. Ian Ladyman's got you to slip down the table. They've had their moment.
No, not slip. No, not slip. Plummet. And look, I mean, it's not like West Ham supporters are emotional. Not the ones that we know, anyway.
It's a great story. Give David Moyes a statue.
Come on. We know. We're big up West Ham. It's great to see a different team up there, but I do think that may change now. Moyes has done brilliantly so far.
Not the West Ham way, though, is it? With the football, it's not the West Ham way. Although we know people, and you go back through the West Ham history playing a certain way. It's not the West Ham way.
Well, talking about managers who play a certain way, we think our favourite coach this season so far probably is Big Ange. Ange Postecoglou.
You're not that familiar where you can call him Big Ange, in my opinion. Would you call him Big Ange if you went and sat in a press conference?
I can call him the Antipodean Allardyce.
I would love that if you did that. I would fear for your life if you did that. You can't. So you're comparing Ange Ball to Sam Allardyce. Dear me, you couldn't get any further apart. That is lazy journalism.
We have had the conversation before about your sheer disrespect for what Allardyce achieved at Bolton.
You are not seriously comparing Allardyce to Ange Postecoglou.
I meant a little bit in their demeanour, the way that Postecoglou sits at those press conferences, kind of leaning forward on his elbows, almost kind of willing, just engaging, but you know that there's something coming back your way if you get something wrong as a journalist, and I like that about him. I love that.
There was the clip in the week, wasn't there, with news from TalkSport, where Postecoglou's quite right to take him on over that. Go on.
It's almost as if you know what's coming up on the show. Postecoglou is still wallowing a little bit in some Robbie Williams love after Robbie kind of reworded his Angels hit in tribute to him last week. We played that, and this is what Postecoglou had to say about it.
One of the most sort of backhanded, sort of underwhelming compliments I've ever had. You've had some unbelievably fantastic managers, big names, successful, and then there's you, Ange. So and then if I ever heard of Robbie Williams, where have I been living, mate? I mean, seriously, look. I love Robbie Williams. I think he's brilliant. He's a great entertainer. He made a song brilliant. I think it came off the back of one of our supporters. Look, it's great. The alternative is they make up songs about you that are less than complimentary. So I'll take it for what it is. But thanks for that, mate. I'll just float out of here, feeling good. good about myself.
What is he doing?
You
Moose?
can hear the contempt in Postecoglou's voice there, can't you? Dripping with contempt.
But he's, he's quite right. What sort of question was that? I like Moose, but what sort of question was that? And I said to you before about Postecoglou's.
Well, it got a great answer.
There's this stereotype because he's from Australia that they all live in the outback. Australians. It's absolutely ridiculous. Has he heard of Robbie Williams? I mean,
do you know what makes a good question? The answer, and he got a good answer. So to me, good question. He might not have got the answer you expected, but he got a good answer. Now you're a fan of Big Ange. We know that. Have you ever seen him on the back foot? Because he doesn't seem that type of fella.
You know a lot of the Scottish journos. I think they had a deep respect for him, and I always liked the way he dealt with the journalists north of the border. Very much on the front foot. You slip up, and he will come for you. The only time I saw him really flustered and unsure was. When it made the decision that he was moving for Tottenham, but he was still at Celtic. In that last week, the week before he won eventually winning the treble, won the Scottish Cup. In that week before, he was questioned a lot. There were all the links with Tottenham, and he was questioned a lot about it and said, "Well, my focus is only on the game and winning the treble with Celtic. That's all my focus is on." And you'll know that's a sort of an easy out for a manager. As soon as Celtic had won the cup. The subsequent day or two after the final, he looked really uncomfortable because he knew, you could see it in his eyes. He couldn't hide it. He knew that he was going to Tottenham there, and he couldn't let it out because the deal hadn't been done. That was the only time I've seen him uncertain in a press conference.
That is actually one of the hardest situations for managers to be in, and most top managers have been in that situation at some point when they know they're moving, they know they're going, but they've still got a couple of games left to fulfil, and they can't stand there and tell the truth because that kills the dressing room, etc. I actually had a manager call me up last season to say to me, "I've got a problem. I am interested in this other job, but I can't, and I probably am going to go there, but I can't say it. I'm going to be asked about it tomorrow. What's your advice? What should I do?" I just probably just call in sick, telling you get a note from your mum. But no, I did say to him, I said, "Look, you have got three options here. You either don't go, which isn't, you don't go to your press conference. You lie, which I wouldn't recommend because eventually you'll get caught out, or you walk in and say that you're just not going to talk about it." Now, a bit rich coming from a journalist to encourage a manager not to talk about a subject, but this person was I know quite well, and that was the only advice I could give him, was to go in there and blank it. Because
who was it?
No, I can't remember. He didn't go anyway. after all
well,
that,
you can say what
go,
was then.
Didn't go. Now, we are a new podcast. Really hope that you are enjoying listening to the show, and I would ask one favour. If you're on Spotify, please rate us. It's really, really important, good, bad, or indifferent. And if you're listening to us through Apple Podcast, then please leave a review. And if it's like the one that Banks M20 left us, that would be perfectly okay. He said, "I wasn't particularly a great fan of Ladyman's articles, but after listening to these podcasts, I've changed my mind. He comes across as being very knowledgeable and balanced." And another listener, LUFC, said, "Chris Sutton is spot on as usual. As for Ladyman, well, I'm warming to him." I think I'll take that. Like Big Ange, backhanded confidence would do for us, won't it?
Yeah, and interesting, you asked for a favour and then you said good, bad or indifferent review. It's not a favour, is it, if you get a bad review? Do us a favour, give us a bad review.
Now, Forest won at Chelsea 1-0 on Saturday, Anthony Elanga scoring that goal. Brilliant performance. Forest have now bought 40 players since they got promoted. I mean, I'd love to know where they all are, what they do with them all. It's extraordinary. 40 players. There was footage on social media last night of Divock Origi at the City ground. They just keep coming. But the one thing that I think is really impressive about that team, and I am really interested in, is the fact that the two local players that they had who were in the team when they got promoted, the captain Joe Worrell, central defender, and central midfielder Ryan Yates, are both still in that team, which I think is an incredible achievement by the two of them. I've met Yates. He's an absolutely lovely lad, exactly the type of footballer you would want in your team. You know, just kind of loves that football club. Born in Lincoln, I think, but a product of their youth system. Now, Joe Worrell,
what does that matter where he's born?
Just thought it might pique your interest, given that you once had a very short and unsuccessful spell as manager there. We talk about that. I think we'll do a half-an-hour special on that.
Are we going to do like birthplaces for everybody you name on this?
We could do a half-an-hour show once of like our career disappointments. We can talk about yours, and we can talk. I mean, this is one of mine.
I hadn't heard of you up until the World Cup, and then I saw you pop up on the Zoo.
Always possible to be effective without being always noticeable or flamboyant.
That's what you tell yourself.
I am. I have been a bit of a water carrier throughout my career.
No, come on, I was joking.
It's only now that I've been able to taste the champagne. Now, so let's talk about Forest. Let's talk about. It's actually coffee in that cup.
Is that been able to taste the champagne?
Joe Worrell. So for those of you who don't know, Joe lost his uncle last week. The police officer, Sergeant Graham Saville, lost his life in tragic circumstances. You can only imagine what that did to Sergeant Saville's immediate family. He had 2 children, but also to Worrell, who played for Star, who didn't take the option that I'm sure he must have been tempted to not to play, put his hand up, played against Chelsea, man of the match performance, superb effort by him. But what I really want to get to is whether having that core in that team of the 2 local lads matters at all. I think to Forest supporters it matters. Does it matter in the dressing room? Did it matter to you? Did you care more when you played for Norwich than you did when you played for Blackburn? How does that kind of work?
What do you mean care more?
I'm interested.
I mean, that doesn't relate to the way you feel about going out onto the pitch.
Okay, so it doesn't. Just that some people will have it as, we want local players in our team. It's important. It matters. I think it's important to Jurgen Klopp that he's got Trent in his team as a Scouser.
It's more important. It's more important that Jurgen Klopp has high quality players more than anything. I get you. I do get your point, and the supporters love that, or are supposed to love that affiliation with homegrown players. I don't always think it works that way. I think homegrown players often get the harder time, which may sound odd. I was up at Celtic with Aidan McGeady, who was a really talented player, and the fans never took to him. And he came, Martin O'Neill brought him into training as a young lad, and he had that, it's some brilliant, wonderful feet he had. And for whatever reason, the fans used to give him a really hard time, and I never understood that. And I think, Todd Cantwell at Norwich, for example, is up at Rangers now, had a very similar thing. I don't always think homegrown players. I don't think it always works that homegrown players get the sort of adulation. I think that's always clubs always talk about the models, club model, and this is perfect. We can nurture players, bring them up through the youth ranks. But there's always that element amongst the support where they seem to, might be wrong with this, but they seem to not appreciate players brought in on a transfer, but maybe not give the love to homegrown players, which most of us would feel that they should.
I think maybe they carry a greater load, and I think some players like Worrell and Yates probably rise to that challenge of carrying a greater load, and maybe others don't. I remember Ryan Giggs saying to me once that of all the players who used to get criticised in-house, I'm not talking about by supporters, but in-house by Alex Ferguson, himself and David Beckham used to get more than anybody else. Now, obviously, David wasn't local, but they both came through the system. And Ryan's explanation for that was that if you came through, Fergie always demanded more from you, and was also always happy to make an example of you in front of other players, because other players would sit there and think, well, if the manager can have a go at those two, then that means that kind of none of us are safe. So maybe there is a little bit of that. Anyway, you went to Ibrox yesterday. How was that?
Yeah, interesting. Good to go back after a couple of years in the wilderness.
So you took a couple of years out from going to that game, didn't you? Why was that?
That wasn't through choice. I was deemed a security risk. Believe it or not. Look at the smile on your face there. I mean, can you believe that?
I mean, you're such a big, gentle bear. I mean, how can anybody think that you would be a security risk to anybody?
I don't
what
think,
do they think you were going to do?
I don't think calling me a gentle bear would go down well with the Celtic support.
Why, is that offensive in some way?
No, bear. The Bears are sort of Rangers support.
Oh right,
So there we go. Wrong wording.
Right, so I think I'll just take myself off that England-Scotland game in Hampden in a couple of weeks. No, but why? I mean, why were you deemed a security risk? I mean, what? Because of your incendiary nature of some of your comments.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if honesty makes you become a security risk, then heaven help us all.
How was it?
It was a problem for Michael Beale. Whichever manager, lost the game, it was going to be an issue more so for Michael Beale, I think, just with the nature of them going out of the Champions League, absolutely smashed by PSV, and brought in a lot of players who haven't quite clicked at this moment in time, and Celtic have a lot of players to come back in, a lot of injury problems, and ended up deservedly winning the game. So it's a problem for Michael Beale, and his biggest issue is there were 25,000 supporters at the end of the game who gave the Rangers team absolute pelters.
Wow.
When they came off, and you think 4 league games in, out of the Champions League, albeit they're in the Europa, but he's under the pump.
Maybe he should have stayed at QPR after all. Moment of the weekend, mine. Well, I have a few. I mentioned one already, which was Arsenal fans leaving early. We've already been there. Second one was watching Declan Rice come over to the interview at the Sky interview podium after yesterday's game, and he gets there, and he's obviously greeted by an enormous hug by Micah Richards. I mean, Micah likes to cuddle everybody. Big hug from Micah Richards. Moves on. Quite a big hug from Theo Walcott. Gets to Roy Keane. Yeah. Handshake. You know what I mean? There was never. I
love that.
Yeah, handshake. There was never going to be anything more expansive than that. But my moment of the weekend has got to be, I think, Evan Ferguson, 18-year-old Brighton striker, 3 goals against Newcastle in what was quite a statement performance, I thought, from Roberto De Zerbi's team. But what slightly has kind of piqued my interest on that is that. I thought we were supposed to kind of shelter young players from too much kind of adulation and fame in the way that kind of Fergie used to do with Giggs. And yet here we are on the for those of you who are watching on YouTube, you'll be able to see this. So on the back of our newspaper today, we have Chris Sutton. Fabulous Ferguson reminds me of Shearer. Gary Lineker compared Ferguson to Erling Haaland on Match of the Day, and his own manager Roberto De Zerbi compared him to Christian Vieri, the great Italian striker. So no pressure there, Evan.
No, but I mean, what are we saying? We're saying what we're all seeing. He's for 18. I mean, where will he be in another 3 or 4 years? You think his development has been so good? Real natural finisher as well. He's only just got started.
I thought the Shearer comparison was bold by yourself, though. I mean, that's something.
Well, I'm asked the question, and that's my opinion. Can you remember Shearer as an 18-year-old, 19-year-old young player at Southampton? I think there are a lot of similarities.
Wow. So it sounds as though in maybe two seasons they'll have.
Gareth can't get him for England, though, can he?
No, he can't. They'll be having another. They'll be having another £100 million fight with Chelsea then. 12 months down the line.
De Zerbi, yeah.
Right. What about you? Moment of the weekend.
Well, I felt for you the last couple of weeks, really, and your sort of phobia of Roy Keane. So my moment of the weekend is a message to you from Graham Souness.
And I want to finish by asking some advice.
That's the wrong person.
Our podcast host, Ian Ladyman, is somewhat scared of Roy Keane. You've never shied away from going toe-to-toe with him and speaking your truth against him. If they cross paths, what would your advice be for talking to the former Manchester United?
Roy's a pussycat. Roy's a pussycat. What I'd say about Roy is he's very entertaining.
you will call a spade, and if you believe differently, you just got to stand up for your beliefs. But I have to say, Roy, away from the camera, is really good company, very funny, and I got on well with him. At times we didn't agree, but that's what you want to see at home. That's what people watching the television want to see. And he'll stick to his views, and I'll stick to mine. And I'll suggest to Ian Ladyman, he does the same. But you can, don't make no mistake, Ian Ladyman can stand up for himself. Don't worry about heading.
Oh, I love that. A bit of faint praise at the end from Suey. That's magnificent.
Do you think if you met...
That's magnificent.
That's nice for you.
Suey rates me.
You can,
brilliant.
I think he was being kind there. I mean, so next time you see Roy Keane, I mean, do you think you'll call him a pussycat?
Well, if Roy Keane's a pussycat, then I think I'm a mouse. Right, that is it for this week. Thank you for listening, and remember that if you want to watch this show, you will be able to see the whole of it in its entirety on YouTube later this week. And those of you who do go there, please leave a comment. Roger Davis was kind enough to say the journalist gives the opinion of the journo and Sutton talks with insight. It's an enjoyable show. Thanks for that, Roger. Remember, for all your breaking news, to go to Mail Online. Please download and subscribe to the Mail Plus app. And most importantly of all, please be aware that on Thursday we have a sister show. It's called It's All Coming Up, and Chris and I will be back to talk about all the action that's coming up over the coming weekend. Failing that, make sure you're here for the next edition of this show. I'm Ian Laidland. This chap to my left is Chris Sutton. It's all kicking off.
Head to Saudi Arabia because what a busy summer it has been for the Saudi Pro League and all of the cash that they have been spending. The window closes very soon, tomorrow, September 7th to be exact. And in a summer where we've already seen the likes of Karim Benzema, Riyad Mahrez, Jordan Henderson, Sadio Mane, all go there. And then there's a little rumor that they're still looking to poach Mo Salah from Liverpool. Don't know if they're going to be able to do it in the next 24 hours, but Augie, we talked about how it feels like it's just a matter of time. But let me just start with you, because this is obviously such a big topic of discussion, because it feels like it's left a bad taste in all our mouths as regular football fans. But then on the other hand, you have those that are progressive thinking and say, well, this is just the way of the future. They're trying to build a super league. You can't really fault them for that. And if they have the cash to spend, why not? How do you take all these signings? What do you make of it?
Well, I mean, the Premier League has been the league that's bullied every other league in the world for the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years. So they're getting a bit of the taste of their own medicine now. So they can't really complain about clubs from Saudi Arabia coming in and signing not their best players, but some of their older players that have done really well for them. I don't think any players left yet that has been a player that you wouldn't want to leave. For instance, there's no guys in the mid-20s that have got the best years ahead of them. I think, but obviously, if they get hold of Mo Salah, then he's obviously a massive star. But again, he's 31 with 2 years left in his contract, so they are going for a certain type of player. And I think Liverpool will probably be wise to sell Salah if they get an offer, £175 million, £200 million. You can't turn that sort of money down. But a lot of clubs will have welcomed the Saudi Arabian money, to be honest. They might be complaining in public, but a lot of clubs have had real problems solved. Chelsea, for instance, they've got a lot of their books by going to Saudi Arabia. They've done deals that would never have dreamt of doing prior to Saudi Arabian money coming in. Man City have got a decent figure for Mahrez, a guy in his 30s. Even Man United have cashed in by letting Alex Telles go. So this summer, at least, I think a lot of Premier Leagues have done well out of it. But they're now getting to be a little bit twitchy because they're threatening to sign their best players like Mo Salah. And I think if that happens, then it's the way of the game, isn't it? Economics always talk loudest in football, and the money is where the players go. So I do think they've left it late to get Mo Salah, but until that window closes at 10 o'clock UK time tomorrow, I wouldn't rule anything out.
Craig, what do you make of it, I suppose, from the players' perspective? Because it seems like a lot of the blame goes to them, people calling them money hungry when they obviously don't need this money. Jordan Henderson most recently has had to come out and kind of defend himself and said that his move wasn't motivated by money, even though they are throwing out numbers that it's hard for anybody to say no to. Does it leave a bad taste in your mouth, or what do you take of it?
No, not really. I don't begrudge anybody. I mean, when Jordan Henderson's talking about growing the game, I mean, you just have to laugh at that. I mean, I think if you're just honest about it and say, look, I'm going for a payday, that's it and all about it. Now, I know there's other issues with Jordan Henderson in terms of the stance he took with certain communities. Then he does look very hypocritical. But that's his fight to fight. as Mark said, most of the guys have either been people that you're not too fussed about seeing them leave, or guys that are at the tail end of their career. In terms of the Mo Salah one, who thought we'd be sitting here sort of wondering about the Saudi Arabian transfer window 6 weeks ago and when it closes? But Liverpool, if they get a crazy offer, are in a bit of a predicament here in some sense. The money would be great, but they lose a player which probably effectively is going to take them out of challenging for most of the big titles. They might eat that one up and take the money. And then there's the other side of it where the player, as Augie said, has been given a bumper contract. When Sadio Mane, the two of them were up for contract, Mane was let go, Salah got the big money. Okay, it won't be the kind of money we get in Saudi Arabia, but it's not going to leave him homeless. And he might decide that he wants to play another year or two, or certainly another year, at elite level football. And so even if Liverpool decide that, we've had a £200 million offer on the table here, if the player doesn't want to go, the player doesn't need to go. So it's still a very complex issue here. I hope we see Salah stay at Liverpool and certainly for the foreseeable future, because they've had a good start to the season, and in a year's time he can make that move. That move will probably still be in the table. The money might be a little bit less, but I sincerely hope we do see him stay. But as Mark said, look, the English Premier League can have no complaints. They've overpaid for players and they've bullied other leagues and blah 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 for years now, and here we have a country, whether we agree or not, who've got more money than sense, it seems, and they're throwing it about willy-nilly, and as Augie said, clubs are taking advantage. Might be the next one, but I get a feeling, because we're so close now, that this one is not going to happen.
All right, well, in case anybody has been living under a rock, one person who did turn down a massive payday in Saudi Arabia is Lionel Messi.
Oh, not me.
Craig would not be turning that down. I don't know if any of us are in a position to turn that down.
Thank you very much for watching ESPN FC on YouTube. For more highlights, analysis, and exclusive content, be sure to subscribe.
Hello everyone, and welcome to ESPN FC Live Weekly. We're on this live stream right here on YouTube 3 times a week, where we're talking about all the latest news in the football world, just like a little appetizer before ESPN FC, which is our daily football show that's on 7 days a week. I'm Alexis Nunes. Joining me is Mark Ogden. We are waiting for our guest of honor, which is Craig Burley. He's always fashionably late, Mark, but let's start off with Manchester United, shall we? I think it is pretty much fitting to start off there. I know it is international break coming up. You'd think there'd be a lull in things to talk about, but United, of course, so much to talk about here. Pretty much about how it's looking like a hot mess there for Erik ten Hag and company. And I'm not just talking about the loss to Arsenal. I think a lot of people did even expect Arsenal to win that one. I actually didn't think United did too badly until the Garnacho goal was ruled offside, and then pretty much all hell broke loose. But everything from Jadon Sancho's comments clapping back to Erik ten Hag saying that he doesn't choose him in his team based on how he performs in training. There's also Andre Onana that it looks like his participation in AFCON, which is yet to be fully confirmed, could leave United without arguably one of their best players come January. And then, of course, there's just all of the injuries, crucial injuries, big name injuries, multiple injuries to the defense. We'll get to all of that in a bit, but let's start off with the juicy stuff, and that is Jadon Sancho versus Erik ten Hag. Round 1, war of words, so much so that Jadon Sancho hasn't even deleted his tweet just yet. I know you were recently on the Gavin Jules show, and you guys had a little chat about it.
They're not going to cancel Sancho's contract because it would cost them an absolute mint.
But is it right for a manager to expose him like that and throw him under the bus? Ten Hag could have said a lot of things like, he didn't feel great this week, anything, instead of just saying like, clearly he's rubbish, he doesn't train well, and so I literally dropped him.
That, to me, is the issue here, Jules, because it's unusual for a manager to come out and say this unless it's something where we're pushing him out the door, like they tried to do with Cristiano or whatever. Especially, the window's just closed, let me go and throw this guy under the bus.
Well, this is the issue, because there was some United were prepared to let Sancho go, and there were some suggestions there was an interest in last week that he wasn't open to accepting Sancho. So if United found a club and he wasn't willing to go, then Ten Hag would be unhappy about that. But you're right, it was September the 3rd yesterday, the window's just closed. You've got a player that you can't shift until January unless he goes to Turkey or Saudi Arabia, which neither seem an option. So for me, there's no way back for Sancho, because he's completely defied his manager and gone against him publicly.
how does Ten Hag bring him back in when there's clearly a breakdown of trust there? So you've got now, 3-4 months of this player just, sulking, I guess, because he's not been picked, and Ten Hag sticking to his guns, because I don't see who backs down here. Sancho's come out and said what he said. Ten Hag isn't going to back down. And, because if he backs down, then having criticised Rashford and Ronaldo publicly in the past, it's a sign of weakness on his part. So I see no way back for Sancho.
What a fiasco this has been.
You heard it here first. Sancho back on loan to Borussia Dortmund in January, with United paying the bulk of his wages.
Would that not solve the situation?
He's on very big wages.
And why would Dortmund take him? Who's going to take him now?
Well, because Dortmund, you be big on the Adeyemi brand.
But it doesn't matter even the players that you have. Like, you think, okay, this is a player that will not play between now and January, or hardly play. He might play a bit in the...
Okay, all right.
No, but you know what I mean? Who's going to take that gamble?
I was joking.
He's had 2 bad years. They overpaid for a player that nobody else wanted.
But that's why I think a loan solution is the only... I mean, we've seen this happen, right? Is the only way out.
He was really good at Dortmund the last season. There was a time where he was really, really good. So he can be good, but there's clearly a lot of baggage too.
Clearly a lot of baggage, Jules says. One time we were praising Jadon Sancho and his signing at Manchester United. Now, how things have deteriorated. Let's bring in Craig Burley, who's finally decided to join us, which is absolutely brilliant. But Augie, let me go first to you on this one. Wow, we're all kind of like reading this up today. I love this look for us. But Augie, like I said, let's start off with you on this one, this whole Jadon Sancho fiasco going on. As you said, it feels like there's just really no way back for him, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, if there is a way back from the first thing he has to do is delete that tweet, because while that's still at the top of his Twitter page, it's basically saying, look, I haven't changed my mind. I still feel like I've been let down and almost betrayed by the manager. So that isn't a good start. And I think, if Jadon Sancho was one of United's best players, then I suppose there would be a way back. But he's not been one of the best players. He hasn't been one of the best players since he signed. Now you've got a guy that isn't playing well, and according to his manager, isn't training well. So that's quite a negative combination. And if you want to get back in the team, it ain't going to work, is it? Especially if you start saying that your manager is saying things that are, in Jadon's words, completely untrue about your training performances. So, I said on the Gavin Jules show, there's no way back for Sancho. Now, obviously, there always is. I mean, the one example of that is Carlos Tevez. I mean, I was covering Man City when he refused to come off the bench against Bayern Munich back in the day, and that looked to be the end. And he came back that season and helped City win the league. So there's always a way back, but in this scenario, I don't see how, because Tevez was a great player, was performing. Sancho is neither. He's not a great player, not at the moment, and he's not performing. So why would Ten Hag bring him back? United are in a bit of a hole right now in terms of results and performances. So what you need is players that you can rely upon. You can't rely on Jadon Sancho, and clearly you can't rely on him if he's going to come out and say things that he said about, not his manager, but people that are making him a scapegoat. No, nobody's made Jadon Sancho a scapegoat. And as far as I can see, Man United really helped him get back on track last season when he had his issues on and off the pitch. And nobody's been coming out and criticising that United, saying that it's his fault and that he should be doing better. So I don't know where he's getting that from. But where it stands right now, he's in a bit of a hole because he's not playing well, he's not training well. His manager thinks he's gone beyond the pale by saying what he did about, defying what the manager said.
Well, to someone now who is my personal expert in arguments, Craig, let me bring you in on this one, because especially as a former player, it's never good when you see them, publicly calling each other out, player and manager. But do you kind of feel for Jadon Sancho any at all, or do you see where Erik Ten Hag's coming from?
Well, Erik Ten Hag seems to be coming from a place where he has a player who he perceives is not performing. Certainly not training properly, by his own words, and he's not performing, as Augie said, on the field. So he's not much use to anybody at the moment. And I think if I'm Jadon Sancho, I just got to look myself in the mirror and say, play better, work harder, and don't get in some sort of ongoing tiff with your manager, because there's only going to be one winner. Look, United are not missing Jadon Sancho on the pitch, really, for all the reasons that Augie said. Now, maybe there is a player in there that's going to come out at some point and perform, but it looks, there's certainly been nothing in the last year and a half to suggest that's going to be the case, and it's just another problem for the manager. But as Mark said, when you're not deleting your tweet either, or whatever way he posted it, then that's kind of rubbing salt in the wound. So they're only ever is one winner here, and it will be Eric Ten Hag. So Jadon Sancho just has to sort himself out, and we'll see how this pans out.
Craig, one thing that I've been told, speaking to people at United over the last couple of days, is that a lot of the players aren't happy with Sancho, that they basically lost a little bit of patience with him. Now, a lot of fans haven't been able to grasp that. I think they think that that's just suggesting that he's unpopular because of who he is. But I think the idea is that in training, he's not doing what is expected of him. And as a former player, do you get that? Do you have players or teammates that you can see aren't putting in training and are basically letting everyone down and frustrating the players because they're not pulling their weight, I guess?
Oh, absolutely, Mark. And I several players, and particularly my time at Celtic, when things changed at boardroom level and different players came in, and I'll give you an example. Ayo Berkovic actually was actually a player who actually trained and performed pretty well, but he was an absolute pain in the butt in the dressing room, got on with nobody, and it really sort of split the dressing room a little bit. The other guy would be, and I'm not suggesting he'll let anybody down, but I think when I look at somebody who kind of sense wasn't committed when he came to Celtic, it was Mark Viduka. Now, Mark Viduka came in, super talented player, but went missing for a month or two off the back of just signing, and Fergus McCann, the owner at the time, dispatched himself to Zagreb to try and find him. And once I left the club, not long after that, apparently there was a bit of a scrap in the dressing room over lack of effort in a game which you'll remember when Celtic lost to Inverness Caledonian Thistle in the Cup, and at the time it was a huge giant killing. I'd only been left the club a couple of months, and apparently in that dressing room at half time things got very feisty. So when you have players like this that on the face of it don't seem committed, it rubs other players up the wrong way. If I'm in that dressing room, right, and I'm not trying to say any of us were the perfect professional, not at all, but when you're in a dressing room and you're trying to achieve something and there is somebody quite clearly not on the same page, in my experience, senior players, Augie, will pull that player to the side and say, you sort yourself out, you need to do this better, you need to do that better, you need to figure this out. Now, if that player doesn't take that on board and basically sticks two fingers up at the senior players, there's not a lot you can do about it. There's not a lot you can do about it. It's then over to the manager. But my experience of any player, whether they be a young player or a senior player, who for whatever reason decided to mail it in, was you have to, as a group, speak to that player. And I would imagine there's probably one or two at least at United have taken Sancho and others aside and say, listen, you need to be better.
Well, like I said, plenty of problems, it seems, for Manchester United, not just that result and performance against Arsenal. We mentioned how they do have quite a number of big-name defensive injuries. Then there's also the potential that they could lose Onana for about a month, pending his confirmation that he's not just coming out of international retirement for the one game if he does.
But is there any good news coming out of United at the moment?
There's no good news. That's what I was saying. It's like absolutely doom and gloom. Augie, you're up there in Manchester. From the whispers that you may be hearing, how do they right this ship so it doesn't look like the circus that we have seen at Old Trafford for many seasons already?
Can I just add that as well, the share price had a record drop on the New York Stock Exchange on Tuesday as well. So £500 million wiped off the value of the club. So that might be good news for the fans. It might make the Glazers want to sell. But anyway, I digress. Is there any good news?
Or how do they write it?
No, I thought Rasmus Højlund looked decent. I think Rasmus Højlund might actually be a way that they can write it, because I thought he brought some work rate to the forward line at Arsenal when he came on for 20 minutes. And that sounds like a kind of a basic, but Man United's forward line hasn't worked very hard for the last 2 or 3 years. And I think with Højlund and the team, they'll work harder, they'll put more pressure on opposition defences, they'll make it easier for United to play. So maybe he is the glimpse of light, but obviously he's a young kid and you can't say at 20 years old he's going to be the salvation. But I'm looking for thin pickings there. I know I actually think I'm quite downbeat at times, but I'm trying to be positive, you know what I mean? So I think Rasmus Højlund is the ray of light down the tunnel somewhere. But yeah, listen, things can get better, but they might not get better quickly. They might. Look, Lisandro Martinez went off injured at the weekend as well. I do worry about the back four, that they've got a goalkeeper behind him who's very good with his feet, but people that like Lindelof and Wan-Bissaka aren't very good with the feet, so it'll take time to find the way. But United have got Brighton at home next, so there you go. That's a cheerful thought, isn't it?
Thank you very much for watching ESPN FC on YouTube. For more highlights, analysis and exclusive content, be sure to subscribe.
And I'm actually glad, Janusz, that we have Rob with us, because we know you had to replace your mic last week because of some of your hot takes. It's actually been scorched. So he's got a new mic on this week. We are going to be talking about Erling Haaland, of course, who scored a hat-trick, of course. Right on cue, Janusz. Chelsea losing. We'll ask about whether they're actually worse off than they were last season. Son getting it done for Spurs. Are Spurs the real deal right now? And we'll also talk about what's turned out to be a classic game, another one between Arsenal and Manchester United. So I'll let Janusz start, Rob, because last week you had quite a big statement about Erling Haaland, shall we say. Would you care to revisit that statement, Janusz?
Only because you changed my statement, of course, for the benefit of future shows, right? So look, I'm not going to, backpedal on this one. I mean, it was just a simple statement. I think, Erling Haaland is, a great goal scorer, but I don't know if he's a great player, even in that last game, right? I mean, here we are, he's got his goals because that, and that's ultimately is the game, right? I mean, that's what he's getting paid for, and he does well. 6 passes, 4 of them accurate, 0 ground duels won. I did my homework here. Aerial duels 0-1, 0 tackles, and didn't dribble past anybody. Right now, you can say, that's not his job. And again, I'm only saying that to answer your question, because goal scorers are there. He's going to be remembered perhaps because he's so young when it's all said and done as one of the best, if not the best, and that's fair play. Does that not make him a great player? All I said, because you asked, is that I have my doubts that he's going to be put right next to the Pelés, Maradonas, Messis, and Ronaldos of the world. So that's the only difference that I made. And I do love him. I give him 34 goals, I think, this season. So obviously, I think a lot of him.
So that's the context, actually. So it was his 7th hat-trick for City in he joined just over a year ago, his 5th in the Premier League. He's the fastest player in top-flight history to reach 50 goal involvements. That's 42 goals, 9 assists in 39 Premier League appearances. Actually, that would be even more then, wouldn't it? Anyway, I want to get to what Janusz has actually said there and what the feeling is, Rob, because it was kind of the feeling that not one of the greats in terms of players, but certainly a great goal scorer.
I mean, I don't think that you can really argue with that statement. And I was at the game on Saturday against Fulham, and I still can't really understand how he ended up with a hat-trick after that game. That he just wasn't involved at all, really. Those stats, stats don't always tell the full story, but those stats that Janusz had do tell the story in this instance, that he just wasn't really involved at all. The one thing that he does have that I don't think many players in the world have or will ever have is that ability to just put away one chance. Managers talk about it an awful lot with strikers, that one chance, one goal striker, that even if you're not really involved in the game, if you're not having a great day, you're not particularly playing well, that when that chance drops, are you able to put it away? And Erling Haaland has that talent. Obviously one of his goals against Fulham was a penalty, but the other 2 just kind of dropped to him. He was in the right place at the right time in the penalty area. And when he gets in those positions, there isn't really any doubt that he's going to score. You feel that in the press box watching the game. You get a sense, even being in the crowd, that he's not going to miss. And that's a very, very rare talent. So probably isn't going to go down as one of the greatest ever players when you measure him against the likes of Pelé and Messi. But in terms of great goal scorers and the numbers that he's capable of putting up, we talk about the numbers that Ronaldo and Messi have managed in La Liga in particular. I didn't actually think it was ever possible for a player to go to the Premier League and do that. And Erling Haaland is proving me completely wrong. And even after last season, that the number of goals that he scored to follow it up already this season and start as quickly this season as he did last season is phenomenal.
Just to add to it as well, Janusz, is that Man City's assistant manager, talking about that first half against Fulham, did say our opponent kept the ball well. They'd made it difficult for us. So it would have been difficult for any number 9 in that game, particularly with the characteristics that Erling has. Is it the fact that he's done so well with his goal scoring that there's even more of a focus on him now for when he doesn't get those goals?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, because I think very highly of him. It's like, should he have more? Maybe, Maybe not, right? I mean, it's like comparing a 100-yard sprinter to a marathon runner. Different muscles work, right? I mean, you can't change that. For him, it's just that as well. I mean, he's a goal scorer. He's not going to be the sort of player that's going to drop deep into the midfield and all of a sudden beat three people and put great passes over the top or through balls. That's just not what he is. And again, people will say, well, look at Manchester City, that anyone can do it. I mean, he's done it with Borussia Dortmund, and he's done it in the Champions League, both with Dortmund and Manchester City, and certainly that Dortmund team wasn't as special as Manchester City, so he's done it already in all competitions. As I've said, it hurts him that he plays for Norway, where obviously he can be he's not going to be winning the trophies that some of the big names that I've mentioned could have and would have the opportunity, but I think it's going to be more difficult for him, and yet he still finds a way. So again, great goal scorer. It's just that I don't even know how that question from you came about and the context of it. It maybe came.
Don't start blaming me, Yanis. You said it. Don't start blaming me for what you said.
I thought it was just like kind of throw away thing, but I know you're not going to forget that, and I have a feeling that I'm going to have to.
Not me, or the viewers, other commenters.
Thank you very much for watching ESPN FC on YouTube. For more highlights, analysis, and exclusive content, be sure to subscribe.
Let's move to Chelsea, guys, because they lost at home to Nottingham Forest. It's fair to say that was a surprise result here. What we had been hearing from Pochettino after the first few games of the season is that there had been signs of progress. This was according to him. There are improvements that need to be seen, and you'd say, Rob, that it's going to have to be sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and that's always a worry at Chelsea, that you never really know how much time a manager's going to get, and he does need time. It's a new manager coming into any club needs time, but particularly Pochettino in this instance, given that he's new and also almost the entire squad is new as well, either arrived last summer in January or this summer. So it really is a brand new project. The problem that he's got, that you just hinted at there, is that Chelsea are very, very quick to fire managers. Abramovich was very quick, and Todd Bowley did the same with Graham Potter last season as well. So I think that Pochettino would like to think that he's going to get the time to mould this team, the squad, into the way he wants. But you just never really know at Chelsea, and that's why it's so imperative that he starts to win games sooner rather than later. I mean, I think he's right. There have been signs of progress. I think the result on Saturday, Forest at home, is a very, very poor result. If Chelsea, at the very, very least, this season are looking to finish in the top four and qualify for the Champions League, they need to be beating teams like Nottingham Forest at home. So I wouldn't worry too much that they didn't beat Liverpool, for example. But when you're getting beaten by Nottingham Forest, even this early in the season, it's going to set a few alarm bells ringing.
Now, obviously, Yanis, as Rob just said, we know that Pochettino needs some time as well, and we've seen what he can do, particularly when it comes to developing younger players. But when we talk about this whole work in progress, are they actually worse off this season at this stage than they were last season?
No, they're better. I mean, there's identity to them. They play better. I mean, in the last game, outshot 21-7, outshot Forest. You can say it's Forest, but in other games, they've done it as well. 76% possession. That wasn't necessarily the case last year. In fact, last year they were quite boring and weren't creating anything. They've created enough. And okay, so let me explain. On one hand, I look at Chelsea, and this is not Chelsea. Nobody's going to have the patience. I don't care what anybody says, right? I mean, they've bought too many young players. They need to buy players. Chelsea, Manchester United, Liverpool, Paris Saint-Germain, name the biggest clubs in the world. They're built to win now. This is the name of the game. There's only so much money that goes around, and nobody's going to wait for these 30 players, because there's got to be at least 30 to come good. Having said all of that, I think Pochettino has done a decent job. I think you have to mention the fact that they're, in my opinion, arguably two best players aren't there, and that doesn't help because they do have some experience, right? So if you look at Reece James and Christopher Nkunku, who had a great preseason, already scoring goals, I think that changes things when you have so many young players and so many new players coming into the season. So I would be careful just yet. Are they going to have the patience? I would say I hope so, because I see this team much better than when Graham Potter took over, yet the problems are the same. How do you incorporate all these players into the team? And by the way, time has changed, because in the past, young players would have had no say, right? I mean, they'd be quiet because the experienced player, the veterans would kind of keep them there. Young players, I have a feeling, are different, these days. And I don't want to sit here and say if it's good, better, and different, but I think these young players have the ear of the, hierarchy a little bit more, and maybe because they cost so much money. So when they're not happy, they're going to let you know. And I don't personally like that, but that's the way it goes. So I hope they keep Poch. It's better, even though the position in table I think is the same at the moment. And when they get everybody else, I think there's some hope.
Thank you very much for watching ESPN FC on YouTube. For more highlights, analysis, and exclusive content, be sure to subscribe.
Hello everyone, and welcome to ESPN FC Live Weekly. We're on this live stream right here on YouTube 3 times a week, where we're talking about all the latest news in the football world, just like a little appetizer before ESPN FC, which is our daily football show that's on 7 days a week. I'm Alexis Nunes. Joining me is Mark Ogden. We are waiting for our guest of honor, which is Craig Burley. He's always fashionably late, Mark, but let's start off with Manchester United, shall we? I think it is pretty much fitting to start off there. I know it is international break coming up. You'd think there'd be a lull in things to talk about, but United, of course, so much to talk about here. Pretty much about how it's looking like a hot mess there for Erik ten Hag and company. And I'm not just talking about the loss to Arsenal. I think a lot of people did even expect Arsenal to win that one. I actually didn't think United did too badly until the Garnacho goal was ruled offside, and then pretty much all hell broke loose. But everything from Jadon Sancho's comments clapping back to Erik ten Hag saying that he doesn't choose him in his team based on how he performs in training. There's also Andre Onana that it looks like his participation in AFCON, which is yet to be fully confirmed, could leave United without arguably one of their best players come January. And then, of course, there's just all of the injuries, crucial injuries, big name injuries, multiple injuries to the defense. We'll get to all of that in a bit, but let's start off with the juicy stuff, and that is Jadon Sancho versus Erik ten Hag. Round 1, war of words, so much so that Jadon Sancho hasn't even deleted his tweet just yet. I know you were recently on the Gab and Jules show, and you guys had a little chat about it.
They're not going to cancel Sancho's contract because it would cost them an absolute mint.
But is it right for a manager to expose him like that and throw him under the bus? Ten Hag could have said a lot of things like he didn't feel great this week, anything, instead of just saying like clearly he's rubbish, he doesn't train well, and so I literally dropped him.
That, to me, is the issue here, Jules, because it's unusual for a manager to come out and say this unless it's something where we're pushing him out the door, like they tried to do with Cristiano or whatever. Especially, the window's just closed. Let me go and throw this guy under the bus.
Well, this is the issue, because there was some United were prepared to let Sancho go. And there were some suggestions there was an interest in last week that he wasn't open to accepting Sancho. So if United found a club and he wasn't willing to go, then Ten Hag would be unhappy about that. But you're right. It was September the 3rd yesterday. The window's just closed. You've got a player that you can't shift until January unless he goes to Turkey or Saudi Arabia, which neither seem an option. So for me, there's no way back for Sancho because he's completely defied his manager and gone against him publicly. How does Ten Hag bring him back in when there's clearly a breakdown of trust there? So you've got now, 3-4 months of this player just, sulking, I guess, because he's not been picked, and Ten Hag sticking to his guns. Because I don't see who backs down here. Sancho's come out and said what he said. Ten Hag isn't going to back down. And, because he has, if he backs down, then having criticised Rashford and Ronaldo publicly in the past. It's a sign of weakness on his part. So I see no way back for Sancho.
What a fiasco this has been.
You heard it here first. Sancho back on loan to Borussia Dortmund in January, with United paying the bulk of his wages.
Would that not solve the situation?
He's on very big wages.
And why,
It's okay,
why would Dortmund take him? Who's going to take him now?
Well, because
Really?
Dortmund, will you be big on the Adeyemi brand?
But it doesn't matter even the players that you have. Like you think, okay, this is a player that will not play between now and January, or hardly play. He might play a bit in the.
Okay, all right.
No, but you know what I mean? Who's going to take that gamble?
I was joking.
He's had 2 bad years. They overpaid for a player that nobody else wanted.
But that's why I think a loan solution is the only. I mean, we've seen this happen, right? Is the
And
only
he was
way out.
really good at Dortmund the last season. You know, there was a time where he was really, really good. So he can be good, but there's clearly a lot of baggage too.
Clearly a lot of baggage, Jules says. One time we were praising Jadon Sancho and his signing at Manchester United. Now, how things have deteriorated. Let's bring in Craig Burley, who's finally decided to join us, which is absolutely brilliant. But Augie, let me go first to you on this one. Wow, we're all kind of like reading this up today. I love this look for us. But Augie, like I said, let's start off with you on this one, this whole Jadon Sancho fiasco going on. As you said, it feels like there's just really no way back for him, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, if there is a way back from him, the first thing you have to do is delete that tweet, because while that's still at the top of his Twitter page, it's basically saying, look, I haven't changed my mind. I still feel that I've been let down and almost betrayed by the manager. So that isn't a good start. And I think, you know, if Jadon Sancho was one of United's best players, then I suppose there would be a way back. But he's not been one of the best players. He hasn't been one of the best players since he signed. Now you've got a guy that isn't playing well, and according to his manager, isn't training well. So that's quite a negative combination. And if you want to get back in the team, it ain't going to work, is it? Especially if you start saying that your manager is saying things that are, in Jadon's words, completely untrue about your training performances. So, you know, I said on the Gavin Jules show, there's no way back for Sancho. Now, obviously, there always is. I mean, the one example of that is Carlos Tevez. I mean, I was covering Man City when he refused to come off the bench against Bayern Munich back in the day, and that looked to be the end. And he came back that season and helped City win the league. So there's always a way back. But in this scenario, I don't see how, because, you know, Tevez was a great player, was performing. Sancho is neither. He's not a great player, not at the moment, and he's not performing. So why would Ten Hag bring him back? You know, United are in a bit of a hole right now in terms of results and performances. So what you need is players that you can rely upon. You can't rely on Jadon Sancho, and clearly you can't rely on him if he's going to come out and say things that he said about, you know, not his manager, but people that are making him a scapegoat. No, nobody's made Jadon Sancho a scapegoat. And as far as I can see, Man United really helped him get back on track last season when he had his issues on and off the pitch. And nobody's been coming out and criticising at United, saying that it's his fault and that he should be doing better. So I don't know where he's getting that from. But where it stands right now, he's in a bit of a hole because he's not playing well, he's not training well. His manager thinks he's gone beyond the pale by saying what he did about, you know, defying what the manager said.
Well, to someone now who is my personal expert in arguments, Craig, let me bring you in on this one, because especially as a former player, it's never good when you see them, you know, publicly calling each other out, player and manager. But do you kind of feel for Jadon Sancho any at all, or do you see where Eric Ten Hag's coming from?
Well, Eric Ten Hag seems to be coming from a place where he has a player who he perceives is not performing. Certainly not training properly, by his own words, and he's not performing, as Augie said, on the field. So he's not much use to anybody at the moment. And I think if I'm Jadon Sancho, I just got to look myself in the mirror and say, play better, work harder, and don't get in some sort of ongoing tiff with your manager, because there's only going to be one winner. Look, United are not missing Jadon Sancho on the pitch, really, for all the reasons that Augie said. Now, maybe there is a player in there that's going to come out at some point and perform, but it looks, there's certainly been nothing in the last year and a half to suggest that's going to be the case, and it's just another problem for the manager. But as Mark said, when you're not deleting your tweet either, or whatever way he posted it, then that's kind of rubbing salt in the wound. So there only ever is one winner here, and it will be Eric Ten Hag. So Jadon Sancho just has to sort himself out, and we'll see how this pans out.
Craig, one thing that I've been told, speaking to people at United over the last couple of days, is that a lot of the players aren't happy with Sancho, that they basically lost a little bit of patience with him. Now, a lot of fans haven't been able to grasp that. I think they think that that's just suggesting that he's unpopular because of who he is. But I think the idea is that in training, he's not doing what is expected of him. And as a former player, do you get that? Do you have players, or teammates that you can see aren't putting it in training and are basically letting everyone down and frustrating the players because they're not pulling their weight, I guess?
Oh, absolutely, Mark. And I several players, and particularly my time at Celtic, when things changed at boardroom level and different players came in, and I'll give you an example. Ayo Berkovic actually was actually a player who actually trained and performed pretty well, but he was an absolute pain in the butt in the dressing room, got on with nobody, and it really sort of split the dressing room a little bit. The other guy would be, and I'm not suggesting he'll let anybody down, but I think when I look at somebody who kind of sense wasn't committed when he came to Celtic, was Mark Viduka. Now, Mark Viduka came in, super talented player, but went missing for a month or two off the back of just signing, and Fergus McCann, the owner at the time, dispatched himself to Zagreb to try and find him. And once I left the club, not long after that, apparently there was a bit of a scrap in the dressing room over lack of effort in a game which you'll remember when Celtic lost to Inverness Caledonian Thistle in the Cup, and at the time it was a huge giant killing. I'd only been left the club a couple of months, and apparently in that dressing room at half time things got very feisty. So when you have players like this that on the face of it don't seem committed, it rubs other players up the wrong way. If I'm in that dressing room, right, and I'm not trying to say any of us were the perfect professional, not at all, but when you're in a dressing room and you're trying to achieve something and there is somebody quite clearly not on the same page, in my experience, senior players, Augie, will pull that player to the side and say, you sort yourself out. You need to do this better. You need to do that better. You need to figure this out. Now, if that player doesn't take that on board and basically sticks two fingers up at the senior players, there's not a lot you can do about it. There's not a lot you can do about it. It's then over to the manager. But my experience of any player, whether they be a young player or a senior player, who for whatever reason decided to mail it in, was you have to, as a group, speak to that player. And I would imagine there's probably one or two at least at United have taken Sancho and others aside and say, listen, you need to be better.
Well, like I said, plenty of problems, it seems, for Manchester United, not just that result and performance against Arsenal. We mentioned how they do have quite a number of big-name defensive injuries. Then there's also the potential that they could lose Onana for about a month, pending his confirmation that he's not just coming out of international retirement for the one game if he does.
But is there any good news coming out of United at the moment?
There's no good news. That's what I was saying. It's like absolutely doom and gloom. Augie, you're up there in Manchester. From the whispers that you may be hearing, how do they right this ship so it doesn't look like the circus that we have seen at Old Trafford for many seasons already?
Can I just add that as well, the share price had a record drop on the New York Stock Exchange on Tuesday as well. So £500 million wiped off the value of the club. So that might be good news for the fans. It might make the Glazers want to sell. But anyway, I digress. Is there any good news?
Or how do they write it?
No, I thought Rasmus Højlund looked decent. I think Rasmus Højlund might actually be a way that they can write it, because I thought he brought some work rate to the forward line at Arsenal when he came on for 20 minutes. And that sounds like a kind of a basic, but Man United's forward line hasn't worked very hard for the last 2 or 3 years. And I think with Højlund in the team, they'll work harder, they'll put more pressure on opposition defences, they'll make it easier for United to play. So maybe he is the glimpse of light, but obviously he's a young kid and he can't say at 20 years old he's going to be the salvation. But I'm looking for thin pickings there. I know I actually think I'm quite downbeat at times, but I'm trying to be positive, you know what I mean? So I think Rasmus Højlund is the ray of light down the tunnel somewhere. But yeah, listen, things can get better, but they might not get better quickly. They might. Look, Lisandro Martinez went off injured at the weekend as well. I do worry about the back four, that they've got a goalkeeper behind him who's very good with his feet, but people that like Lindelof and Wan-Bissaka aren't very good with the feet, so it'll take time to find the way. But United have got Brighton at home next, so there you go. That's a cheerful thought, isn't it?
Oh, a cheerful thought, probably for Brighton itself. All right, let's move on now and talk about, well, speaking of cheerful thoughts, Arsenal definitely feeling like they're riding on a high after that result against Manchester United. Craig, a lot of the chatter after that match has to do with Declan Rice because of the goal that he scored. How impressed were you by him overall? Augie's laughing because he doesn't believe in all the hype. He said it was a deflection. But for you, Declan Rice overall, is he the player that Arsenal needed?
Oh, I think they needed him. I don't know. All the chatter for me was still surrounding Kai Havertz. I mean, Declan Rice got a goal, and we know he's a good player. We know he'll cover the fullbacks. We know he's a good, tidy passer, very energetic, rarely gives the ball away. The goal was a bonus, obviously, at the end, and again, Eric Ten Hag, that's a foul. This is a foul. That's a foul. How's about somebody pick Declan Rice up? Did he not bother putting that on the chalkboard before the game? Declan Rice, pick him up at set pieces. So no surprise that, and I think Rice will get better, and I think Arsenal will get better. But the chatter for me is Arsenal have started the season with 10 players, because there is no difference apart from he's wearing a red shirt to a blue shirt and Kai Havertz's performance. And I think as City keep winning, and there's no suggesting that will stop, and more pressure gets on Arsenal. It wasn't a great performance, let's not forget, against United. It was okay. This was an average United side with a bunch of injuries, right? So it was an okay Arsenal performance. It wasn't slick, it wasn't brilliant. They created a few chances. But this elephant in the room is not going to go away until Arteta does something about it. Now, he might say, well, as long as we're winning games, we're going to carry on. But I don't think you can carry on playing in the manner in which they have played at the start of the season with a guy that is short in confidence. He's not a goal scorer. He's giving the ball away. In some essence, you might say he's hiding a little bit in games. He doesn't want the ball, and he gave the ball away for that United goal. Everybody saw the whiff that he had in the first half. And I honestly believe that this is a huge problem for Arsenal if they're going to stay nip and tuck with Man City. That is difficult enough. Even if you sign the players that they signed, I know Timber's out, even if you make the signings they did in the summer, right? You cannot go the course of a season carrying a player in a key area of the team. City don't do it. When somebody's not performing at Man City, they'll sit on the bench. No matter if it's Grealish or Foden or even De Bruyne last year. So I think, yeah, I know what you mean. Declan Rice got a goal, but this Havertz around Mikel Arteta is not going to go away.
Artie, I was going to ask you about your thoughts on if Arsenal are playing with a self-belief that they've needed to challenge City. I was going to ask you on Declan Rice, but why don't we talk about Kai Havertz? Because as Craig was saying, he's looking more like a bit of a liability as opposed to an asset now for Arsenal in their title challenge, if there is one.
Yeah, he's definitely a luxury buy, and I think he reminded me of Mesut Ozil at times at the weekend, and that isn't a compliment. You know, that kind of that lazy, languid kind of not quite sure what he gives you. But Havertz is a good player, but he doesn't fit in that team, and I don't see what he brings to the Arsenal side. And you talk about Arsenal's confidence. But for that last-minute surge, 2 goals in injury time, we would have been talking a different story here, because Arsenal could have lost that game when, Garnaccio's goal was very tight, it was offside. But, until 70 minutes, 80 minutes, we're watching that game thinking, neither of these side looks very good. They haven't really kicked on since last season, but it's amazing what a win does. A win changes the whole narrative, and, Arsenal are great and Man United are in crisis because that's how the results have gone. But I think when you look at the performance of both sides, I don't think Man City are looking at that thinking, we're going to have a real challenge from these two this season. I think they're probably thinking, well, Arsenal have gone backwards and United are as bad as they've ever been. So Kai Havertz doesn't help Arsenal in the sense that he doesn't actually bring much to the table. I don't quite know why Arteta brought him in, because I just don't know what his best position is. And Chelsea never really found that out either. So yeah, it's a strange one, Havertz, but because they paid so much money for him and because Arteta's a real advocate, it's going to be difficult to drop him, but he might have to and find a way to accommodate somebody else, because if he stays there, like Craig says, they're playing with 10 men.
I mean, the thing is Arsenal are a poorer team with Havertz in it. There's not a lot of doubt about that. And I hear some people say, "Oh, he needs time. I get that. It's like it's great to give people time, but Man City are not going to go. I tell you what, we'll take the foot off the gas a little bit, and you can have time to bed him in. I think had Arsenal crawled into the top 4 last year, this would have been a different scenario. He would have had time to bed Havertz in. A few rough results might have come along, and everybody been okay with it. But because they had such a good season up till the last sort of 10-15% of the season, when City came like a steam train, because they were in pole position for so long, and they have spent the money that they've spent this summer on key players, particularly Timber and Rice, and obviously the transfer fee for Havertz was a huge surprise. That was a left field signing. But because they were so good for so long last year, there is a pressure, a complete sea change on what's expected of Mikel Arteta and Arsenal this year, and that is to be the main challengers to Manchester City. And I honestly don't see any reason, apart from the one we're talking about, why they can't be. You know, and I think Arsenal are getting away with it a little bit at the moment, and that's sort of absorbing the Havertz lack of form as we speak now. But trust me, that's not going to last. It's not going to last, and he's going to have to figure it out. I feel sorry for the player. The player, you know, he's made another transfer. He wants to do well, but he's not the kid that's come in from Bayer Leverkusen, the kid who was one of the real deals in the Bundesliga, who could play across the front line for Leverkusen, who could score goals, and he was the main man there. This, unfortunately for him, is not the same player. What Arsenal have at the moment is the player who Chelsea had, a guy who doesn't really do a lot, who doesn't really contribute in games, and is just lacking confidence. And you can't have that player if you want to A, do well in the Champions League, and B, beat Man City.
All right, well, we'll leave the Premier League right now and head to Saudi Arabia because, what a busy summer it has been for the Saudi Pro League and all of the cash that they have been spending. The window closes very soon, tomorrow, September 7th, to be exact. And in a summer where we've already seen the likes of Karim Benzema, Riyad Mahrez, Jordan Henderson, Sadio Mane, all go there. And then there's a little rumor that they're still looking to poach Mo Salah from Liverpool. Don't know if they're going to be able to do it in the next 24 hours, but Augie, we talked about how it feels like it's just a matter of time. But let me just start with you, because this is obviously such a big topic of discussion, because it feels like it's left a bad taste in all our mouths as regular football fans. But then on the other hand, you have those that are progressive thinking and say, well, this is just the way of the future. They're trying to build a super league. You can't really fault them for that. And if they have the cash to spend, why not? How do you take all these signings? What do you make of it?
Well, I mean, the Premier League has been the league that's bullied every other league in the world for the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years. So they're getting a bit of the taste of their own medicine now. So they can't really complain about clubs from Saudi Arabia coming in and signing not their best players, but some of their older players that have done really well for them. I don't think any players left yet that's been a player that you wouldn't want to leave. For instance, you know, there's no guys in the mid-20s that have got the best years ahead of them, I think. But obviously, if they get hold of Mo Salah, then he's obviously a massive star. But again, he's 31 with 2 years left in his contract, so they are going for a certain type of player. And I think Liverpool will probably be wise to sell Salah if they get an offer, you know, £175 million, £200 million. You can't turn that sort of money down. But a lot of clubs will have welcomed the Saudi Arabian money, to be honest. They might be complaining in public, but a lot of clubs have had real problems solved. You know, Chelsea, for instance, they've got a lot of their books by going to Saudi Arabia. They've done deals that would never have dreamt of doing prior to Saudi Arabian money coming in. You know, Man City have got a decent figure for Mahrez, a guy in his 30s. Even Man United have cashed in by letting Alex Telles go. So this summer, at least, I think a lot of Premier Leagues have done well out of it. But they're now getting to be a little bit twitchy because they're threatening to sign their best players like Mo Salah. And I think if that happens, then, well, it's the way of the game, isn't it? Economics always talk loudest in football, and the money is where the players go. So I do think they've left it late to get Mo Salah, but until that window closes at 10 o'clock UK time tomorrow, I wouldn't rule anything out.
Craig, what do you make of it, I suppose, from the players' perspective? Because it seems like a lot of the blame goes to them, people calling them money hungry when they obviously don't need this money. Jordan Henderson most recently has had to come out and kind of defend himself and said that his move wasn't motivated by money, even though they are throwing out numbers that it's hard for anybody to say no to. Does it leave a bad taste in your mouth, or what do you take of it?
No, not really. I don't begrudge anybody. I mean, you know, when Jordan Henderson's talking about growing the game, I mean, you just have to laugh at that. I mean, I think if you're just honest about it and say, look, I'm going for a payday, that's it and all about it. Now, I know there's other issues with Jordan Henderson in terms of the stance he took with certain communities. Then he does look very hypocritical. But that's his fight to fight. As Mark said, most of the guys have either been people that you're not too fussed about seeing them leave, or guys that are at the tail end of their career. In terms of the Mo Salah one, who thought we'd be sitting here sort of wondering about the Saudi Arabian transfer window 6 weeks ago and when it closes? But Liverpool, if they get a crazy offer, are in a bit of a predicament here. In some sense, the money would be great, but they lose a player which probably effectively is going to take them out of challenging for most of the big titles. They might eat that one up and take the money. And then there's the other side of it where the player, as Augie said, has been given a bumper contract when Sadio Mane, the two of them were up for contract. Mane was let go. Salah got the big money. Okay, it won't be the kind of money we get in Saudi Arabia, but it's not going to leave him homeless. And he might decide that he wants to play another year or two, or certainly another year, at elite level football. And so even if Liverpool decide that, we've had a £200 million offer on the table here, if the player doesn't want to go, the player doesn't need to go. So it's still a very complex issue here. I hope we see Salah stay at Liverpool and certainly for the foreseeable future, because they've had a good start to the season, and in a year's time he can make that move. That move will probably still be in the table. The money might be a little bit less, but I sincerely hope we do see him stay. But as Mark said, look, the English Premier League can have no complaints. They've overpaid for players and they've bullied other leagues and blah, blah, blah for years now. And here we have a country, whether we agree or not, who've got more money than sense, it seems, and they're throwing it about willy-nilly. And as Augie said, clubs are taking advantage. Might be the next one, but I get a feeling, because we're so close now, that this one is not going to happen.
All right. Well, in case anybody has been living under a rock, one person who did turn down a massive payday in Saudi Arabia is Lionel Messi.
Oh, not me.
Craig would not be turning that down. I don't know if any of us are in a position to turn that down. But Leo Messi did. He says he didn't need that money. Instead, he went over to cash in on MLS, where it has been absolute Messi mania. I think we're now only counting games that he doesn't score in. We'll get you guys' opinion on that in a second. But it seems like he's brought out all of the stars. Every star, whether it's a Hollywood star or even teammates or former teammates, everybody wants a piece of Leo Messi, including Giorgio Chiellini, but that actually didn't rub our very own Sebi Salazar the right way. Have a listen.
What was surprising to me was Giorgio Chiellini, and I only bring this up because it's come up quite a bit with MLS players being fanboys. I thought if anybody wouldn't go down the Messi fanboy route, it would be a grizzled veteran like Giorgio Chiellini. Instead, before even the Inter Miami players could get to Lionel Messi, Chiellini was not only out there, he was out there with, I don't know if his kids or somebody else's kids, getting a picture with Messi. Surely, Herc, with your ways of yelling at clouds like an old man out on your front porch, surely you have a problem with Chiellini, who didn't have a great game, fanboying like that over Messi.
I didn't see him fanboying. And by the way, when you called out we called out the fanboys as a channel, it was after being eliminated in a tournament. It was after losing
LAFC
a final.
got hammered at home. Chiellini got subbed off because they were so bad.
If you'd like to take a shot at Chiellini, go ahead. Is that what you're going to do? Are you going to take a shot at Giorgio Chiellini?
I was surprised. Yes, I was surprised that for all that we have talked about on this show and other shows about the fanboying in MLS, that within minutes of a frankly humiliating loss at home, that Chiellini of all people was doing that.
Well, listen, I didn't see Chiellini fanboying. I saw the exchange of jerseys. I didn't see him break out a Sharpie or anything like that. It wasn't a semifinal loss and you're eliminated, and it wasn't a final loss and you're posting proud pictures. So, I don't know.
Craig, I'm just going to let you comment on this one. Not much gets our Sebi Salazar riled up quite like
I'm going to have to stop you there, because I'm going to have to. I'm serious now. I'm going to have to stop you there, because this is just the way I like Hercules Gomez and Seb Salazar. I had absolutely no audio there whatsoever. So, I could, and I'm not a very good lip reader, and so that's where that's perfect for me. I have no idea what they said. No
well,
idea.
You're over there in the States, so you get to see firsthand or experience or get a little taste of this Messi mania. And Sebi was basically saying how it wasn't a good look seeing Giorgio Chiellini, who's, a big name in football, kind of fanboying over Messi, asking for selfies, like with his kids as well. But Herc was saying, like, it's not that bad. It's not like it was, yes, LAFC got smashed by Inter Miami, but it's not like it was a semifinal. It wasn't a cup final. It was just another game. Do you have a problem with that?
Well, I don't know if I have a problem with it. I don't enjoy the fawning, particularly in full view of the public over a player. It reminds me a little bit of when we played at France, when we played in the World Cup, Scotland, that is, France 98. We played in the opening game against the world champions Brazil. It was the opening ceremony, blah, blah, blah. It was a close game, believe it or not. We lost 2-1. And after the game, a few of our players who remain nameless were away chasing down to the Brazil dressing room, knocking on the door, trying to get to swap shirts and stuff. And I just wasn't comfortable with that, because I'm like, we just played a game, we've lost. This is the World Cup. I just don't like the fawning. And so in some sense, this is the same. Behind the scenes, you get an autograph or a picture, whatever. But I at the end of the day, you're trying to beat the guy. So I'm not one for the shirt swapping during games, shirt swapping at halftime, and running off, knocking on the dressing room. And by the way, these players knocking on the Brazil dressing room were saying, pretty please, may I have your Brazil shirt? Brazilians didn't even pick their heads up. It was embarrassing. And I just don't like to see that. I think there's professionals, and that's the way you should keep it.
Did you not get a shirt?
No, I didn't get a shirt. I never got a shirt. I wasn't interested. Funny enough, Augie, none of the Brazilians were interested in mine. Don't worry about that.
He's got Ronaldo's shirt behind him. He's just there, Ronaldo now. I can see it just there.
No,
it's there, Lars. Augie, let me quickly get before we go your thoughts on this whole Messi mania. I mean, I know we are an ocean away, but from what you've seen, I mean, he's doing what we expect Messi to do, which is just absolutely lights up any stage or any pitch that he graces. But does it also kind of make MLS, or the standard or the quality of MLS, look a bit worse than we thought?
Well, that's a harsh question. It really is. You really have to go with that. Look, I don't think it's Lionel Messi. I mean, he's arguably the best player the world's ever seen, or one of the top three. So, and he's still got it in him. He won a World Cup on his own pretty much last year. So he is going to go to MLS and play well. But the flip side is he didn't do so well in the Champions League with PSG, because I think up against top players, he's probably not the player he was. So it doesn't reflect well in terms of the standard of MLS. But him being there reflects really well on MLS that he's there. That Messi's stealing headlines all the time. I think if you had to make a decision on who made the best call, whether it was Messi or Ronaldo, I think Messi all day long. But I think Ronaldo doesn't seem to be having that much of a great time in Saudi Arabia. Well, they both went for the money. Let's not say that Messi didn't go to Saudi Arabia because he was doing it as a free hit to Miami. He's going to get well paid in Miami, so it was a money decision as well. But I think Messi took a lifestyle decision. I think he wanted to play in a different league. And I think, I don't really have a problem with the whole fanboy thing, as he said. It's a strange phrase, but I don't have a problem with that, because this is Pele, Maradona level. And I think you talk to players who played in those eras, they are the icons of the game. And I think Messi's just a different level. I think it's not like you're talking about a player that's achieved nothing. He is one of the absolute greats. So for me, Mr. Miserable, as you say, like this, I'm quite happy with this. I don't really mind too much.
I think just briefly, what you got to understand, that people got to understand, is, and Dan Thomas said it to me on the show. He said, "Oh, this is a bit of a surprise. He's doing so well." And I'm thinking, has he been on the moon for 10 years? I mean, the only thing that would stop Messi is Messi's desire and fitness and lifestyle. It's the only thing that would stop him, and then Mother Nature in terms of his age. It's nothing against Major League Soccer. Major League Soccer itself has built itself and prided itself on trying to bring in and enhance attacking players, right? It has always been slow, and if you look at the DPs and all the players that they've brought in from abroad, very rarely is it a defender. I know you mentioned Giorgio Chiellini there, but very rarely has it been top quality defenders. So there's a dearth of that in Major League Soccer. They focus on different areas. That's the way they see it. So when you have Lionel Messi come in, and you remember what a guy in Giovinco did at Toronto to some of these defenders. And that was quite a while ago, but this guy wasn't getting a game in Serie A. He came in and he made it look quite easy. So when you see Lionel Messi come in and you add it to all the points that I've just talked about, then this was always going to happen. And quite frankly, Major League Soccer, I'm sure, are excited by this. And it's the way their model has gone, is that they've focused on other areas, more in the attacking area, and that's left the defensive aspect of the game just slightly behind. And so Messi comes in, and guess what? This is a guy that's done it to some of the best defenders in the world for over a decade, and now he's doing it to guys that are not quite as good. It is hardly a shock.
Alexis as well, I was saying the Premier League rubbish because Erling Haaland scores a lot of goals. I mean, certain players are at such an elite level that they're going to score goals and do well wherever they play. So I think you just have to accept that Messi is at that level, and he's always going to do well. And I think it's great to see.
There is also, Augie, a lot of dross in the Premier League down that bottom end when you look at defenders. You've only got to look at that Everton back four. you and I could score against them.
All right, well, Augie, Craig, thank you guys so much for joining us. Thanks to all our viewers for tuning in on this live stream. We're back again on Friday. Like I said, we're on 3 times a week. And remember, ESPN FC, where Craig is on a regular. That's coming up later on tonight.
I'm on today again, double bubble.
Oh, double bubble, so you can get a double dose of Craig Burnley. Who wouldn't want that?
Even I wouldn't want that.
Thanks again, guys. See you on Friday.
Cheers.
Celtic beat Rangers 1-0 at Ibrox thanks to a stunner from Kyogo. The win means that Celtic now are unbeaten this season since Brendan returned to the club. But I'd say that Brendan, hold on a minute, we lost in the League Cup, didn't we?
He did.
Ah, yeah, so in the Premier League.
Yes, in the league.
I'm delighted to say that Brendan joins us now. Brendan, a very good morning.
Brendan, good morning.
Good morning, lads.
Always good to get the first one in the bag, Brendan.
I'm just a wee bit worried for Ali now that if they start taking tickets off the home supporters, he might not get in.
Oh, he was whinging about the referee and the goal disallowed. Honestly, there was pure contact there.
Brendan, I've got to be quite frank with you, mate. I thought it was a bang average game, to tell you the truth.
Do you know what? To be fair, they sometimes and normally are, Ali. It's
Yeah.
the atmosphere and everything, isn't it?
Well, that would be one of my first questions to you, Brendan. Does your team talk slightly change in any way, shape or form due to the fact that you boys did not have any support in the stadium at all?
Well, I think when you go away from home in these types of games anyway, Ali, as you know, you have to try and quieten the home support. Like the stadium was bouncing obviously before the game and start it, but I always think that when you go to Ibrox in particular, you have to control the game and control the ball, and we were able to do that in the first half, and very quickly got a nice little rhythm in the game. So, and that can always change the temperature in the ground.
You mentioned the first half, Brendan. I'm watching it. I've got to say, first half in particular, I thought Callum McGregor was excellent.
Always on the
absolutely
ball.
Excellent.
Aye, he's absolutely brilliant player, Ali. He's one that obviously my first time here, I've seen him grow and develop and really come to the fore here, and he's continued with that. And then he's obviously as the captain of the club, he's a wonderful speaker. He's a great ambassador for the club, and but his football that was the Callum McGregor I know. He was right in the thick of it. He can control the game. Brilliant footballer, very intelligent, and he got the game going for us in the first half.
Brendan, I was just thinking from a supporter's point of view now, what a group this is, Group E. Trips to Rotterdam, to Madrid, to Rome. It is just magic for the Celtic supporters, this group.
Yeah, it's what it's about, isn't it? You obviously the football challenge of the Champions League is huge, but it's great that the supporters are going to go to some fantastic cities, and as you know, they'll go in their numbers, and it'll be great.
It's going to be tough, but they're all tough, aren't they?
Well,
Champions League.
that's what I was going to ask you, Brendan. How do you think, and it's a difficult one to predict right now, but how do you think you're placed? Because I looked at Rangers last season, did exceptionally well to get to the group stages, obviously a good result against PSV, but then after that were clearly out their depth and outclassed in many of the games against top class opposition. How do you think you boys are placed this year?
Well, listen, it's always going to be a challenge for the Scottish teams in there. You know, we know the numbers now involved economically for teams and other the strongest leagues. But I think what you want to be is, and you want to show your supporters that you're competitive, and that you can go and compete, and that's what we'll aim to do. The group gives us a fighting chance, but there's no doubt that the teams that are in there are very good sides in their own right. It's why they're there, but we aim to be competitive there.
Do you know what? From a kid at a real early age, those European nights at Parkhead or at Ibrox were fantastic, Ali, weren't they?
Amazing.
Brendan, they were
Special.
to die for. They were just magic. They were.
Well, it's the atmosphere up here. It's absolutely incredible, Alan. I've been lucky enough to be involved in Liverpool Man United games in both grounds, and Liverpool and Everton games, and those are big games. They're intense, but there's nothing like this. There's nothing like the Celtic Rangers games, for one, and then the atmosphere that the teams create up here. And I know I can only really speak for Celtic and the European games, in particular the Champions League. The home games are absolutely incredible. The noise once the flag starts to roll is just incredible. So I can't wait for that.
Bren, I keep saying it, but we need more money from television revenues in Scotland and the Premier League in Scotland. You just look to see what happened to Hibs, Hearts, to Aberdeen, Rangers out to PSV, who looked a good side. But, it's ridiculous, the difference that what the Premier in England gets, which you know all about, and what Scotland gets.
Yeah, it's night and day difference, Al. I come into here and I see, with the greatest respect, some of the wages that the boys are on, and I obviously know the levels down in England, and it's frightening, really. It's frightening, but listen.
Ali's the highest paid man in Scotland, Ali is.
Listen, he's top man, Ali, so he deserves it.
Brendan, before I want to ask you about one of your ex-players, before James Maddison, but before I go on to ask you about James, just tell me, are you back into the swing of things straight away, into the West of Scotland life, family, people looking after you? Are you back into it immediately? Did it take you long to readapt? I'm going to ask you.
No, not at all.
I wouldn't have thought so.
It was a big part of it, Ali, coming up to here. The family loved it, and actual fact, this time I'm going to enjoy more of Scotland. I think that when I was up here the first time, I loved it. I moved away, but probably I took it for granted a wee bit, if I'm honest. So for example, now in the international break, I've had a couple of days away up in the Highlands, and
brilliant,
and just really enjoy the life here, because it's an incredible life. Glasgow's an amazing city, and I settled in really quickly.
It's stunning up there, particularly up the Highlands, up in Sutherland, things like that. Now, on to that question I was going to ask you, Brent, are you surprised at all at the quality that Maddison has shown at Spurs? Because I've watched a few of the Spurs games. I'm pretty positive you'll have seen a few of the highlights of them yourself. We all knew that you're a great player there at Leicester. No real surprise to you that he seems to have kicked on since his move.
No, not at all. I think there's two aspects. One, he's really developed James. When I first went to Leicester, he had things that he had to work on, but his talent was clear, and what people who, when they know him well, he really loves the game.
Yeah,
James, he loves football. His personality is fantastic, but he's a top level player. So I'm absolutely delighted for him, and also going into Tottenham, we Angie's an attacking coach, and James suits an attacking style. He has to have a manager that will attack the game, and obviously that'll be a great fit for him. And Tottenham as a club, it's a club that's steeped in history of really good football. So he'll fit perfectly into that, and I can't speak highly enough of him as a young guy, amazing. And as a footballer, he's one of the top players in the Premier League.
Yeah. Brent, just one or two players, we keep talking about Saudi and players going over there. Is there any chance that they can, you could have prized one or two away up to Glasgow to play for Celtic, or even if Rangers done that? Or is the money just crazy over in Saudi that it's impossible? We just can't match it, can we?
Yeah, no. There's no chance. You can't match it in the Premier League, so you're never going to match the Saudi money. But it's definitely something that makes players wobble, for sure, because of the the money that is talked about and what it can do for not just players and their families, but the legacy that they can create for their families for years down the line. So it's definitely something. I think the thing that makes it dangerous is, and I only know because I actually spoke to a club in Saudi when I left Leicester and was thinking of maybe taking a year out of respect. I spoke to a team a couple of times. I think the big thing that they have is what makes them dangerous is, of course, they have the money, but they have a plan there.
Yeah.
And the plan is on course in terms of attracting top players and looking to get top managers out there.
So this may be different to China, for instance.
That's what I said, Brendan. I said that early on in the show. There was a couple of years back we thought China were going to make a push for it and do this and do that and do the next thing. But I think this looks as though it's the real deal in Saudi, in the respect that you've just mentioned. There's a serious plan to take top players, top managers, with a view probably to get in the World Cup.
Yeah, but and even bigger than that as well, Ali, what you've got is the infrastructure they're looking to improve in terms of facilities. I think also, see, bringing these top players, like if you think of Ronaldo and everything and how he looks after his body, and he was the first big one to go there. I think what they're looking at in life in general, that these players that are super fit guys, super professional, can help people in health and life. And that's also a part of the plan, that it makes, Saudi there in terms of health and wellness for people better. So it's not just purely the money; it's the overall plan that they have.
Absolutely. I must admit, I was surprised, but Jordan's he's come out and said now, Brendan, that if someone had made an effort to keep him at Liverpool, stay at Liverpool, he'd have stayed. So, do you know what I mean? You got to take his word for it. It wasn't all about the dosh, all about the money.
I think sometimes one of the things, Brendan, it's potentially worrying people with the top flight down here is they look as though now they're going to try and prize players who aren't necessarily at the end of their career.
Salah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, and that's clearly the challenge, isn't it? Listen, we love the game, we love football, and we're all fortunate enough to work in the profession and have been in it or around it. But for these young guys, it's a profession, it's their life, and it's so they have to do what's best for them. I think we have, you guys know only too well, and you hear it a lot more than me and the radio and stuff, but obviously the challenge is there's so many morality officers around the world nowadays that are judging people, but Jordan I know extremely well, and I know that the love he had for Liverpool and has and will always have for Liverpool, but he was at the stage of his career where he probably wasn't going to be the first name on the team sheet anymore. 32 years of age, he's won absolutely everything.
Yeah,
and probably has fancied a different challenge, and probably out of respect didn't probably feel right for him to be at another Premier League club. So to go abroad and take on a new challenge clearly suited him.
Brendan, great start to the season. Enjoy Champions League. It's going to be a great ride, and we look forward to speaking to you again. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Great to talk, Brendan. All the best, mate.
You too, guys. I might see you about up here, Ali, if you're around.
Sounds great.
So it'll be good to see you.
Smashing, Brendan. All the best. Thank you.
Brendan Rodgers there.
Talk Sport Breakfast with Alan Brazil. Thursday and Friday morning, 6 till 10. On AM, on DAB, via the Talk Sport app and on your smart speaker. Talk Sport.
We're talking about That Show Last Night, starring Howard Webb and Michael Owen, Match Officials' mic'd up show. And of course, key decisions were reviewed and assessed by those two. And Howard front and centre saying, yeah, many we get right, one or two we get wrong. And we've got to hold our hands up on that. The bottom line question is, are you more accepting of mistakes? Now you can hear how officials got to that end point. Danny, many messages coming in. There's Charlie, the Palace fan, Simon. Great show, guys. When are we going to get ex-pro footballers in the VAR room like Danny? Then we can hear how he would get to the decision. Or would Danny bottle it? Asks Charlie.
Well, we go back to the point, the three big howlers they've made so far. Well, that's what we're led to believe we believe the three big howlers are Ake with the offside against Fulham, the Wolves pen we've just heard about, and the McAllister red. All I can tell you is on those three occasions, I would have, within 10 seconds, got the right decision.
You would have. If you'd been in the VAR truck.
Which isn't saying much, because you'd have got them, Jim.
Well, I don't think it's that easy,
Well,
and I wouldn't belittle it.
Those
I
three-
respect
those
what
three
these
are-
guys are
those three
doing.
are that easy.
So if you'd been in that VAR truck, take Michael Salisbury out of it,
10 seconds.
put you in, Onana Clatters, the Wolves player, you'd have given a pen.
Well, I did it on Coco's.
You'd have recommended a pen.
I did it on my first instinct on Coco's in 10 seconds.
Would you get anything wrong?
Yeah, of course.
Right, what? Hence.
But not that bad.
But that's
the
what-
obvious ones.
But you wouldn't be 100% right in all times.
No.
Okay, Joe.
I don't think anyone could.
Joe's a Manchester United fan. Joe, good morning to you. Do you accept a bit more now that mistakes can be made, now that you can hear how the officials got to where they get to? Morning, Joe.
Yes, morning. I've always been accepting of the decisions that the referees make. I mean, we're very lucky that our referees, when they cross that white line, they cross with honesty and integrity, unlike the footballers and the managers. Now, Danny's saying it would have taken him 10 seconds. Yes, there are times, but it takes far too long to make that decision. But then I'm thinking, do the people in the vast studio get the feed immediately? Maybe they're waiting 90 seconds, a minute or two to get that feed before they can make their decision. So, and you've got these constant pundits sniping at the referee. They just can't help themselves, but snipe, and degrading the referees. They are not helping the cause. So what Howard's doing is great, because I, as a paying customer, I want to know what's happening and how they got to that decision. So I'm grateful for all of this. Thank you.
That's a great call, Joe.
Is pointing out someone's obvious mistake degrading them?
No, the pundits are degrading.
Degrading in what way? If you point out a mistake and say he's got that wrong.
No, they
Well,
make
you just call them howlers.
Saying consistency. You know, they got to have consistency. Well, how can you have consistency when you've got some decisions which are subjective? They're not matter of fact. They're not binary. You keep making these. The referee's got to be consistent all the time. They just can't help themselves.
Well, they're talking about things. You got to isolate the incident. So, for example, the Rashford and Havertz penalties, one was given, one wasn't. That's inconsistent. There's nothing wrong with pointing that out. You have to. You're paid to. That's what we're paid to do. So you can call it degrading and try and make it belittling and use all the, like try and make it look as though people are picking on refs. In any walk of life, when you're on a football pitch and you're on TV and you're getting paid the money to do hundreds of thousands of pounds to do the job properly, if you don't do it well, you're gonna get criticised. Let me finish. You're also gonna get praise, and there's been lots more praise for officials than there has been in other seasons. So,
When did you praise them last?
Last time I was on Match Today.
What did you say?
I praised them for a good decision.
What decision did you praise them for?
I can't remember off the top of my
I'm
head.
the last person to defend the establishment. I'm the last person that I would have ever thought finding myself, having dealt with the pompous people like David Ellery, having to bite down on my gum shield about people like Uriah Rennie and people like that, and dealing with these referees as an owner on a relatively regular basis.
Gum shield.
I'm in a camp of suggesting, the same as Joe, that there is a context to the way that the pundits operate with referees. There is a culture of disrespect. It is not the same when it comes to praise.
It's just a big generalisation.
No, because it's a generalisation based upon a body of work that the viewers are seeing, that we're seeing with these pundits on a repeated basis. Referees are fair game. It's fair game, and it's not the same. The balance isn't there. When a referee has a good game, it has nowhere near the traction or interest level from the pundits to be able to suggest
for doing their job right.
Well,
okay.
But so when we wax lyrical about
we
football,
praise players for doing great
when
things.
a goalkeeper makes a save, that's what his bleeding job is. But everyone's going to sit there turning around and say it's wonderful.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
No, you'd say it's a wonderful save if he shouldn't save it.
Joe, I think in essence, Joe, you think we should be more accepting of mistakes and we should let these guys get on with it.
Absolutely. When you think about it, those three mistakes is a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction of the great decisions they constantly make. And
That's
sometimes
correct.
when you see those hairline decisions, I think, how did he get that right? Brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely, Joe. Listen, thanks for that. Have you remembered the one that you praised them for getting
I've
right?
done a few, Jim.
You've done a few?
I've done 4 shows in the last 3. You can watch them all back and tell me there isn't any.
Okay, no, I'm not that desperate.
Exactly.
Jim White and Simon Jordan. Monday to Friday mornings from 10 on AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
Now, basically what they're trying to do is, if anything was got wrong by VAR or the referees or both sets of groups, then we look at it and we think, hands up, that was wrong. But it's fair to say, Danny, the vast majority, since VAR was introduced, the vast majority of decisions have been right. Correct? We go on that premise, yeah?
Yep.
Okay. So let's look at the one one of a few, but this specific one they got wrong. And they focused on key decisions. Manchester United Wolves in the dying moments of the game. United's new goalkeeper, Onana, comes for a cross, misses the ball, and collides with two Wolves players. So, should it have been a penalty? Should it not? The bottom line is this. This is what went on in the night in conversational terms between the referee, Simon Hooper, and the two other main voices, Michael Salisbury on VAR and his assistant on VAR, Richard West. This is what they made of it.
Possible foul there. Just need to view that.
Don't give those.
So Onana goes to challenge for the ball.
Go kick. It's not.
Just delay. Checking possible penalty.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
Yeah. So I want to view this because I think Onana collides into it. He's tried to burn into the ball, but he's late.
And
he blocks in. Will you look at this for me, Westy, please, to see what I'm seeing? So the goalkeeper goes to challenge the ball, and he makes an aerial contact with the Wolves player. It's late and it's clumsy, in my opinion. Dawson wins the header,
Caution, Gary O'Neill. Yeah.
but it's late. It's very late in the aerial challenge. I think because the Wolves player doesn't head the ball. Yeah, because Dawson heads it.
Dawson clearly wins the head.
Yeah, and then therefore it's a normal collision as they both challenge the ball from the two.
Yeah.
Just stay there because if he goes,
Check complete. Check complete.
Check complete.
Check complete.
Yeah.
But they got it wrong. So Simon Hooper, the referee, we heard, we don't give these. In your mind, Danny, did he then influence the minds of the VAR boys?
Yeah, I think so. I think the beginning of the clip, you clearly hear the referee say, it's a collision, we don't give these. Now, he shouldn't really be saying that in the heat of the moment because it's happening 100 miles an hour. But what he's done is planted a seed in the VAR's head, who then goes on basically talk himself out of it. Probably because he doesn't want to go against, really. He's not got the courage of his conviction to go against the ref decision in the last minute at Old Trafford. And a bit what Mike Dean was saying on Simon's pod, and probably articulating the wrong way, there's a human nature that comes. It's human nature, which I completely get, to protect your own a little bit, because he didn't want to be saying, and then he got his words in. Actually, this is the VAR. It's clumsy. It's late. Again, he repeats it. It's clumsy. It's late. It's very late. Somewhere from those words to the end of it, he's bottled it.
Yeah.
But the seed had been planted by the ref for some reason in the game, saying that's a collision. We don't give those.
See, the value of this show, insofar as it's valuable, is that if you've got somebody sitting, if you had Danny Murphy set opposite Howard Webb, the first thing out of your mouth would be, didn't the on-field referee influence the VAR? Shouldn't the VAR have their own mind? Are you going to fix that particular cultural problem where people have the courage of the convictions?
Correct, and that's what I wanted to hear last
comes
night.
Value.
Well, there's absolutely.
I wanted to hear that last night.
So there's no doubt Howard, being the bright guy he is, would have said to this referee the day after, 2 days after, whenever, look, you can't be saying we don't give those. It's you're planting a seed. He would have said that. It's so obvious to me when I heard it. I'm amazed I haven't heard it before.
But you just said it's human nature.
Well,
so
I think there's a degree.
So that's impossible to fix, isn't it?
Well, it's not impossible.
What it isn't is incompetence.
Well, you can word it how you want.
It's human nature.
You can phrase it how you want to get a rise.
We all make a mistake. Top industrialists make mistakes.
It's
Doctors
irrelevant.
make mistakes.
They're not-
Lawyers make mistakes.
We all
These
make
guys on
mistakes.
that precise time in that match made a mistake. But it's not incompetence.
Well, it depends. Is not having the courage of your conviction, not being able to do your job properly, incompetence? You can get the wording up. Does it mean you're permanently incompetent? Probably not. Can you improve?
They weren't brave enough in the VAR chart. That's what you're saying, or are you? They weren't brave enough.
Yeah, he didn't have the courage of his conviction. Is a lack of bravery.
No, Simon, take it from us. Go and look at that. Go and look at the screen.
Correct. Because he believed it, didn't he? You could hear him. He believed it at first, and then he talked himself out of it. Probably with that seed that'd been planted. Now, somebody who's competent, I think, if you want to keep using the word, somebody who's competent.
Braver.
Somebody who's...
How do you make them braver?
Well, you keep working with them and hope that they improve, and if they don't, then they go.
So we're
And
agreed
you bring
that
someone in
this whole process is in its infancy. You accept that?
Yeah, and the other bit I accept is them sitting in their four walls going through that and trying to improve, which I'm sure Howard is. And we are talking about since the season's begun, Jim, we're talking about 3 decisions where 99.9% of the people are saying we all agree it was wrong. So we are talking about a tiny, only a few.
Yeah.
So those 3, and we're sticking on the Wolves one, are rare examples of poor skill set. Let's put it that way. And if they are continual perpetrators of that, or that's the wrong word, repeat offenders of those ridiculously bad decisions, then by the end of the season, you're going to know.
Well, this is the leadership criteria that you're asking Howard Webb to bridge the gap. There's been a vacuum of leadership, in my view, in terms of the way that referees... There is a desire to make the on-pitch referee have more authority. That has to be countermanded with the reality of what VAR is there for in the first place. You can't give the on-field referee more authority by compromising your view in the VAR truck, because that's not the purpose of VAR. So he's got to get that balance right. So you've got to get the culture, because there was always this theory, Danny Kenny used to say to me about this conspiracy theory about the VAR guys they don't really want VAR, so they do it in a certain way to be able to find a way to get rid of VAR. And I never really understood that, but Danny had his reasons for it. I think if you're looking now at what Howard is doing, he's building incremental blocks in changing the culture of referees so that they become more courageous, more focused on their decision-making process, owning them, and a whole different outlook of perhaps, I don't want to say leadership, because people don't want to see referees being leaders. They want to see them almost being invisible and seamless to the game. But there is a need for an ultimate authority on the pitch. There is a need to change, and these things like dealing with the time wasting, dealing with the dissent, and ensuring those things, that these are all good things.
I heard Alan Brazil scoff at the number of minutes being played now at the moment.
It's not as bad
Something
as
had to
it's already
change
improved.
because the time wasters had to be pinpointed
Yeah,
and caught out.
But Jim, he's wrong, because it's already improved.
Of course.
Not every game is 100 minutes.
Of course.
Because players are behaving better. The Arsenal-Man United one was quite exceptional that weekend.
But by having these sort of situations, what you're doing is, for want of a better expression, you're giving the referees their head. You're giving them their confidence. You're building up their strengths. You're showing them what leadership and authority looks like, and changing the characteristics of them. So you're changing their outlook. That's what the culture of something is. The more you expose people. If you walk into a room with enthusiastic people, and the whole room is full of, and you walk out negative, you have to have a special gift. Most of the time, you'll walk out enthusiastic. If you walk into a room of people that are strong, definite in their views, prepared to own them, stand them up and defend them, and go after the decision-making process with vigour, vim, and most of the time accuracy, you're going to have a culture where these referees are going to be a completely different animal than ones we've seen over the last 3 or 4 years. And that's the task that Howard Webb has.
And he puts himself front and centre of it,
He does, and where let me make myself clear on it. When I'm talking about not hearing explanations, I think there's a benefit in hearing explanations when it's... So, for example, you've got the Havertz penalty and then Rashford's one last week. A lot of people saying, well, they were similar. They should both not be penalties. Some people say they are. You're not going to get 100% on those ones, because people have different opinion on whose leg it's to and blah, blah, blah. Nothing wrong with hearing that, because actually there's no definitive right answer, even though you might think so and I might. But the other ones, my point at the beginning of the show, and just to reiterate it before people start jumping on, is that the 3 bad decisions are that bad and that obvious. We don't need to hear how they got there, because all you're doing is shining a light on the ridiculousness of the decision.
So would you prefer them to analyse the marginal decisions then?
Yeah. So we get an understanding of what they're looking at.
I mean, there's a degree of accuracy in what Steve in Wolverhampton's saying. I'm a referee, guys. After listening to what goes on in the VAR truck, it's a case of maybe too many cooks.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, because we didn't actually mention, because you've got the VAR, assistant VAR, because what you also heard him say in that clip is, Westy, can you have a look at this for me? Which Westy being the assistant VAR.
Right.
So you're hearing 3 voices on that clip. The ref, the VAR, and the assistant VAR. And we're expecting the referee in the middle of Old Trafford in the last minute to gain his composure while he's got these 2 voices going on in his head and help him out. That's what he should have.
That's what he has to do. That's what he's got to do.
Yeah. And it didn't happen that way.
Yeah.
And they didn't help him.
But that was one moment when it didn't happen that way. The vast majority of other moments pass without incident. They're the correct decisions, and on we go with the match. And that's why this whole damn thing's been introduced, Danny.
But I think...
And Webb's front and centre, appearing on his own show last night, Match Officials Mic'd Up show, and is not hiding. He's fronting up and he's saying, this is what we're trying to achieve. There'll be blocks on the road along the way. There'll be obstacles along the way. There's a lot of noise around it, but we're damn well trying to get there.
And I think a lot of people, even in where I work and the people I'm around, are more accepting of what they're trying to do now because of the way Howard.
But I want Howard Webb on with the most vociferous dissenting voices. I don't want him on with Michael Owen. Lots of time for Michael Owen, lovely. I want him on with the people that have got lots to say for themselves and put them in a position where they can say what they've got to say to Howard Webb and then find themselves in a situation where they start to get discredited.
Yeah.
They won't put themselves in that position because they won't like to hear the alternate side of the argument, because at this moment in time, what they've got is a one-way transaction. They get to put out their particular view. They sit in a little echo chamber with Ian Wright and Alan Shearer all nodding and gurning at one another, and no one debates it or debate how wrong it is. Whereas if you get someone like those guys, Lineker,
but you only have a certain amount of time.
You
only have a certain amount of time to talk about decisions when you're doing TV. You don't get the same when you do on radio.
I'm saying get the very loud voices that are very critical of these things to have these conversations with people like Howard Webb. Don't make it.
Shearer speaks to Howard Webb. They know each other.
Don't make it a soft landing for Howard Webb.
No,
I know Howard Webb have to work.
Hold him to account.
But you'd still end up at the same place.
All right, well, let's
and the same place. Let me finish. The same place is this. The same place is Howard's doing a good job with good intention, trying to make things better, and things are improving and will if they stick to this regime.
We know that.
Yeah, but ultimately, he can't referee every game and he can't make all the decisions. He's got some people in the team who it looks like aren't good enough.
Well, we're going to put it out there as we're late with the 10:30 bulletin, but that was always going to be the case. Are you out there becoming more accepting of mistakes? Now you can hear how officials got to the point they got to. Maybe you want to give us a call on that. 03717 223344 81089.
Jim White and Simon Jordan. Monday to Friday mornings from 10 on AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
The transfer window closed on Friday, so who has done the best business? Well, we know who's done the most business because we can take a look at who spent the most money, and it's Chelsea who are top of the pile with £391.7 million spent. Tottenham on 230, City on 211, Arsenal just short of 100, Man United on 171, and Liverpool on 145.
We're
so
short of
the
200.
classic six. The classic six would be the big spenders in this transfer window, and of course that doesn't take into account the players that have gone from there, and it's gross spend rather than net spend, and all those things that people get really excited about. But all we're asking is not, who's spent the most money. We want to know who's had the best transfer window, who's come out of it looking much stronger than they were before it opened.
I think West Ham made some good signings. Yeah. I think West Ham.
Enough to balance out losing Rice?
I think Alvarez and James Ward-Prowse will probably balance that out.
The boy Kudus they signed is fantastic.
Kudus is very good. I think Mavropanos, former Arsenal player, I think that they're good signings. I think they'll be very happy with that because, West Ham people knew they had the money, so they had to really box clever. I think they've got a new recruitment guy there as well. I can't remember his name probably, but I think West Ham have done pretty well. I think Forest, with the signings, you want a couple of those players at Forest, Hudson-Odoi, for instance, you hope that someone like Hudson-Odoi can really get himself going. It's only a few seasons ago.
They had a crazy final day, West Ham, Nottingham Forest, with 7 players coming in. It was just
another one coming back.
Rock Origi, Tavares from Arsenal. They've kind of got some players that you think, when you put those guys in there, it looks pretty good. I think Forest, they'll cause problems with the players they've got. But I'm going to probably go with West Ham because they've started well and they've added well. Yeah,
given that Rice went right at the beginning of the transfer window, and then they made their signings quite late on, didn't they? I think it was 4 in the last 3 weeks or so for West Ham. Yeah. But with Nottingham Forest, one of the issues around them last season was that they'd made all those changes. Some of them they had to make, because there were lots of players on loan in the Championship, and then struggled to bring them into the team. This feels like a more considered transfer window in terms of what they needed. Who's impressed you, do you think? Whose business has impressed you, Owen?
Do you know what? All those teams on there, I quite liked all their business. Liverpool, I like, Szoboszlai, I think he's an amazing player. McAllister to go in there. Gravenberch, obviously, to come in there. I think United I think even United, Onana and Rasmus Højlund, I think that's, they needed that. So I think that's good. Tottenham, I think, made some really good signings. Villa, I think with Diaby and Pau Torres, I think they're great signings. So I think a lot of the teams are actually a lot better. The only one on that list that I'd say you're a bit curious about the whole project is Chelsea. You know, they're spending all that money, but they still, okay, they got Nicholas Jackson, who's going to be good. And the goalkeeper, you know, you ended up with Brighton's third goalkeeper and you spent 400 million. It just seems like, I know they're trying to sign 22 and under, but so you want to compete and be ready, and it feels like they lack a little bit of leadership. Captains, outside of Thiago Silva, it's quite a young team in Raheem, so I like business kind of all the team. Arsenal, City, amazing business.
Yeah, the one thing that the caveat to Liverpool's transfer business, and that's been probably the most up and down of any, because it started with McAllister, ended with Gravenberch, but then in the middle of it, you've got, you know, they miss out on Moses Caicedo to Chelsea. Then they look like they're going for Lavia. He goes to Chelsea as well, and it all felt a little bit. It all felt a little bit down. And then they end it on a high with Gravenberch, but there is still
but the thing
question over the future of Mo Salah.
Well, yes, there is. But, like, just going with Caicedo and Lavia is that, yes, of course, you're probably your first, second, what you want, players that you want. But, like, you don't get them. But what you end up getting is more than good enough. More than good enough. Probably, you know, when you look at the way that, you know, especially the way Caicedo started at Chelsea, up that it kicks in for him. But when you look at what Liverpool's got, I think it's very good. And then, like you mentioned with Mo Salah, that's, for me, I don't even know if that's the guys, Saudi, they're flexing to come in at that late, to come in for a player of that calibre, you know, that late. It's almost...
You can't let him go. You're not going to let him go, are you?
You're not going to let him go at that stage of the window, but, like, it's almost disrespectful to him. If you're going to do that, then do it at a time because you're trying to buy him. Now it's just unsettled.
Well, let's see how unsettled they're feeling at Liverpool, according to Jurgen Klopp.
Meetings this week, and the meeting were not about what we did in the past. It was about what we will do in the future. Mo was with the players' committee, and Mo had his moments where he was talking, and there was nothing about. By the way, it's only until next week or whatever, and then my future is. And he's completely here. He's completely here, and if Dom said that, fine. Mo doesn't have to come in my office and tell me, by the way, boss, I go. But for me, it was not a subject for 1 second, to be honest. Besides your question. The left and right of it, nothing.
I know Jurgen Klopp has said this, and I know last year Mohamed Salah's agent went on Twitter and said, you know, we wouldn't have signed a big contract last summer if we were going to move. This is not this is not an issue for us. He's happy where he is. But the money is ridiculous. Money, and it's all very public negotiations as well. There's nothing subtle about any of this. It just seems like it's all just going up by 25 million pounds every time you hear about it.
Very difficult for Liverpool.
It depends how you look at it. If you look at it sporting-wise, football-wise, it makes no sense to let him go now, and you can't even replace him. If you look at a business point of view, if you're the owner...
Where are you going to get that kind of offer again?
Exactly. But I think the Saudis will be there next summer, in the summer 2024. He will have 1 year left on his contract, so you might get less money. But he's still Mo Salah. He's still very good, as we saw yesterday. So he will still go for a decent amount of money. But yeah, it's not the 200 million that you can potentially...
I think that what they're very fortunate with is that a powerhouse like the Saudis can come in and they'll wait and still pay extraordinary amounts of money for a player that's, what's he going to be next year, 32?
31 now,
31, 30, so 33, because before the pandemic and everything, with Mane, Firmino, or one of those guys, if there was no pandemic, I'm saying it, they probably would have gone the way Liverpool finance moves. We saw that happen with Coutinho. How they're able to spend that kind of money or get that kind of money in and then spend it so wisely like they did. And you'd have thought that at this stage, where was that going to come from? And now it's come from the Saudis. And then, like you say, they might wait. They will wait, won't they? Because he's so big.
Yeah.
He's so big, he's worth waiting for. But, like, Liverpool will have to make that deal at some stage, no doubt about it.
But the reason it's so interesting to talk about, even though everybody keeps saying nothing to see here officially, the reason why it's so interesting is because it asks all kinds of questions. It's about what motivates Mohamed Salah, whether he wants to go and earn a load of money or whether he wants to stay and potentially win trophies, and what drives him and what motivates him. And there's also the question of a potential World Cup bid, Saudi Arabia with other partner countries that may be putting that forward that he could be part of. And there's his position within the Arabic world and his status within the Arabic world. So it just asks an awful lot of questions that aren't just purely about have you got the money, do you want the player?
Yeah. Well, I think, first of all, I think Mo's legacy is set. Yeah, he'd be one of the greatest Liverpool players ever. If he goes there, which he probably looks like he will, because that money talks. You think about Benzema and Neymar and Ronaldo and all these guys. So he'll probably end up going there. Hopefully not. I hope he stays. But I think his legacy's set. And at 32, think about coming from Egypt, the impact that money could have in his country. The stuff that what he could do for his people. I think is something maybe some of these guys think about too. You want to see the best guys in the biggest leagues, but at some point that money is just it changes everything, and it's a shame that it does. But I think for Mo probably to be the kind of the leader there, I think will probably have a big say in it. It'd be hard to leave Liverpool though.
Yeah. But that's the kind of thing that can move Pricey away, because it could get into a place, Kels, where Liverpool can't, like you're saying, it's going up in 25 million increments.
It's great, isn't it?
So, at some stage, someone's going to have to go, stop, okay, yes, because, it's too much money to turn down for a business. Liverpool's a business.
They could buy 3 players with that.
Absolutely.
And it's top players.
Not anymore.
Not
anymore. That's
2 top players.
Oh, yeah, but they can't buy them.
Yeah, not nice, close. So,
No, I know. I'm saying
exactly. But if that bid had come a month ago, which I don't understand, Al Ittihad had the money, or they had the money for years. They were pressing.
This is why I don't like
it. It was just left hanging around.
This is the thing that feels strange about it, that it all seems very last minute when it absolutely didn't need to be. But the other thing I was going to say to you, it does feel very last minute, but I'm still not 100% sure how last minute it is, because according to the Saudi League, the transfer window, the deadline for registration of new players is on the 7th. According to the FIFA website, the Saudi deadline for registering new players is the 20th of September. Yeah. So there is a bit of a discrepancy there. We're working to the 7th, I think, in our heads.
Yeah, but they should work to what the transfer deadline is here.
Yeah, good point, right.
You know what I mean?
They should,
Each league is free to do. The Premier League could do the days that
Premier
they
League
want.
can't set the transfer deadlines.
It can't be more than 12 weeks, I think.
Right.
So your window has to last as much as 12 weeks, but not more. But you can set it from 1st of July to 12 weeks later.
Yeah, what I'm saying with Al Ittihad?
Yeah.
They surely, if it's Mo Salah, they want Mo Salah. They haven't just woke up a couple of days ago and said, look, we want Mo Salah. They could have done that ages ago.
But maybe they thought if we come late, Liverpool won't have too much time to think, and they say, okay, 200 million, we can't say no. We take him.
Yeah, but then they've got to think from a business point of view, George, that
I agree.
if you come that late, how are Liverpool going to spend the money to buy a 30-goal a season striker, which he's been, 20 plus Premier League goals a season for how long he's been here?
Maybe they found a couple hundred just sitting around, and then they realised we can spend this.
And that's Liverpool as well.
In the settee. They found it in the settee.
Liverpool, don't forget how long it took you to get over Mane leaving.
Yes.
In your pressing. If you lose Salah, you just don't know. You've got great forwards now that can replace him. You can have a Luis Diaz, Jota, Darwin front three, which is great. But then we saw with Mane, it's not that easy.
It's not that easy.
So Liverpool's transfer window, broadly good. We're working on the assumption that Salah is going to be staying.
Yes.
When we say that, have you said who's impressed you in the transfer window?
I think Manchester City. I mean, but when you can spend 100 million on a defender because Laporte, who you don't even play anymore, is leaving. It's just you keep upgrading every position where you lose a player. You lose Mahrez, who was very good for you, but who's getting old now. And Jeremy Doku, one of the most promising, exciting youngsters. Very direct, skills, incredible, pace incredible. You 65 million, here you go. Mateus Nunes, here you go again. It's just Kovacic, a really good price. It's fantastic, I think, what they do.
So Manchester City have got stronger, having won the league title last season, having won it in 4 of the last 5 seasons.
That's right.
And they've got stronger this time around.
Exactly.
Right, so that's not worrying for anybody else at all. Has anybody surprised, do you think, in the transfer window?
I have to say, just to continue on what Owen said, I was impressed that a lot of clubs actually did some clever business. We're used to the Premier League just spending money and money and money. And they spend more than ever in this window. I think 2.5 billion or something. But actually, a lot of clubs did their homework well and bought well and in a clever way, in a smart way. Maybe sometimes paying just over the odds, over the price. But I think everybody thought carefully about what they needed and who they went for.
I think Crystal Palace's business in keeping Gueye, Eze, and Elise, where Chelsea came hard. You know, after selling Zaha, was brilliant business for Palace. Fantastic business for Palace, I think.
And
Newcastle is an interesting one. You know, they signed a lot of players kind of. Tonali was the headliner, but they signed a lot of good young ones. You know, Livermento's a fantastic player.
Fantastic.
You know, Lewis Hall, you know, he's another good player. Harvey Barnes, you know, they've gone kind of. I think they've gone for that personality rather than the superstar. They've gone for kind of nice,
Just
nice
one
guys.
small
You know what
step
I mean?
up again, and then kind of
I think it's been a good window for a lot of teams.
Been a good window for a lot of teams, so that's over and done. We're now at the first international break, as we keep saying. 4 games in. What's been your moment so far?
Well, I thought Rice was going to pick Declan Rice's goal from yesterday, but
People think I'm
somehow
being
he
biased,
didn't.
so I'll leave it for someone else.
Just because this was the first big... I know we had a Chelsea-Liverpool early on and the Liverpool-Newcastle, but this one felt, of the big guys, this felt like a real one. And to have a winner, it could have been a United winner, it was an Arsenal winner, but right at the end like that, in that kind of atmosphere and what he meant for both clubs, winning and losing, I think it was very special, so that was my moment so far.
Yeah, it was one that you very much enjoyed as well, Righty, but it's not the one, despite all of these celebrations, that you went for. What did you go for as your moment of the season?
I like this goal because, like, as soon as this happened, I said goal. There, goal. I think Maddison's signing at Tottenham's a real proper signing. And I like what he done at Bournemouth when they were giving him stick, and he done that with the corner flag. I just like the fit, so I'm going to go with Maddison.
And Owen?
Yeah, I mean, this has probably been one of my favourite moments I've seen in a long time. David Brooks coming back. First of all, the chop, by the way.
Yeah.
But after what happened with his lymphoma, with his cancer issue, and he's an amazing player. But seeing back on the football pitch after that, I just think first goal back after that is that's been the best one for me.
Yeah, it's the perfect one to end on. Owen, Jules, lovely to see you both. Thank you very much for coming in. What a weekend! 41 goals scored this weekend, and as you said, we had a blockbuster game.
And the one thing he'll be hoping for is that he recaptures the form he showed when he first burst on the scene as a young teenager. As far as Liverpool are concerned, it's always been about that midfield area of the football pitch, and they've certainly rebooted that part, the middle third. You know all about that, Leon. Ryan Gravenberch, another midfielder on Merseyside.
Yeah, exciting. You know, they've identified the problem area of the pitch, especially with them, you know, losing Henderson and Milner and Fabinho over the summer. They knew that they had to go out and strengthen, or they've left themselves very short. And they've signed 4 players to make that the case. This is the last, and I think that they now have energy. I think they now have guile. They have, you know, abundance of desire. And talking about a lot of young players, the only concern is, are they all a little bit too young? Is the experience as a 4 going to be the case? But again, another great acquisition.
That's a good point, because he's only 21 and Szoboszlai is getting used to life in the Premier League, as is, well, Alexa McAllister knows about the Premier League from his time at Brighton. But there certainly is more creativity from this Liverpool midfield, which was more functional, right? It had more legs in it before.
Yeah, well, last year we all talked about Liverpool and we felt the midfield had dropped off the pace a little bit. Henderson and Fabinho looked, you know, a bit leggy at times, and then we all talk about the press at Liverpool, and they couldn't keep up with the front fleet press, and they were sort of a yard off in midfield. So they've added youth, they've added legs, and they've added loads of energy in that midfield area. Now, the next question is, can they settle in the Premier League? Because we know how fast and furious it is. They come from different leagues, you know, different languages and all that kind of stuff. But how quick can Jurgen Klopp get them up to the pace of it? And can they settle in a big club like Liverpool?
Yeah, but the early signs are encouraging, right? Szoboszlai has fitted in.
Szoboszlai is good, yeah.
Has been
Very
seamless.
good.
Yeah. Let's have a look at the biggest spenders so far then in the Premier League. Well, this is as it will go down in the history books after this summer window. No surprises to see Chelsea top of the list. Almost £400 million spent from Maurizio Pochettino. This summer window eclipsed the 5 windows he had at Tottenham alone. I mean, he's got new tools, he's got new resources. Has he done the best of what he's been given?
Firstly, I think that's no surprise that Chelsea are top spenders. I don't think it's a surprise that to see Maurizio Pochettino heading that. He went to Chelsea to be able to spend money. He wasn't really allowed to do that at Tottenham. Has he got the players he wanted? Yes, absolutely, it seems. Will those players fit into the plan that he's about to set up? Only time will tell. We haven't really seen enough of Chelsea. They're certainly a work in progress, but the fact that he just points to the player now and says, I want them, and the club go out and get them for him, he'll be living a dream at the moment.
But still lacking a centre forward for you or not?
No, I like Jackson a lot, I really do. I think he's a top player. I think he's going to have a great season, and with the players that they've signed in this window, it's going to be I think they're going to look strong this year.
OK, to this transfer window special, I'm with Leon Osman and Shay Given as the dust has settled on the summer transfer window closing, and it's been a record-breaking one at that. We've got a quick-fire element to this start of the part, actually. I want to know 4 or 5 things from both of you. So let's start then with your best signing of the window.
I'm torn over this. I think my best signings are also potentially underrated signings as well. I think the signing of James Ward-Prowse has been a great signing for West Ham. You've lost Declan Rice. You've got a bit of money to spend. You've only spent 30 million of it on a player you're coming in who's hit the ground running, already got 3 assists in the Premier League after only 3 games. So, yeah, I'm going for James Ward-Prowse.
Okay, Shay?
I wasn't expecting that answer, to be honest.
That's fine.
No, but actually, it's certainly under the radar. And it's a seamless fit for David Moyes.
Yeah, it's a no-brainer, as you say, with set plays. But I just wasn't expecting it. All the superstars were just signed in the Premier League.
Keep it simple.
I've gone for Tonali at Newcastle, obviously with my...
there's no
Newcastle connections, but for 53 million, you talk of some of the other fees, you know, Rice 100, I think Caicedo 150 million for a very similar player. You got Tonali for 53 million. He's 23. He's a special player, and it's amazing in the Champions League they get AC Milan first game away for him as well. So no, I think he's had a big season. Tonali, I like him a lot.
Yeah, underrated signing you've touched on, but you can't have James Ward-Prowse.
No, I'm actually going for Alexis McAllister. I think 35 to 40 million for a guy who's won the World Cup. He's on an upward curve. His form is getting better. You know, you're talking about the sign of Tonali for 50 odd million, and you know, I think when you look at the price for Alexis McAllister, I just think that's an incredible deal Liverpool have got done.
I've gone for Onana at Man United, just purely for the way he plays. Obviously, David De Gea was a brilliant goalkeeper, had a great career at Man United, but I think the way Ten Hag, once he set his team up, a lot goes through Onana, and I think he sort of went under the radar a little bit. There's big news De Gea leaving, but I think how Man United want to play and how a Ten Hag wants to play, especially I actually played some 150 games. He knows him inside out as a goalkeeper, but I think we'll see a lot of action outside the box this year from Onana than inside the box. Yeah. But it's exciting as well.
Yeah, dare I say, an incident against Wolves had a few Manchester United fans getting a bit nervous. Biggest coup of this summer window?
We touched on mine earlier in the show, Ansu Fati. I think Brighton now being in a position to go in and get players like that who they're not sort of tricking to come to the club. They want to come and play for Brighton. I think his potential is incredible. They just need to get him back on track, and Roberto De Zerbi looks like he's the guy that can do that. So, yeah, that one.
Biggest coup for you, Shay?
I've gone for Caicedo, obviously, because Liverpool wanted him as well. I think they bid 110 for him, and obviously Chelsea outbid him at 115. But he actually said he had his mindset on Chelsea. He was supposedly a Chelsea fan growing up, and so I think he's a brilliant player. But the transfer fee, there's still question marks over that. For me, it's a big number.
I was going to say, can it be a coup at 100 million?
Well, a coup more because 2 clubs are fighting over him.
Yeah, and you managed to get him.
Yeah, that's my reason. Yeah.
Okay, which team has had the best window?
I'm going to go for Manchester United, actually. I think this will surprise Shay as well. But I just look at...
I was surprised today, aren't you?
I hope that continues as well. I just think if you're looking at what they needed to strengthen and where, and I think that the most important part of the side is the spine right down the middle. And they brought in a striker, they brought in 2 very strong midfielders, they brought in a goalkeeper. And I just think that, you know, if you're looking at really strengthening the team, bringing in characters as well, not ridiculous prices, especially when you're talking about strikers. If he hits the ground running, you know, it'll be incredible, and I think that could be a transfer window Manchester United look back on and say that was the one that made us.
Interesting, Shay.
I've gone for one of my old clubs again in Man City. I think the business they've done, you know, by selling some of the players, talked about Palmer earlier. They brought in Guardiola, Nunes, Doku and Kovacic, and I think the net spend's £50 million. Now that's the back of one in the treble, one in the Super Cup. They're the club that everyone's chasing. And I think them business and that quality of players has improved them, I think, which is hard to believe after the season they just had.
Finally, if you had to sum up this window in one sentence, what would it be? I mean, this has proved to be a tricky one, I can tell you.
Well, I just think it's absolutely bonkers. I think it's £2.4 billion. £2.4 billion being spent this window. You think it's going to calm down, it's going to settle down, but I think even yesterday, did you say 100 million spent in one day, was it?
On transfer deadline day alone.
In one day? It's crazy.
It just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and I don't see it ever stopping, to be honest. That is what we've got at the Premier League.
So it gets bigger and bigger and bonkers. Those are the 2 sentences you're going to get from my guests. Let's have a look at the biggest spenders then, shall we, from this window. In terms of the biggest signings, this is where we've come to. Declan Rice, Moises Caicedo, who we've just touched upon, the arrival at Chelsea. I mean, the biggest one, of course, or the most intriguing one, Let's start at the top. Declan Rice, Arsenal. This is the man that they wanted. This is the one that Mikel Arteta was desperate to get. And we can see, I suppose, now, 3 games into the season, the kind of impact he's already having at the Gunners.
Yeah, I mean, I like what Arsenal did. They identified their target really early. They didn't mess about waiting to do a deal on the day of the transfer window.
Which is unlike Arsenal, right?
Yeah, potentially, but it's not unlike Mikel Arteta. You know, he likes to get his business done early, so he's gone out, he's told them, this is what I want, I'd like to get it done as early as possible, get him mixing with the team for pre-season. And he did that with all of his signings, but yeah, Declan Rice, it just gives them that extra energy in midfield. It allows, as you've seen already in the first few games, Thomas Partey to play at right back at times, give an extra midfielder in this new modern way of playing, and he can patrol that midfield area all on his own. The interesting thing will be to see if he starts to drive forward, if he starts to add with those forward passes and then forward drives in possession that we know he can do, but yeah, an incredible signing.
So if he's made an instant impact, what about Arsenal's other big money acquisition, Kai Havertz at 75 million from Chelsea?
I don't know what to say, still question marks for me. I think he struggled a bit at Chelsea. Arteta's obviously gone out and got him for big money as well, Manish, and thinks he can get the best out of the player. I still think it's a slow start for Kai Havertz. There's you know, I don't know. It's just a strange signing for me. I think it would be more an out-and-out striker would have been more beneficial. Obviously, got Jesus and Nketiah, but I just think Havertz. What position is he? He's not a number 9. He's more midfielder. But is he? They've got Odegaard as well. I don't know. I just more question marks over Leon. You're more attacking midfielder. I don't know. What do you think
you're
of
right.
him?
He's a player that can play in multiple positions. I'm not sure exactly his position that is his strongest, but Mikel won't mind that. He can fit in seamlessly to a multitude of positions and be very effective. And I think that's the kind of player that Mikel Arteta wants. I don't think you'll see Kai Havertz play one position for Arsenal. I think you'll see him play a range over the entire season.
You've touched upon this already. You said that the best team window for you has been one of your former clubs in Manchester City. So if you have a look at the players that Pep Guardiola's brought in, what is it about the makeup of these signings that has impressed you particularly, Shay?
Well, I mean, Guardiola, there's a few clubs linked with him. He's a special talent, very young player. He's only 21 years of age and had a brilliant World Cup, of course, for Croatia. Doku's going to be interesting to see, you know, off the right. He's very direct, 1v1. He's very quick. Still a young player again. Nunes, we already spoke about, and Kovacic brings that experience. He's been in the Premier League a long number of years now. We know how good he is. And again, as Leon mentioned, Pep Guardiola makes players better. He improves every single player that's gone to Manchester City. He's improved them. We talk about the net spend because of the likes of Palmer have moved for big money. Mahrez, of course, Laporte. These guys have all been sold on and made you know, good money on them to sort of balance the book with a financial fair play. So again, you know, they're at the top of the tree and everyone tries to knock them off, but by them signing them great players, it's going to be difficult.
Across the city, Manchester United, you talked about the spine where Erik ten Hag has addressed. Now, what is interesting, we've spoken briefly about 1 or 2 players, but not Sofian Amrabat, who's coming on loan from Fiorentina. I mean, is he the holding midfielder that has been crying out to play in this side?
Well, I think the first 2 or 3 games of the season, you've seen Casemiro be slightly exposed in the centre at times, and that's what Amrabat will give this Manchester United team, just someone to play alongside at times when they need. But, you know, they've gone and needed a left-back, so they've gone and got one. As you said, they've got the new goalkeeper in Onana, who will give them something else playing from the back. We've not seen Haaland yet, but we're all really excited to see how he goes, hits the ground running. That'll allow Marcus Rashford to go and play where we all know he's at his best, out on the left. And I just think that it'll give them what they need.
I mean, I don't know what it is about every summer window, but they seem to get bigger and better, or bigger and better in your respect.
Yeah, you know, you're talking about the big signing that Everton made there, Beto, who certainly the hallmark signing for Everton, but as you mentioned, the transfer window just seems to grow. The standard of players that join the Premier League just seems to get better and better, and it's what we love. It's what brings us excitement at this stage of the season.
Whether you're a fan, a player or a pundit, you can't help but look at those deals coming in, right? Right until the 11 o'clock deadline.
Yeah, I think every fan around the world is looking at it going, who are we going to sign, who's going to come through the door, and it's mad that you talk about the amount of money spent, Manish, and the crazy numbers, and any other walk of life.
The standard of players that join the Premier League just seems to get better and better, and it's what we love. It's what brings us excitement at this stage of the season.
Whether you're a fan, a player or a pundit, you can't help but look at those deals coming in, right? Right until the 11 o'clock deadline.
Yeah, I think every fan around the world is looking at it going, who are we going to sign, who's going to come through the door, and it's mad that you talk about the amount of money spent, Manish, and the crazy numbers, and any other walk of life, in any other business, they wouldn't be spending hundreds of millions on a clock ticking down. They would take their time, get the right deal, but this is football, it's a different kind of business, and that's why we love it. The excitement on deadline day as well is special, and as you say, every club you're affiliated, you're waiting to see who they sign, and are they going to make you better? That's the end game.
Especially if you're Daniel Levy, you like to take it right to the final second of the summer window. Well, look, there was a flurry of activity, of course, on deadline day itself, which is always the case, really, in the Premier League. These are some of the deals that might have passed you by. Mateus Nunes was the biggest capture from Wolves to Manchester City. Brennan Johnson's a really exciting acquisition for Ange Postecoglou at Tottenham. But then you got Cole Palmer, interesting switch from Man City to Chelsea. But one name that's not on that list is Mo Salah, much to the relief of Jurgen Klopp for now.
For now is the correct term, yes. You know, the Saudi League or other leagues in the world are certainly open for a little bit longer. So they've managed to keep hold of him for now. They haven't been able to strengthen on the off chance that he may leave the club, but I think they're confident in Liverpool. I think they believe that Mo Salah will stay at the football club. They'll need him to. You know, the amount of goals he scores is absolutely incredible, and they won't want to lose that, certainly just yet. But, you know, money does talk, and, you know, it's not surprising that the link is there.
But no doubt they would have tested their resolve. The last reported bid, 150 million, Shay. I just wonder, was there ever any room for doubt in that Liverpool board, or was that a flat no, do you think?
I think there'll be lots of doubt. I think, you know, when he's 31, I think he's got 2 years left. He's a superstar, let's not get wrong. He's a phenomenal player, not just for Liverpool, but for the Premier League. Let's not get wrong. He's a phenomenal player, not just for Liverpool, but for the Premier League as a whole. You know, we love watching him play. He's a brilliant player, but at the same time, they must be looking at the bigger picture. We always talk about financial fair play. You know, if you're getting 150 to 200 million for someone in another couple of years as a free, or let's be honest, there's no other club would pay that apart from a Saudi club. They're paying big money at the minute, so it's there must be encouragement as well from either the club or the player, because yesterday it seemed the fee came to get higher and higher as the day went on, and as Liam mentions, the window's not closed in Saudi Arabia yet, so it could be an interesting few days for Liverpool still.
And the business, as Shay said, the business side look at it and say, we bought a player, a commodity for X amount of money. We've had the best years out of him. We've had the peak of his career. He's been fantastic. Have we got the foresight to sell him before we're quite ready to, before he starts to dip? And because if they do, they're going to actually earn money on what is an absolute hero for Liverpool. He's come in, he's scored the goals, he's broken pretty much every record ahead of him at the football club. Have you now got the foresight to go, now is time? Business side will certainly want to look at those figures, but the fans, and I'm sure Jurgen Klopp himself, will want to keep him for at least another season.
Absolutely, especially after the destabilising effect of both Fabinho and Jordan Henderson, of course, going over to the Middle East. I think losing Salah would have been the last thing Jurgen Klopp would have wanted at the start of this season. So let's go back to those deadline day deals. If Salah's not on there, these are, and I've mentioned the first few. I mean, Sangare is an interesting one to Nottingham Forest. Forest, incidentally, signing 7 players alone on deadline day was quite something. But the most expensive capture at the top, Nunes from Wolves to Manchester City. A good acquisition for you, Shay?
Yeah, I think City have had a very good window on the back of the treble. The players they brought onto the football club, and Nunes obviously is one of them, the most expensive. But again, in the current climate and in the current prices flying around, he's not too crazy money. I mean, I'm looking forward to see Brennan Johnson as well at Tottenham. You know, Harry Kane going to the Bundesliga, of course. Can he, get the goals that they need? But yeah, I mean, Nunes, this is a phenomenal strike from him. You know, he's a right sider. Obviously, they've lost Mahrez as well, and I think this is a sort of perfect fit up and down that right-hand side. Where will he fit into Pep Guardiola's team? I'm not sure, but if he bangs a few goals like this, he's a decent player, isn't he?
Mahrez, Kevin De Bruyne missing for the first few months. He's given himself options in midfield now, hasn't he, Pep?
Yeah, he has, and there's no doubt in the quality of player that they've brought. There's no doubt that he's got years ahead, that he can fit into that because he's already played in the Premier League. He knows what's to be expected and the standards. A bit worrying for me, the talk of strike around the player to force the move. I never like to hear that kind of thing, but I don't think that Pep will have a problem with it. I think everybody wants to play for Pep. He has, you know, this magic wand that makes players better, that you know, players desire to become better themselves. So I think he'll fit in really well in a football club that just seems to make players better.
Well, he got the move in the end that he wanted. He's only played in the Premier League for one full season. So what attracted Matheus Nunes to Manchester City?
Being the champions, of course, I mean, it's amazing for me to even think to come here. The coach as well. I mean, it's a huge club. It has a lot of, like, the best you can get, the best opportunities, the best structure. So I think there's a lot of factors that influenced my decision to come here. I think it was an easy one. Actually, I think when I first found out that they were interested in me, I didn't think twice. So, I mean, I'm very happy to be here.
So he's in through the door at the Etihad Stadium. One player that's left Manchester City, Cole Palmer, who's already scored 2 important goals this season in terms of silverware. He's gone to Chelsea for £40 million. He's only made 3 Premier League appearances, Shay. What do you make of this move for him?
Well, on the back of making 3 Premier League appearances, it's a big fee, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let's be honest. But as you said, this season he started really well. Scored in the Community Shield, scored in the Super Cup final. You think this is his opportunity to show to Pep Guardiola, to Man City fans, that he's the real deal, because, you know, they talk about Phil Foden, of course, and then, you know, he's the next one off the conveyor belt. But before you know, the blink of an eye, he's off to Chelsea. And how many midfielders do Chelsea need? They seem to have signed a lot this window. But again, I suppose for him, it's a fresh start. You know, Pep Guardiola's given the green light for the sale to go through. So bringing in the likes of Nunes, then you think maybe he won't play this season either. So get the money. I think the net spend for City this window was 50 million, which is brilliant. Bit of business from them.
For 4 big hitters as well, actually.
Yeah.
Or 5, actually, if you include Cole Palmer. He can play as a winger. He can play down the middle. So where has he gone to fit in this Chelsea side for you?
Well, first of all, I was surprised that Manchester City are going to let him go. You've seen him develop. He starred for England's under-21s in the recent Euros victory. He looked like he was developing. I thought the door is opened. Riyad Mahrez moves on. Cole Palmer will naturally be ready to step into that position. So it did surprise me.
They got Doku on that side now.
Yeah, but Pep needs strength in those positions. He likes to rotate. He likes to keep those positions fresh for different games. So it did surprise me. But I do think that Chelsea have got a very good player. And I think he plays best off that right-hand side, out wide, head of a front 3. But as then Shay says, Chelsea aren't short for people in those positions either. So it's going to be a battle for him wherever he's playing his football. It's now going to be at Chelsea. It's going to be a real battle at Chelsea to try and become one of the starting front 3.
From West London to North London, Spurs on that list of players on deadline day. Brennan Johnson has joined Ange Postecoglou, and they've made some exciting acquisitions, right? And this is one of them.
Yeah, I mean, he was the shining light in Nottingham Forest last year, keeping them up. He was a real spark in their team. Obviously, the big news for Tottenham summer was Harry Kane leaving. Richarlison, obviously, everyone's asking the questions, can he fill those boots? And he's had a poor start to the season. He looks a little bit off it. Maybe it's a confidence thing with Richarlison, but now there's competition bringing Johnson in. And again, it's an exciting young player. And I think Ange Postecoglou is a brilliant manager, bringing young players. You know, we talk about Pep Guardiola improving players as well. I think Ange does the same thing. He's going to improve them and he'll add goals to Tottenham for sure.
Yeah. One of the transfer coups this window, I think, has caught my eye particularly, Ansu Fati. He's come from Barcelona. We know what he did as a 16-year-old, and now's his arrival really to the world. To Brighton and Hove Albion. What a move that is on loan.
Yeah, one of the big surprises, one of the coups, I think, of the transfer window. Yes, he's had a few injuries recently at Barcelona, hasn't had the upward curve to be the superstar that was expected because of that, but Brighton have got an incredible talent, and the fact that Brighton are going straight to Barcelona for their players now, the fact that these players want to come to Brighton, want to play for Roberto De Zerbi, shows that the upward trajectory that Brighton have been on, and people know that they're a club that are developing young players that can make you better, that are playing wonderful football, that are getting results in the Premier League doing that. So it's a great place, it seems, to play football, and to be a Brighton fan right now.
Exciting times for Seagulls supporters. Well, let's hear then from the Seagulls boss Roberto De Zerbi on his latest exciting acquisition.
We are lucky because we have a lot of young players, potential top player, and it will be one responsibility more, no? Because if you work with this talent, you have much responsibility, because it's a football heritage, and we can make mistake with this player, because football needs this talent.
For football, and that's exactly what we've got. I'm Derek Ray. I'm joined for commentary by former Arsenal fullback Lee Dixon, and without doubt a match with the potential to bring genuine excitement. It's Luton Town taking on Chelsea.
Hi Derek, thank you. Well, both managers will be reminding their players how important...
Well, it could be on for him here. Is it going to be? Keeper getting the touch. And it's gone behind for the corner. Over it comes. Did his job defensively. And they'll get ready for the throw-in. Pearson. So after that, a goal kick it'll be. Well, pick your adjective where Hakim Ziyech is concerned. Explosive, I think, might be an approach. Can they take the lead here? And mistimed the run, sadly. That's offside. Throw-ins given. This looks promising.
Well, it's the care and attention, all that work.
And a blunder by the keeper. Werner. Promising attack, but his timing was off. Well, they've lost possession of the ball. Nicely cut out. Oh, that's an interesting pass. Ziyech. In it goes. An early goal. No wonder they're celebrating.
Well, as we look at this again, the keeper's every right to ask where his back line was, but 2v1 in the end. He's thinking now, is he going to pass or go round me? He's got no chance.
Well, real difficulty keeping the ball. Ball's gone.
Remaining on the subject of Saudi Arabia, bear with us. Jordan Henderson, of course, no longer with Liverpool, now playing for Steven Gerrard's Al Ettifaq, but Henderson on England duty. He's been speaking to The Athletic for the first time since he's moved to Saudi Arabia. And on the move, why Saudi? He says, well, people will see this club come with loads of money. And he's just gone, yeah, I'm going. When in reality, he says, that just wasn't the case at all. People can believe me or not, but in my life and my career, money has never been a motivation, ever. Don't get me wrong, when you move, the business deal has to be tight, and money's part of that. But it wasn't the sole reason. So he's ruling that out, Simon. I mean, he even says, and he laughs at figures of 700 grand a week being bandied about. He says, no, the numbers are not true. I wish it was, and he laughs at that. I mean, will people accept his reasoning on that part, do you think? Should he be bothered?
Well, I mean, he was the one that people attributed a lot of the noise around his support of certain communities. And I have no issue with his support of certain communities if he wants to follow through with the consequences or the real skin in the game sort of mentality that I've often accused footballers of not having. They parachute into these particular causes. They don't have a lot of understanding behind them. They tell you what they think that you want to hear, and then when they have some consequences as a result of it, they don't like it. I liked the armband in Qatar and then quickly taking it off when they realise they're going to get a yellow card. Unfortunately, in life, if you want to support something, sometimes there is a consequence for that, but they don't want it. Now, he suffers from that particular backlash because he was very vociferous. Look, it's ridiculous for him to say, in all straight-faced perspective, that he hasn't gone to Saudi predominantly for the money. I don't care if he's gone for the money or not. But the bottom line is that's what he's gone there for, in the same way that Phil Mickelson went to pay on the Live Tour for the money and then started to give us this load of old pony about diversity and inclusion and bringing forward a society that was, in certain ways, not where it needed to be. With all those things in mind, Jordan Henderson cannot get past the inevitable. I mean, I would much prefer him turn around and say one of the driving factors was the money.
Well, he doesn't do that. And of course,
and that's disingenuous. And what people will look at it and go, don't be so bloody stupid. You're an international footballer. You're playing for Liverpool. You're going to a league that has enormous amounts of money attached to it.
Well, he says money's part of it, but it wasn't the sole reason. Is that not good enough?
Well, can we? Okay, then. So, what are the predominant other reasons then?
He wants to grow the league. I'll get to that in a second.
Oh, okay.
On the LGBTQ situation, I mean, he has spoken up for their rights in the past.
He does,
and of course,
yeah.
we know what Saudi's take on that is. He says it was a difficult time, definitely. Don't get me wrong, there can be a lot of criticism, a lot of negativity around me as a person, and that was difficult to take. But I just feel as though, because I do care about different causes that I've been involved in and different communities, I do care. And for people to criticise and say that I turned my back on them really hurt me.
Well, again, I don't dispute the fact that prima facie, veneer deep, I'm sure he does care. But the reality of caring and then suffering a consequence in terms of suggesting that I'm not going to go to particular environments is not what he's prepared to do. I don't blame him for going there for an inordinate amount of money at whatever age he is. Because at the end of the day, that's what footballers are there for, is to enjoy their careers. At this stage in his career, if someone's foolhardy enough to pay him £500,000, £600,000, £700,000 a week or whatever he's getting, then that's on them. But let's not dress it up into what it isn't. It's predominantly a money transaction. It's not the same accusation that I made of Kieran Trippier, and I still maintain that if there wasn't a significant amount of money, he wouldn't have gone and signed for Newcastle if Mike Ashley was in control. He went to sign for Newcastle when there was a new ownership model that was ultimately going to kick the club on and give him benefits.
Well, he's asked, look, what persuaded you then? Jordan, what persuaded you? So what's your take on this? So I go somewhere to try something new, to grow the game that I love in another country and grow the league into one of the best in the world. That excites me because I want to grow the sport all over the world. And that got me going, really.
Well, I think that's a very well thought through answer, and chapeau to his PR team. Because when you're preparing yourself for these interviews, knowing what's coming your way, what is your outcome in terms of people are saying, you hypocrite, you made a song and dance about wanting to be supportive of certain communities, and you go to a country that has no support for these communities whatsoever. You're a mercenary. You're only going there for money. So what you develop, if I was in his shoes and the people around him, what is going to be our best answer to this question? Because we're caught in a cleft position.
Yeah, but he himself has verbalised it to the Athletic Reporter.
Well, of course, he's been briefed.
Yeah, but the PR team's not sitting on his shoulder.
No, but they briefed him. He's a parrot, I would imagine. They sat there going, well, how do I dress this up into something slightly more meaningful than the real implications behind it? Why have I gone to Saudi? I've had potential opportunity to stay in the English Premier League. I still would have been paid a king's fortune over there. I'm going to Saudi, which has got an average attendance right now of 6,000 fans, in a country that's not the most hospitable to the communities that I purport to support. Let me think how I get myself out of this particular conundrum. I know I'll build up a narrative with those around me that these contributing factors, which in part might form a very small part of the consideration. Let's ask the question, Jordan. Jordan, if you were getting the same dough that you were getting in Liverpool, would you have been equally as motivated to go to these countries to grow the sport? No, he wouldn't.
Is he allowed to take his LGBTQ beliefs with him to Saudi? There's a question. He says, I think people know what my views and values were before I left and still do now. And I think having someone with those views and values in Saudi Arabia is only a positive thing.
Fantastic.
So what we want to do now is hear him trot out what he said before about LGBTQ, but say it in Saudi.
I often question the validity of people's purported beliefs when it comes at a cost to them. When there is a cost implication to someone's deep-seated beliefs, then you see the substance and the character of the person when ultimately they're prepared to accept those costs. Well, let's see if Jordan Henderson feels the necessity to lecture those in Saudi Arabia about the Western standards that he feels are not being exhibited in the country where he's taking their money. And we'll see how that plays out, and we'll see if he feels necessity. Not that I feel that he should do. I don't think he should have to have. I don't think he should have to run around in rainbow laces. I don't think he should have to make speeches on behalf of groups that need representation via people like Jordan Henderson. I think he should concentrate on being a bleeding footballer. And the reasons why he's caught himself in a situation where people are saying, "Excuse me," is because he wanted to make a four-act play about his beliefs. And
there's an element of diplomacy in the answers here.
Well, of course,
he's diplomatic.
Well, of course he is, because he can't go over there and say, he can't say to the British media, I couldn't give a pony about all this. I've gone over there for a big bag of money, because everyone would go, you hypocrites. He can't then turn around and say that I'm not going to be prepared to say something, because those communities, he's caught in a position that his hypocrisy to some extent, and by the way, a hypocrisy that 95% of people would have been caught in. The only difference is, like Gareth Southgate is now finding himself in a difficult position where he felt the necessity to put himself in front of the media, telling everybody what he thought about certain.
You can't argue that he doesn't address the LGBTQ question. He says, my intention was never ever to hurt anyone. My intention has always been to help causes of community where I felt like they have asked for my help. We can bury our heads in the sand. Nothing's going to change.
So, which would you think?
His views haven't changed.
Which would you think are more meaningful, actions or words? Because words are easy, right? So the actions would have been, I don't agree with this society. I'm not going to condone the advancement of it through football. By not going. No, that comes at a cost, Jordan. You see, what's going to happen there, Jordan, is you're going to throw away 15 million quid. Oh, no, I'm going to grow the league, and I'm going to do it as Agent Henderson inside Saudi Arabia by changing the mindset of their belief system, of their belief culture, of their Sharia law, and look at everything, because I'm going to do that, because I want to go over there, and I'll do it for nothing. And I'll do it for the same sort of money as I was getting in England, because that's how committed I am. It's a load of old rubbish.
So we know Jordan Henderson has gone to Saudi Arabia. He's back here now because he's going to play for England and Gareth. But will people accept his reasoning as to why he has gone to Saudi Arabia? And at the end of the day, should he really be bothered by the reaction at all? If you want, give us a call on that. 03717 223344 810 89 half 10.
Jim White and Simon Jordan. Monday to Friday mornings from 10 on AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
Now then, let's get to it. Mo Salah doesn't go away, does it? After rejecting a deadline day offer, would it make no sense whatsoever for Liverpool to entertain any further offers with the English window now closed? Reports overnight, Simon, claim that Liverpool are set to be offered an improved bid of 215 million quid for Salah by Al Ittihad. TalkSport Saudi reporter is Ben Jacobs, and he can tell us more on this. Is this really coming down the pipe? Is this on the way, Ben? £215 million offer? Good morning.
Good morning. I think the Salah story, as you say, has not gone away. What I can tell you is that Al Ittihad representatives are in London. Both clubs at the moment, sources close to them, deny that any formal bid was tabled last night. But we know that Al Ittihad plan to try again. And as I've said many times, we have to understand whether that's for optics or they think they've got a genuine chance of success. And some of that will come down to whether or not there comes a point where Mo Salah says to Liverpool, listen, that money's too good to turn down for you, and I want to go. If a bid is tabled, I think we have to be very wary as well about this number, 215 million. And the reason I say that is because my understanding is that there'll be a very healthy guaranteed fee should a formal offer be tabled. And then the add-ons will take it either lowest end, 175 million, highest end, around about that 200 million mark. But some of those add-ons are related to winning the Club World Cup. So it's very easy for Al Ittihad to inflate the overall package to create this giant number. But if Liverpool were to seriously entertain it, then they would want to be sure that they're going to get the vast proportion of the package, not just the guaranteed fee.
I mean, Simon, you're taking, Ben, stay with us, you're taking it last week was, if this gets to crazy money, and it already was last week when Sam Matavich joined us, then it's going to be hard for Liverpool ultimately to say no, and that he could well be on his way. Do you still stand by that? I mean, if this kind of dough comes in.
This is not a case of if, it's a case of when. So whether it's in this window or whether it's in the January window or whether it's next summer, What is interesting, and I have this mantra that the more the deal was played out in the public domain, whether it's the buying of a football club or the transfer of a player, and this kind of detail that finds its way in to the media, the less I become inclined to believe in the intermediate or real time it's going to happen, because we seem to be being briefed in by whoever's briefing us in, whether it's the Saudis or people associated with them or people that are getting information by stealth. And we seem to be privy to the transaction before even the football club that owns the players' registration is privy to it. So when you get into this territory of add-ons and significant monies up front, yeah, Mo Salah will go to this particular football club or to this particular part of the world. Whether he goes in this window, it makes no sense to me. Unless I made the point on Friday about conspiring. If you wanted to do this deal, and you were keen to do it as a Saudi Arabian football club, why would you not give Liverpool an opportunity to facilitate the problem that this deal would have created? Because if you give Liverpool an opportunity to facilitate the solution to that, then maybe you'd have got the deal done. So you come to the end of the transfer window, you don't make a bid until the very day or the day before the transfer window is closing. How do you help Liverpool pull a lever which enables you to get the player out? That makes no sense. That's why I think it's posturing at this moment in time. But I do think a deal will get done inevitably at some point.
And of course, Simon, as we know here, the window's now closed in this country, Ben, but not so in Saudi. It's Thursday for that. Ben, here's the thing, though. Klopp confirmed after the Villa game at the weekend that he and Salah have never even had a conversation about the player leaving the club. Let's listen to him.
He didn't tell me, but he didn't have to. He speaks with training, performances, with behavior. We had meetings this week, and the meetings were not about what we did in the past. It was about what we will do in the future. Mo was with the players' committee, and Mo had his moments where he was talking, and there was nothing about. By the way, it's only until next week or whatever, and then my future is that he's completely here. He's completely here, and if Dom said that, fine. Mo doesn't have to come in my office and tell me, by the way, boss, I go. But for me, it was not a subject for 1 second, to be honest.
So off the back of that, Ben Jacobs, one would find it hard to believe that Liverpool would then perform what perceivably would be the biggest of all U-turns and sell them.
Exactly that. And I think the fan base would feel they're being very unambitious and be worried because they can't bring in a replacement. They didn't get Champions League last season. They're trying to get it again. Salah's important to that. Sell him in 2024. You're still probably going to get over 100 million if there's a desire from the Saudi deal makers to still sign the player. So Liverpool's stance has been clear. It's been public. It's been bullish. It's been dismissive even. But it's just a very unique type of deal, which always leaves that 1% of doubt. Fulham said very publicly to begin with, Alexander Mitrovic wasn't for sale. He forced the move. I think that's the difference here, that Salah's not going to do that. And if the player doesn't push, then Liverpool can stick to their position. There may come a point where Klopp thinks one thing, Salah should stay, and FSG think another, because the money becomes too good to turn down. But I don't think we're there yet. And I think if we were going to get to that point, as Simon suggested, it would have come earlier in the window, because to get this deal done, you need an amicable relationship with Liverpool. And to come to them when the European window is shut is perhaps now, for whatever the amount is, not the right time to actually get the deal done.
Ben, can I ask you the principles of why the Saudis would operate this way? Because it doesn't make any sense. I'm not suggesting they should follow conventional wisdom and fall in line with the historic way of doing deals. But if you're trying to extricate one of the jewels in the crown of an iconic legacy football club in England, and albeit the economics will make a decision for them when it gets to a certain scale, why would you do it at the last moment to give that football club, as I've made an observation already, a position where they've got no choice in terms of an ability to replace? Is this Saudi arrogance? Is it Saudi naivety? What is it?
I don't think it's naivety. The people doing the deals are highly experienced in European football.
Well, clearly not.
Well, I think you've got Michael.
Who does deals on the last day of a transfer window at that scale with an iconic footballer that's going to have no ability to replace him? Who would do business that way and really, legitimately expect an outcome?
Maybe they don't expect an outcome of getting Salah. Maybe they expect an outcome of making headlines, as you suggested. Yeah. You can look both ways. But I think the point here is on the Saudi strategy, the target was 2024 for Salah. So this isn't last minute because they've left it to the last minute. It's last minute because they've decided, hang on a minute, our 2024 target might be available in 2023. Maybe we can get him for the Club World Cup. And the reason why they've moved is because they've got some kind of encouragement from Mo Salah's camp that he wants to go eventually, but maybe still not now.
But they didn't even table a bid, Ben. I mean, they had indicated, we all knew when the rumours started circulating at the beginning of August that there was Saudi interest, and because there was a question of his agent and there was a pushback. So we knew that the interest was there then. So they didn't even table a bid.
Well, I think the other thing to say, though, in tabling a bid is it's complicated. You can't just do it overnight. It's not like a traditional football club where if you decide you're going to make a bid, you do it quickly and, as you say, decisively to allow Liverpool time in the market to replace. Al Ittihad may decide they want to make the bid, and then they have to do two things. One, clear out because their foreign quota is full. Two, get the funding from the Ministry of Sport, which you might think is quick and obvious because everyone wants Salah, but they've already spent on Benzema. They've spent big money paying the wages of N'Golo Kante. So there's a process whereby the club up to the Ministry of Sport via PIF all have to work together, and that's not an overnight thing, especially not at this magnitude. So I think that's one aspect, but I agree with you. The other aspect in all of this is maybe they don't mind if they fail because this push for Salah is genuinely just about having us talk about it, putting optics in a position where the Saudi Pro League is making the back pages of papers all around the world.
Ben Jacobs, TalkSport Saudi reporter, thank you very much indeed. I mean, as you rightly say, Simon, it seems we're getting drip-fed bits of information on this. It's claimed Salah's been offered 2.45 million a week, 55 grand win bonus, ambassadorial roles with 3 major Saudi companies, and Al Ittihad are said to be out there over your shoulder here in London.
There's a little window, a little insight into how they'll look to get around financial fair play in the future. We'll give our players ambassadorial roles from people that he's going to be sponsored by. There's a little window into the psyche of the Saudi mentality.
Those very roles apparently would net Salah an extra 18 million quid. Each of those firms would pay him 6 million each.
Well, there you are. I mean, ultimately, those are the structures that we will look forward to them putting forward, and when they put forward these broadcast deals, because there will come a point when if Saudi are really this serious about making this league as competitive as they lead us to believe, and they really want to be at the top table, that they're going to be asked to fall in line. Their transfer windows are going to be asked to fall in line, because it's quite ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, their transfer windows are still able to cause mayhem in the European marketplace. The transfer windows were put in place for a bloody reason, because they wanted to bring order. Not so that they could bring an outlier in that creates uproar, because they can continue to purchase assets.
Look at what they can do, though. Those extra incentives, as you said, what a lovely way around.
And when we were speaking on Friday to Darren McAntony, he was alluding to, I don't think it's quite realistic, but he was alluding to the fact they'll just manufacture a broadcasting deal and pay $3 billion a year in broadcasting revenues that they're not going to get back on their current average attendance of 6,000 fans.
Sure. Okay. Darren McAntony's very good, incidentally, isn't he?
I think he's the best. I think he's an absolute shoo-in.
Very good indeed.
Jim White and Simon Jordan. Monday to Friday mornings from 10 on AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
Let's focus on the fallout then from the game between Arsenal and Manchester United. Rob, what a game it was as well. Definitely one for the books when it comes to classic encounters between these two sides. I do want to stick with United and that side of things with the fallout from this game and what's actually happening there at the moment. Because even after the game, you could hear former United greats like Roy Keane not too quick to criticise them, to say that they still did see positive signs in this game, but it obviously didn't go their way. But all doesn't seem to be well there.
No, I actually think it's a shame for United in the aftermath of Sunday, because actually in the game, I thought they did all right. You know, they took the lead, they were level for an awful long time. There was a very close offside call with Garnacho scoring that got reversed, and obviously Arsenal have scored twice in stoppage time. I think in the game itself, United did a lot right, but really that's not going to be the focus, because the focus is on the fallout with the Jadon Sancho situation and everything that's connected to that. So it's unfortunate for United and for United fans, because I think there was an awful lot of positives to take out of the game, but that won't be the focus, because the focus now is on the rift between Jadon Sancho and Ten Hag. And when you've got situations like that between players and managers, it does hint, like you say, that things aren't all well at Old Trafford. They've also got a problem in that it's happened right at the start of a 2-week international break. There's going to be a vacuum now of news that's going to be filled with stories and claims and counterclaims swirling around the club for 2 weeks. That's never healthy. It really feels a bit of a mess there off the pitch at the moment, which is a shame, because they haven't had a particularly great